morning from Ocean City, Maryland. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. Tropical storm Isaias is now moving into the mid-Atlantic and northeast. We got hit hard this morning. In a few minutes, I'll show you what it looked like just a couple of hours ago. The worst weather now heading north of us. Let's check in up in Philadelphia on the river with Dave Malkoff. Dave?
Yeah, we could get 50-mile-an-hour guns, 50-mile-an-hour winds here in the big city. And over there across the Delaware in New Jersey, let's take you down the shore where there could be some coastal flooding where Reynolds Wolf is.
Absolutely. We're going to see changes really begin to pick up. I'm coming to you live from Atlantic City, right along the boardwalk, where this is not an easy stroll that we're going to deal with over the next couple of hours. In fact, I'd say the next 10 to 15 minutes, things could really go south with this northbound system. Full story coming up in just a few moments here on the Weather Channel. Man, that wind is beginning to pick up in a big way. Let's send it back to Dr. Greg Bostel.
There are some tornadic supercells moving your way. But speaking of tornadic cells, there's breaking images coming out right now in the aftermath of an early morning tornado that struck Bertie County, North Carolina. This is in the eastern part of the state, east of Rocky Mount. Police say one person was killed and several people are missing. The tornado was reported about 1:30 a.m. this morning. Look at the complete devastation of this mobile home park. There are first responders, search and rescue, looking for survivors, trying to find people, make sure everybody is okay, and looking for those that are missing. So this is the kind of damage that we've seen already this morning, very early this morning, again, just after midnight in eastern North Carolina, as a tornado moved through. This is tornado damage, and unfortunately, we're going to see more tornadoes today, especially during the afternoon and evening hours northward from there. Let's now have a look at the latest on Tropical Storm Isaias, which is racing northward and carrying with it the possibility of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts still, very heavy rain, and tornadoes. The center of circulation is right about there, east of Washington, D.C., and we are watching some very strong winds, even just where the rain has ended. That is where the strongest of winds are right now, gusting to 50 at Wallops Island earlier, just gusting to 70. So the strongest winds are out in that zone, and they are moving northward. So once you get out of the rain, that's when the strongest winds will occur. But there's more than just that, because we are watching a line of supercells moving northward across southern New Jersey. We've got a tornado warning out for Atlantic and Cape May counties. These storms themselves are moving at about 65 miles per hour. There is almost no time to react. If you get a warning, take shelter immediately. Lowest floor, interior room, as many walls between you and the outside. There's no visibility here with these tornadoes. Extremely heavy rainfall precedes them. So if you get that warning, again, react immediately. These storms are moving quickly, and it's all part of Isaias as it moves northward. It is this arc of supercells that I'm concerned about as it moves northward. So let's think ahead. Watch out. Trenton, New Jersey, Princeton, New Jersey, Long Branch, Toms River, eventually down the line, New York. In some fashion or another, that tornado risk is going to be moving northward in this part of Isaias, with a tornado watch that does go out until noon Eastern time. I do expect perhaps another tornado watch to be issued by the Storm Prediction Center across parts of southern New England. Right now, it's not in place, and we are only seeing some light winds for now. It's all going to change as Isaias rapidly moves in. The weather will get a lot worse. The rain's going to come down. The winds will pick up. Look at some of these wind gust forecasts. Now, this is an estimate of the maximum wind gusts that you could see later on today. And in some cases, again, that may be well over 50 miles per hour. And aside from that, we've got that tornado threat. The tornado index, the threat level, 4 out of 10. Personally, I think it's higher than that. I would up that a little bit as we go forward to the afternoon hours, with Isaias right about there in northern Jersey by later on this afternoon and evening, carrying with it very heavy rain over central New York State and severe weather and gusty winds along and to the east of that track, all the way up, Alex, into the Canadian border by later on this evening.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Of course, Isaias now marching its way through Maryland. And meteorologist Mike Seidel is in Ocean City. And Mike, you got rocked by a squall a bit earlier this morning. This thing is hauling. So what was that like? How long did it last? And what are you dealing with right now?
Good morning, Alex. It's almost impossible to hear you out here. We're on the beaches of Ocean City, Maryland, and believe it or not, the worst has moved on through. We had a squall come through here. It was feisty in the 8 o'clock hour this morning. I want to show you what it looked like. I took this from my phone, looking down Baltimore towards Baltimore Avenue. You can see the headlights of the car, but you can't really see Baltimore Avenue. That's like a half a block away. We were gusting over 60 miles an hour. The airport inland was gusting 56 with this squall. Very, very heavy rainfall. And the worst of it lasted about 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, and that was really the worst of Isaias right here in Ocean City, Maryland. Now we're getting the gradient wind around the center, which is going to go up in another hour or so to our west. And once it goes by, the winds will come southwest and blow offshore. But right now, this wind is almost paralleling the coast due south. It was southeast earlier, so it's already starting to veer. We're losing a little bit of beach, and look at the ocean. You can almost see the wind blowing the Atlantic up towards Fenwick, Dewey, and Rehoboth right now. Where these gusts, it's still gusting over 40, but we're not getting the squalls. And you can see on the radar right now, we're really done with the rainfall and the dangerous weather. We had tornado warnings all over the lower eastern shore of Maryland and Delaware. We had one touchdown, at least one, over in Mardello Springs, causing some damage. Right now, in all these exposed areas on the beaches, we're getting sand erosion and we're getting a little bit of beach erosion. But Alex, by about late this afternoon, the wind's going to be much, much lighter. It'll be southwest, and the sun will return here to the coast of Maryland. Alex, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Yeah, you can really hear those winds whipping around. And as Mike mentioned, a lot of the rain coming to an end, still a bit on the windy side, but really going to see this thing wrap up pretty quickly. In fact, let's take you through the rest of this afternoon from the Norfolk area, Virginia Beach, up towards Ocean City. Still talking about very strong winds here for you, but what starts to take place as we get in towards the afternoon is the winds really start to shut down from south to north, of course, as the system continues to move farther away. By 2, 3 o'clock, you can see the winds coming down around Ocean City. Those are the gusts, anywhere from 25 to 30 miles per hour. And then continuing on, we see those winds continuing to die down there. So much improved later this afternoon into the early evening in these areas. As far as the rain is concerned, essentially done with it, maybe a few lighter showers, but the bulk of the rain, certainly the steadier rains, heading well on off towards the north. So it's a drier time with decreasing wind shear for us in sections of the mid-Atlantic. There's what the radar picture looks like right now. Dry for Norfolk, the Williamsburg area. A few rain showers still hanging on there as you head farther north. In fact, some steadier rains as you get into places like D.C. and Baltimore, where we've already seen here 2 to 3 inches of rain. Annapolis, over 3 inches of rain so far for you, and it is still raining in these areas. So we still have a ways to go as you start to work your way a little bit farther on off towards the north. In fact, Isaias is charging its way up that 95 corridor. And yeah, the Weather Channel's Dave Malkoff is in Philadelphia. And Dave, how rough are the winds there? They're starting to pick up and more to come.
Yeah, I can tell you it's gotten significantly more cold in the last few minutes here as we have this rain and wind coming right at us. Let me show you exactly where you are to give you some perspective. That's the Ben Franklin Bridge that you can barely see anymore. When we started out just about an hour ago, you could see it. It was bright and it was big right in front of us, but now we are right in the middle of one of these squalls here in Hurricane Isaias. Let me tell you something. This is year 16 of storm coverage that I've gone through, starting off in Florida for this one, in Miami, and then to the Treasure Coast. And I can tell you that this is way more intense here in Philadelphia for a tropical storm than we had ever in Florida, because it stayed way off the coast, making a landfall on Andros Island in the Bahamas. And right now, we're in the middle of some heavy downpours. And if you take a look at the flag up there, obviously this is where our nation began, here in Philadelphia. you can see how fast these winds are whipping through. 35-mile-an-hour gusts at the airport just a few minutes ago, and it is a possibility that we could get 50-mile-an-hour gusts here in the city of Philadelphia. It's not just the wind, but it's also all this rain coming down 1 to 2 inches an hour. That's a possibility, and you could get some flash flooding in areas right here in the city, but also to our west and northwest in those suburbs, and you could really get some Lehigh Valley and Montgomery County and Berks County up to Allentown. You could get a lot of street flooding, and once you have that street flooding, then you have a possibility of this happening right here. Look at this. This is a new water feature that they have here at the waterfront for the Delaware River, and this is the kind of pouring water that you're going to see here, and you're also going to see that over on the Jersey Shore, where we find our own meteorologist, Reynolds Wolf.
All right, Dave, thanks so much. You brought up such a great point, how I can tell you, being on the Treasure Coast, also in Vero Beach just a few days ago, what we're getting now is considerably worse than anything that we saw in that part of Florida. Let's lay the narrative by taking you from the boardwalk to the beach, where we happen to be in Atlantic City. We've had the wind that has picked up the rain. At times it comes crashing down, but it lets up. With these tropical storms and these bands that come on shore, it's as though at times it's breathing like it's a living entity. Well, we're going to take a peek right now at radar. We'll show you this intense cell that is moving up, and it's providing the wind and the rain. It looks like the brunt of that one will stay at least a bit more toward north is the good news. We're going to keep going all the way down towards the water's edge. Stay with us. Chad McKelvey's the man right there behind the camera. Bang up job as always. And Chad may be wiping the lens cap every now and again because the water, which continues to come down. We're going to go right through. This is going to take a minute or so. We're going to go right up this path and through the sea oats. Stay on the path, not going on the sea oats, obviously. But you can notice off in the distance the pier where you see the Ferris wheel. But when these rain bands come right on in, things go down to nothingness. In fact, you could barely see the end of the pier at this time. Let's continue to go up on top of this pier, or at least this berm. And my goodness, how the ocean has really gotten its feathers rustled up. My gosh, you can hear the wind coming in. Quite a difference, too, than what we've had just over the last 10 to 15 minutes or so. And right now, there's really no discernible wave action. It's just a wash for the time being. Next 30 seconds, we're going to go to break. But before we do that, I'm going to show you some of these breakers off in the distance. Some of these possibly topping anywhere from 10, even 15 feet in height. You can imagine what this is going to do to a lot of other places along the intercoastal that are susceptible to flooding. Today could be that day. So everyone, please be careful, stay vigilant. There it is, from the boardwalk to the beach. The story here in Atlantic City as more wind, more rain, more problems come to these shores. We're not done by a long shot, folks. We've got a lot more coming. New York City, talking to you for a moment. Chris Bruin's going to be coming up pretty soon, Alex, giving us the latest there. Conditions may be kind of tranquil for the time being, but a lot of this rolling in that direction. Let's send it back to you, Alex.
Hey, you said it, no doubt about it, Reynolds. New York City expecting the worst from Isaias a little bit later on today. And with memories, of course, of Superstorm Sandy, that's still fresh in some of the folks' minds. The city activated its emergency flood preventive protocols yesterday. Now, the focus of that is on the South Street Seaport in Low Manhattan there. So, yeah, getting ready for this thing to move on through. You can show you how this will play out this afternoon, getting to the evening. 30-mile-an-hour winds, maybe greater than that, and maybe 50-plus-mile-an-hour gusts. Cannot rule that out heading into the evening, and there will be some rain as well. 1 to 2 inches possible there in and around the city. And you can see, essentially, when we're talking about the rain to fall, it's only been a few hours here to deal with that. We're essentially looking at about the lunch hour till about 2 or 3 o'clock. Then the rain really comes down. Winds stick around for a bit, but even those winds start to die off once we get into the evening. So it's kind of a quick hitter when it rolls on in, but it could hit pretty hard here for us. Let's talk about some of those winds as we head through the noon hour. There you are in the New York City area. 40 to 50-mile-per-hour gusts are possible. We'll see the winds on the increase farther north. Hartford, there in Connecticut, by about 3 or 4 o'clock, you'll see your gusts potentially reaching 40 to 50 miles per hour. Boston also getting into some of those stronger winds this evening, right around dinner time or so, for a couple of hours there. Notice how things are quieting down, at least a better situation in and around New York City as far as those winds are concerned. They are dying off quite a bit overnight into your Wednesday morning. Still here a little bit on the gusty side as you work your way across sections of Massachusetts down towards the Cape. You got Chatham area seeing wind gusts 20 to 25 miles per hour there for you. So here are in Boston, winds will start to pick up, 25-mile-an-hour winds. Greater than that possibility here for us heading into Wednesday. Wednesday morning. Strongest of the winds looks like it's going to be tonight. Rainfall, though, it looks like Boston missing out on the higher totals. Looks like that's going to be just to your west, but less than an inch is anticipated here for us, at least in and around Beantown. And showing you how it'll play out in terms of when that rain is expected. There you can see the timing later this afternoon through the early evening. Your best bet for some of that rain. Well, our coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias, that continues all day long here for us here on the Weather Channel. And be sure to stay with us all day and night as we track Isaias through the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast. We've got, of course, live team coverage for you up and throughout the coast, and we'll be bringing you the very, very latest. First, though, before we head to break, a shot at Atlantic City, feeling Isaias.
All right, let's roll.
Come on, pizza's here. Whoa.
This is my new pizza, the Shakaroni, and it's bigger than pizza. Because for every Shakaroni sold, $1 is donated to the Papa John's Foundation for Building Community.
And we've upgraded her with a sonic shield.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
A lot of the healthy foods that our patients eat and drink are very acidic and aren't necessarily great for your teeth. When patients eat or drink acidic foods, they're actually pulling out the minerals from the enamel, which over time can cause sensitivity, and a lot of people start to see their teeth turn yellow. Using Pronamel will help push the minerals back into the enamel, keeping it nice and strong. I recommend patients use Pronamel whenever they brush their teeth. Pronamel should be their everyday toothpaste. They're doing a good job taking care of their bodies. I want to help them do a good job taking care of their teeth.
This is our moment to build a new American economy for our families and for our communities. When we spend taxpayers' money, we should use it to buy American products and support American jobs. It's time to help small businesses. We'll purchase clean energy technologies to fight climate change and enhance national security. We have to invest in what the jobs and industries of tomorrow are going to be. We have a great opportunity to build back and build back better. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit FractureMe.com and print one today.
The story of the Kind Mini. We took the full-size bar and cut it in half. So the next time it's 3 o'clock and you want some delicious dark chocolate, grab a dark chocolate nuts and sea salt mini with whole almonds and just 90 calories. It's a kinder way to satisfy.
It's Mattress Firm's Summer Save and Sleep event. Hurry in and don't miss savings of up to $300 on our top-rated brands. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattress purchase of $6.99 or more. Or get up to 50% off select mattresses from our best-selling brands like Beautyrest, Serta, and Sleepy's. Don't wait. Shop in-store, online, or by phone with a sleep expert for these amazing deals. Only at Mattress Firm.
Hey, Luke, wake up. You fell asleep again.
Why do I always fall asleep on the bus after school? Why am I so tired?
That's what we always wondered. But then he was diagnosed with narcolepsy, so he was more than tired. Narcolepsy can affect anyone, children and adults. We waited too long to take action, but you don't have to.
Visit morethantired.com now. Learn about the 5 symptoms of narcolepsy, take the narcolepsy symptom screener, and find a sleep specialist. Don't wait. Visit morethantired.com today.
Is almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Stay tuned for your Local on the 8s, brought to you by Prevagen, the #1 pharmacist-recommended memory support brand.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Currently in our area, 80 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, tropical storm conditions likely. Windy with heavy thunderstorms. High 81. Tonight, a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible early. Clear to partly cloudy. Low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook. A tornado watch is in effect.
Tropical storm Isaias is not over yet. It is just starting to hit some of the major population centers of the U.S. East Coast. I'm Dave Malkoff live in Philadelphia. We have reporters in Atlantic City and New York and also in Massachusetts and down on Ocean City, Maryland. So we've got reporters all around looking at this. This is an event that's not just rain, it's not just wind, but it's also tornadoes that have spun up because of this, and also flash flooding. So let's go right over to the Jersey Shore in Atlantic City as this rain just pelts me in the face, 35-mile-an-hour gusts. But you're getting the same kind of thing over there with less protection, Reynolds Wolf.
Absolutely, it does happen from your vantage point, clear over across the mighty Delaware to the coast. Yeah, we're seeing the wind continue to roar. Every now and again, you'll have one stronger gust. Boy, right on cue. There you go. And the rain at times comes in not in drops but sheets. But everything right now is movement. The rain top to bottom, side to side at times. A quick-moving storm, high acceleration to the north, and it's going to bring, again, a lot of problems with it. The prospect of some heavy rain, potentially some flooding along the coast, but also inland, right along the spine to the 95 corridor. But then you also remember the tornadic problems that we had just yesterday in places like, say, North Carolina, where people are now trying to sift through and just trying to make sense of what happened just over the last 24 hours. Things can turn on a dime. They certainly can, and few people understand that, like Dr. Greg Postel. Dr. Postel, I knew that on radar, whoa, we've got a pretty potent system that's just right off to our southeast, right off the coast of us, a cell. We're feeling the wind from that as well as the overall wind from Isaias. But how does our threat look as we roll into the afternoon, evening hours in terms of potential tornadoes inland along the coast and farther north?
Yeah, Reynolds, we have to watch very carefully that tornado threat crossing over into southern Jersey and central Jersey on northward. It looked like in your camera shot there that storm was moving off to your north. That matches what we're seeing on radar, where that tornado threat is just north of you with a supercell as we speak. But beyond that, we have to watch out for that tornado threat continuing northward throughout New Jersey and parts of southern New England as well. We have torcons of 4. Meaning the threat level is a 4 out of 10. Personally, I think it's a bit higher than that, but we got to watch out regardless, because Isaias is racing its way northeastward at over 30 miles per hour and along into the east of its track all morning long and potentially all day long. We will have to watch for that tornado threat. Let's go in and show you that tornado warning just to the north of where Reynolds is in Atlantic City. I believe Reynolds is right about there. And in his camera shot, I don't know if you could see that, but when you look sort of east-northeast, there was it looked like a pretty well-defined storm just off to his upper right, and that is the kind of thing we're going to be watching very carefully. These storms are all moving incredibly fast at 60 to 65 miles per hour. So if you get a tornado warning like this one for Atlantic, Burlington, and Ocean counties in New Jersey, take shelter now, immediately, with very little time to react. Lowest floor, interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, many of these tornadoes, if indeed there are in this line of showers, They will be very difficult to see and move extremely quickly, so act appropriately and with an incredible amount of urgency. What we're talking about is that line, that arc of supercells will continue to move northward. So let's play this out a little bit. Trenton, Toms River, Long Branch, Princeton, Newark, New York. Eventually, that tornado threat will move in your way. That doesn't guarantee you one, but with a tornado watch out, it does mean that tornado threat exists at least through the late morning and early afternoon hours with those very dangerous supercells, Alex, that are now moving through southern New Jersey.
Absolutely. Well, some new video of the First Main Baptist Church in Norfolk, Virginia, heavily damaged here by Isaias. Sections of the church's front wall, well, that collapsed, debris forcing the closure of the street in front of the church. So, yeah, widespread impacts here being felt for areas in the mid-Atlantic, along with the opportunity for some heavy rain. We've already seen a bit of that and more to come. The reason, and hence we've got flash flood watches that extend all the way up into portions of New England, even getting up towards the Canadian border here for the rest of the day, heading into tomorrow morning. Likely here, very likely, in fact, to be dealing with the flash flooding here, parts of Maryland, getting into Pennsylvania, and then stretching northbound where we've got that likely yellow zone that stretches all the way into parts of Vermont. But really, anywhere you see the green, we do have that possibility for some flash flooding to take place there for us. But right now, we're looking in here across the D.C., Baltimore metros, and then sliding just west of Philly, but getting up towards Allentown and Scranton, all included in that very likely zone for flash flooding. All right, how much rainfall do we have yet to come for the rest of the day? Well, we'll start to see things winding down. Remember, this thing is hauling. It's moving very fast, getting up over 35 miles per hour in terms of the movement. So it will be in and out fairly quickly. So things are drying out, or will be drying out there in the mid-Atlantic, but still rain spreading northbound here, several inches here, 3 to 5, northeast portions of Pennsylvania, getting into New York State, those yellow zones, that's 3 to 5 inches. And you can see that continues to move northbound here as we head on through the rest of this evening. So, yeah, that's going to be kind of the corridor of the heaviest rain right in that zone. There you can see what's going on right now. There's the big picture of our system quickly moving on off towards north. Just a number of flash flood warnings along the path and still raining pretty steadily and heavily in these areas. We got plenty more to come when it comes to Isaias. Live reports from the field coming up next.
This is an athlete 20 reps deep, sprinting past every leak in our softest, smoothest fabric. She's confident, protected, her strength respected. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Tuck, you want to walk?
Come on, Tucker, let's go.
Tuck, Tuck, wanna walk, boy?
Tucker, you want to go out?
When the whole family needs an excuse to get out, Nutro's Clean Recipe will help your dog keep up.
Is there a power struggle in your home? Fighting to charge phones, tablets, or game consoles? Because there's never enough plugs. Or worse, you end up without a charge. Now there's Spin Power, the ultimate smart charging station. Brought to you by Bell & Howell. Bell & Howell Spin Power lets you conveniently charge all of your electronics. And with our rapid smart charging technology, devices are charged in a flash. It has a 360-degree swivel design. And Spin Power is a smart charging station. Our smart control ports detect your connected devices for rapid optimal charging without battery stress. Spin Power Smart Charging Station is also a surge protector with 4 outlets and 6 smart USB ports. Charge 10 devices at once. Digging for extension cords? That's a tangled mess. Spin Power by Bell & Howell has a sleek and convenient 40-inch extendable cord. Reach any outlet with ease. Keep power at your fingertips and rapidly charge up to 10 devices at the same time, anywhere in your home. But there's more. Our cord's retractable. Just turn the top and it wraps inside the base. Tighten it up so it looks sleek on countertops or tables. Use it right near the wall. Finally, charge everything on your desk without crawling underneath it. Its tough design is great for your workshop or garage. Charge all your power tools at one time. Stop crawling around with tangled cords to find a plug. Spin Power's vertical design easily fits plugs of all shapes and sizes. With Spin Power by Bell & Howell, you'll always have a charge. You'll wonder how you lived without it. Call or go online to get your Spin Power by Bell & Howell for the low price of just 2 easy payments of $14.99. Spin Power comes with a 10-year warranty. But wait, you can double the offer. Just pay a separate fee. And shipping is free. That's right, free shipping. You get it all while supplies last. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-458-4122. That's 1-800-458-4122 or go to buyspinpower.com. So call 1-800-458-4122 or order online at buyspinpower.com. Call now.
My psoriatic arthritis pain, I had enough. It's not getting in my way.
Joint pain, swelling, tenderness, much better.
My psoriasis, clearer. Cosentix works on all of this.
4 years and counting.
So watch out.
I got this.
Watch me.
Real people with active psoriatic arthritis are feeling real relief with Cosentix. Cosentix is a different kind of targeted biologic. It treats the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis to help you look and feel better. It even helps stop further joint damage. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
I just look and feel better.
I got real relief with Cosentix.
Watch me.
Novartis is committed to supporting our community. Learn more at Cosentix.com.
These both have the same amount of potassium. Only one of them is always right for the picking. V8, the original plant-powered drink. Veg up.
Welcome back. Let's get you caught up on the latest with Tropical Storm Isaias. A tornado outbreak that is ongoing due to this tropical storm, and at least one person has died. It's from a tornado that actually struck a mobile home park in Bertie County, North Carolina. That brings the number of deaths from Isaias to 3, as 2 others died in the Dominican Republic. And more than 700,000 customers are without power, all due to this system. And we still have more to come as it continues to work its way through portions of the Mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast. There in the Mid-Atlantic, we are going to be following things there as well with Mike Seidel, who is in Ocean City, Maryland. And Mike, no doubt you certainly have been dealing with those winds the last few hours, some pretty strong gusty winds. How are you faring for you at this time?
Hey, Alex, not a whole lot has changed. The winds are still gusting up over 40, 45 miles an hour, and they're sustained at about 20 to 25 out here on the Ocean City's beaches. A lot of sand erosion, and we're getting a little bit of beach erosion. Just saw the lifeguards. They're ready to get their towers back up and get back to business this afternoon. In fact, as I look off to the south, I'm seeing a lot of blue sky. But for the meantime, just a light rain shower. We had it really rough this morning in the 8 o'clock hour. I want to show you that squall. I was shooting back towards Baltimore Avenue, and you can't even really see Baltimore Avenue. You can see the headlights in the car, and look how hard it's raining and how hard it's blowing. These are gusts up over 60 miles an hour, and this has knocked out some power in the area. There's some power lines reported down in North Ocean City, but by and large, once that moved through, we were done with a severe threat. We still have the wind, and Alex, once the center goes due west of us, the winds are going to continue to come around, veer around to the southwest. In fact, right now, it seems like they have rotated a little bit, now just a bit offshore. A sign of things improving and the wind backing off. But the surf is literally getting blown up towards Delaware and New Jersey right now. Alex? Oh, no. Let's go back to Dr. Postel. I'm sorry, Dr. Postel.
Yes, Mike, we have very significant issues to deal with now with Isaias continuing to move northward. We got the rain, we got the wind, and that tornado threat. And let's watch this and track this very carefully as it moves northward. The center of it, not far east of Washington, D.C. right now, overall moving northward at over 30 miles per hour. So the weather is moving northward very quickly through Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and on northward from there. And what we've got here is some very strong winds where Seidel is. We're gusting over 50 miles per hour right now in Wallops Island, 62 mile per hour wind gusts now in Atlantic City. The strongest of all the winds are actually on this quadrant of the tropical storm where the rain has actually ended. The wind begins to pick up pretty significantly. But beyond that, we've got a very significant tornado threat moving northward across New Jersey. I'm getting in video on my Twitter feed just near, not far away from Atlantic City. We're seeing some supercells roll in off the ocean, carrying with them waterspouts inland, turning them into tornadoes. This is a very serious threat. You've got supercells all along that zone. Each one of them is capable of carrying a tornado. That tornado risk is moving northward. It will be through central Jersey in the next half an hour, and then northern New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania during the next 1 to 2 hours. We have to watch these supercells very carefully. If you live in New York City, if you live on Long Island or in eastern Pennsylvania, this batch of storms right in here will possibly contain tornadoes aside from the very heavy rain and damaging winds. If you get a warning, fortunately, we don't have one now, but if you get a warning, react immediately. Those storm motions are over 60 miles per hour. The things are moving so fast, very little time to react. And of course, there's a lot of heavy rain making visibility extremely low. Tornado watch goes until noon. I expect another tornado watch to be issued later today, perhaps farther north in New England, where the weather right now, not so bad, but we know it's going to get worse, and be prepared for that because this thing, again, is hauling at over 30 miles per hour. So the damaging wind threat that we've got here, we've already seen winds near 70 miles per hour on the Jersey Shore and in coastal Delaware and Maryland. That's all moving northward. The wind gust potential is real all across New York State and eastern New England. That alone can do damage to trees and power lines, aside from that tornado risk that will ultimately move northward. So let's track Isaias as it moves across parts of New Jersey and into southern New York State. 4 o'clock. Very heavy rain along into the north of the center. The severe weather threat and the damaging wind threat is really maximized on the east and south side of where Isaias tracks. But Alex, this is going to carry everything northward to northern New England and into Canada by tonight. That is one quick mover.
Yeah, you said it. Really, really moving fast. Well, our coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias continues all day long here on the Weather Channel. Be sure to stay with us as we work our way through the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast here all day and night. We've got live team coverage to bring you the very, very latest. Meanwhile, D.C., you felt it. A lot of wind and heavy rain. Things should quiet down today.
And we've upgraded her with the Sonic Shield and holographic mapping drones.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver and get a discount just for signing up.
Well played, Jake from State Farm. As usual.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Would you spend $1 to help protect your family? Of course you would. And now it's just that easy with Protect Direct, a new service designed to provide you and your loved ones with the personal protective gear you need at prices any family can afford. Right now, you can get non-medical masks for just $1 each. That's right, just $1. The price is guaranteed and shipping is always free. The CDC's top recommendations for protecting yourself and others are: wash your hands often, avoid close contact, and cover your mouth and nose. Now it has never been easier or more affordable to follow those guidelines thanks to Protect Direct. And unlike those questionable masks from who knows where, these top quality triple-layer masks come from Bell & Howell, a brand your family can trust. Each one features a moldable nose clip to fit every face comfortably, even when wearing glasses or sunglasses, and undergoes careful quality control testing before being shipped to your door. Best of all, you can order as many of these masks as you need and actually receive them right when you need them. No more shortages, shipping delays, or out-of-stock messages. Thanks to Protect Direct, you can feel comfortable going to the store, coming into contact with delivery personnel, or just spending time with cherished loved ones. Plus, you can feel good about ordering from Protect Direct because not only are you helping your family, you're also helping frontline medical workers and their families. That's because a portion of every purchase will be donated in support of our healthcare heroes. Act now to get started and get 20 non-medical masks from Bell & Howell for just $20. That's just $1 each. Larger packs of 50 and 100 masks are also available, and shipping is always free. Rush shipping is also available, so don't delay. Call or click today.
To order, call 1-800-671-4783. That's 1-800-671-4783, or order online at buyprotectdirect.com. That's 1-800-671-4783. Call now.
When you have depression, it can plunge you into deep, dark lows and can leave you feeling extremely sad and disinterested. Overwhelmed by bipolar depression? Ask about Vraylar. Not all types of depression should be treated the same. Vraylar effectively helps relieve all symptoms of bipolar depression with just one pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Metabolic changes may occur. Nausea, restlessness, and movement dysfunction are common side effects. When bipolar depression overwhelms, ask how Vraylar can help.
The on-again, off-again hurricane Isaias that has dropped down to a tropical storm now has saved all of its destruction in the United States for today. I'm Dave Malkoff in Philadelphia. We have reporters all over the East Coast. We are seeing tornado warnings. We are seeing flash flooding, coastal flooding, beach erosion, and high winds as high as 50-mile-an-hour gusts predicted today in Philadelphia. It could be even worse as we go over across the Delaware River here to New Jersey, where Reynolds Wolf is on the other side of New Jersey, and he is actually in Atlantic City.
All right, thanks so much, Dave. We'll be checking in with Reynolds in just a bit. Want to time out things, though, in and around the Philly metro and see what you'll be dealing with for the rest of the day. And we're essentially going to be talking about, well, rain for the next couple of hours, that really tapering off, and the winds also will start to die down. So we will be looking at a much improved situation here for us in and around Philly as we head on through the second part of our day. Rainfall yet to come, higher totals to your north and west, getting over toward places like Reading, where we could be looking at maybe 1 to 2 inches, maybe 3+ in a few locations. But in Philly itself, looks like less than an inch is what we are anticipating there. But we've already seen here in Philadelphia close to 2 inches. Wilmington, look at that, over 3 inches of rain. So some pretty steady and hefty rains that we are dealing with, and a number of areas that are under flash flood warnings as well. So this is not a situation where you want to be getting out and trying to drive around. This is not the time to do that. All right, let's work our way through the day. There's your timestamp, just pre-lunch hour here for you. And you'll notice over the next hour or two, rainfall really tapering off here in and around the city. Northbound, you'll also start to dry out as we get to about the 2 or 3 o'clock hour. And then really, once we get to that late afternoon, early evening, most areas here are looking pretty quiet and dry. As far as the winds are concerned, there you can see potentially gusts 40 to 50 here for us, down around the Rehoboth Beach area as well. D.C., starting to see the winds coming down a little bit there for you later on this afternoon, and continuing to deal with that here as we work our way through the rest of the evening. So again, a much improved situation as far as the rain and wind is concerned here across sections of the Mid-Atlantic. Now in Atlantic City for you, what you've got is another couple of hours of some of the rain, generally on the lighter side here for us in terms of the rain. Winds still a bit on the gusty side here through that afternoon time frame, but once we get in towards the evening, notice now those wind speeds coming down. And by the time we get to tonight, we're essentially looking at those winds down under 10 miles per hour. All right, we do want to head now to Atlantic City, New Jersey, where we find our very own meteorologist, Reynolds Wolf. And Reynolds, I just saw the latest OB in the last 15 minutes or so, at least at the airport, a gust over 60 miles per hour. So some pretty strong winds. Are people staying out of this mess?
Hi guys, yeah, you're going to forgive me, very difficult hearing you at this time, but we've got right now some drier air that is coming in, but still the wind has been very, very strong. That has been the biggest feature that we have right now. In terms of the rainfall, that has diminished considerably at this point. If you look out, notice the visibility goes from maybe 100 yards offshore and then just turns into nothingness. The very end of Steel Pier, you can see it off. Again, just extending out into just almost vapor. You get the water coming down. Every now and then, you'll see a break in the sky that shows a little bit of lighter gray, some white, and occasionally just some golden sunlight. That's really just the features, the transformation that we've seen. When we came out here a short while ago, it was relatively sedate. Then we had just the onslaught. Again, some tornadic possibilities in the area. And you have to think about what happened in terms of reality earlier in the Carolinas. Could we see that play out again across parts of New Jersey, maybe into New York? Could happen in Pennsylvania? Absolutely. Can't rule it out for the rest of the day. So that's certainly a lot that we've got to contend with. So many moving pieces in this system, folks. I got to tell you, Dave Malkoff brought this up last hour, and such a salient point, the idea that we're in Florida for my gosh, 3 or 4 days or so. And I'll tell you, we never had really a real brunt, a lot of muscle from it. Now we made our way far to the north, and we were telling folks in the Northeast we may get, a route of welcoming the system. Certainly that's been the case. Here we go again, more of it picking up for the time being. We look our way to the north and notice the boardwalk. At this time of the year, this should be filled up. Here we are in the summer season, but now you have a handful of people, which this is a heck of a lot more than we had just a short while ago. Really, it's amazing. Every now and then you'll see these gates, these barriers that were set up that are standing to hold back people to kind of keep the crowds in order. But right now, it's the wind that's really having their way with them. You'll notice every now and then we'll have just this loud bang and just cause your heart to skip a beat. And sure enough, we've got those that are getting knocked over. But I'll tell you what we could see too, Alex, is maybe some tree damage, widespread power outages, and again, the tornadoes. That's really one of the features. Very quickly, for our friends there that are tuning in, go ahead and have that plan in place to seek cover immediately, because these are fast movers. They really are, these tornadoes, when they do form. So be careful, lowest floor, away from walls and windows. Alex, let's send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Reynolds. Yeah, certainly feeling the brunt of it now there in and around the Atlantic City region, and you can see what it looks like here in terms of the radar presentation. You got some steadier and heavier rains moving up the Jersey Shore, and certainly we've talked about some of that rain in and around Philadelphia, where we're approaching 2 inches of rain already showing up there. So it certainly has been coming down in bunches here for us. Quite a bit of activity there, and of course, we've been dealing with the tornadic activity as well. Look at all the different tornado warnings here. This is essentially since yesterday, 96 tornado warnings across 10 different states. So yeah, a lot of warnings and a lot of actual preliminary reports and showing up as well. So consider it now at this point a tornado outbreak that is ongoing here. And we've got more to come as Isaias, the center of the circulation hanging out right there, will continue to race off towards the north and the east. And we'll still have that opportunity here for potential tornadoes to try to spin up here heading in that direction. Of course, we'll be tracking that, plus what's left of Isaias next.
Life doesn't give you many second chances. But a Subaru can.
You guys okay?
Eyesight with pre-collision braking. Standard on the Subaru Ascent. The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Frisky's World. Look! They're ramping it up with real meat and fish. Now sauce it! Frisky's stuffed and sauced. Flavor-filled. Flavor-grilled. It's mealtime magic.
Feed their fantasy.
Frisky's. Look! Frisky's little soups and little grillers. Tasty.
These are both satisfying snacks. At 30 calories, V8 is surprisingly filling. You can have yogurt for 30 calories too, but the portion might be a little less satisfying. V8, the original plant-powered drink. Veg up.
How did Kellogg's combine crunchy oat clusters with a touch of honey, plump, juicy raisins, and tasty fiber into one delicious cereal? It took a lot of brainstorming. Get it? Kellogg's Raisin Bran Crunch. 2 scoops of delicious.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They're teachers, retirees, vets, people committed to doing right by getting the count right. If you haven't responded yet, they'll be stopping by to ask some simple questions that will inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. So when they come knocking, say hi from a safe distance and do your part to support your community. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
How about no?
No.
No way.
Come on, no.
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 Only Discover has no annual fee on any card.
How are they going to pay for this?
They will. But with accident forgiveness, Allstate won't raise your rates just because of an accident.
Cut!
So good?
No, you were talking about Allstate and...
Accident forgiveness from Allstate. Click or call for a quote.
Things are starting to look up for small businesses. Your doors are open, customers are calling, orders are picking up. So now, more than ever, your business is going to need reliable internet and phone solutions for less. That's why Spectrum Business is proud to offer new customers the best internet, phone, and TV services for free for 1 month when you switch. Call 888-839-9449 today, and your business will get the best value available. With our faster internet speeds that start at 200 megabits per second for only $49.99 per month. Add our reliable business phone service, and you'll get unlimited local and long-distance calling. Plus over 35 calling features to help you stay connected at work or away for just $19.99 per month. At Spectrum Business, we're here for you because you're here for all of us. Get 1 free month of internet, phone, and TV when you switch to Spectrum Business today. Call 888-839-9449.
Everything is almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up. We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 80 degrees with showers. Today, tropical storm conditions likely. Windy with heavy thunderstorms. High 81. Tonight, a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible early. Clear to partly cloudy. Low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook. A tornado watch is in effect.
Coming across me. Yeah, this is, I just had to get down. I just had to get down for a second. Doc, at least give me a landfall while I'm out here getting hammered.
National Hurricane Center has officially called landfall.
And the power outages continue to mount. With Isaias, as we are taking this northern and eastern eye wall, pretty tough here at Wrightsville Beach in North Carolina. I don't think people were planning on these kind of winds, which I'm going to say have been over 80 miles per hour here where I'm standing. This is howling it through here. Absolutely howling. And unfortunately, many have lost power. Wrightsville Beach, which is where I am tonight, now up through Sneads Ferry, Surf City, Topsail, all these areas getting hammered with this eastern eye wall. And unfortunately, with a center that is west of us, we are still in some of this energy. You know, they say old fronts never die, and unfortunately, when they flare up again before a tropical system, they're really bad news.
You can see some of the images there as Jim Cantore there bracing himself from some of those really, really strong winds that were rolling on by there around the Wrightsville Beach area. Well, if you are just joining us and you went to sleep, well, made that landfall last evening. Ocean Isle Beach in North Carolina has a Category 1 hurricane, winds of about 85 miles per hour with that central pressure sitting at 988 millibars. So there it was working its way up into North Carolina there. Look at some of the wind gusts, some of the top upwind gusts. Federal Point, North Carolina, got up to close to 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 99 showing up there. Oak Island in North Carolina, 87-mile-per-hour wind. And you can see rolling down the road, Wrightsville Beach, where, of course, the Can-Man was 85-mile-per-hour wind gusts showing up. And then Jacksonville, North Carolina, 69-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It was just all sorts of issues here, stretching from the Carolinas and continuing up the East Coast. These are all the different storm reports coming in, whether that be rainfall reports, storm surge reports out there, and even tornado reports as well. Let's get a little bit closer here. Right around the Myrtle Beach area, that's a storm surge report that was showing up there. There's a lot of storm surge flooding in and around Myrtle Beach. Working our way up a bit more now into the interior zones. Look at some of the rainfall. Cary, North Carolina, that's not too far from the Raleigh area, just west of Raleigh. Rainfall, 4 inches here for us, and most of that falling between about 8 o'clock and 5 this morning. So that's a lot of rain coming down in a fairly short period of time. And then continuing northbound here as we get into the mid-Atlantic, the Mardella Springs area, that's in Maryland here, not too far from Salisbury. Train spot a report of a tornado showing up there. And so that's been an issue here for us as well. A number of tornado warnings, a number of tornado reports. And so that's another risk that we are finding ourselves dealing with at this time. Let's go ahead and bring in Dr. Postel, focusing on what's going on with Isaias now. And Dr. Postel, no doubt about it, there's a lot of flash flood warnings, and we're still concerned about that threat for some of these tornadoes to spin up.
Yeah, the wind, the rain, and the tornadoes. Isaias on the latest advisory. The whole thing is moving north-northeast at 35 miles per hour. Let's go to the map. I got only a short bit of time to talk about this, but there is the center of circulation. That will be updated. I believe it's a little bit farther north than that, but it is moving along a path like that and along and to the right of that track. If you can put my screenwriter in, that would be great. Along and to the right, max 48. Along and to the right, that is where the tornado threat is going to be today. And we'll have to watch that very, very carefully, because right now there are some angry-looking supercells moving northward through New Jersey. Though no tornado warnings right this moment, I expect we will see that tornado threat continue during the afternoon. Right now, we are watching wind gusts still in Atlantic City, 60 miles per hour. It does appear that the strongest winds right now are actually in areas where it's not raining very hard. That is not uncommon. But once the heavy rain moves through, your winds may actually pick up. But speaking of heavy rain, it is along this arc right in here. This is where the tornado threat is. And actually, we just got a new tornado warning. I got to zoom over to that right now because we do have a tornado warning for Montgomery County in Pennsylvania. These storms are all moving very, very quickly and over 60 miles per hour. So if you live in Montgomery County, Belle Glade, Lower Salford, or any one of those towns in between, take shelter now. You will not see these things move through. They're moving so fast. It's raining so hard. This is a very dangerous day all across the region, and we've got a tornado watch out that goes until 4 o'clock Eastern time. I would not be surprised in locations in southern New England and New York State to see another tornado watch issued for later on today. We'll have all the latest on Isaias with live coverage in the field coming right up after the break.
Constant hand washing causes hands to dry and crack. Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 hand cream for guaranteed relief of dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's for healthy feet. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked feet.
Toucan Sam?
Want to see the Fruit Loops world?
Yeah!
Follow me.
Wow, look at that! Awesome! Can we come back?
Just follow your nose. Fruit Loops, part of a complete breakfast.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Look, this isn't my first rodeo. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't be here if I thought reverse mortgages took advantage of any American senior. Or worse, that it was some way to take your home. It's just a loan designed for older homeowners, and it's helped over 1 million Americans. A reverse mortgage loan isn't some kind of trick to take your home. It's a loan, like any other. Big difference is how you pay it back.
Find out how reverse mortgages really work with AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage guide. Eliminate monthly mortgage payments, pay bills, medical costs, and more. Call now and get your free info kit. Call 1-800-231-7626.
Other mortgages are paid each month, but with a reverse mortgage, you can pay whatever you can when it works for you, or you can wait and pay it off in one lump sum when you leave your home.
Discover the option that's best for you. Call today and find out more in AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage loan guide. Access tax-free cash and stay in the home you love.
You've probably been investing in your home for years, making monthly mortgage payments, doing the right thing. And it's become your family's heart and soul. Well, that investment can give you tax-free cash just when you need it.
Learn how homeowners are strategically using a reverse mortgage loan to cover expenses, pay for health care, preserve your portfolio, and so much more.
Look, reverse mortgages aren't for everyone, but I think I've been around long enough to know what's what. I'm proud to be a part of AAG. I trust them. I think you can too.
Trust AAG for the best reverse mortgage solutions. Call 1-800-231-7626 so you can
retire better.
Frisky's World. Look at that.
It's made with real farm-raised chicken.
I gotta get my paws on that.
It's Frisky's Farm Favorites.
The winning formula.
Feed their fantasy.
Friskies. Look, Frisky's Ocean Favorites. Yum.
Once again, welcome back to Ocean City, Maryland. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel as Tropical Storm Isaias continues to move north-northeast now, up over 30 miles an hour. We're still getting the wind around the backside. In fact, the airport just gusted to 57 miles an hour without a squall. We'll show you what it looked like back here just after 8 a.m. this morning in just a few minutes. It's some pretty dramatic video. But first, let's head up the Delaware Bay and right up into the Delaware River, Philadelphia, and Dave Malkoff.
Look at this, Mike. Oh my goodness, this is some, well, they were saying 20-mile-an-hour gusts, but I think it's a little bit more. Look at how it's kind of swirling around this museum here, and you can see these little, tiny little vortices coming around as this squall hits us right here. We are right underneath this bridge. This is the Ben Franklin Bridge that goes to New Jersey. On the other side of New Jersey is Mr. Reynolds Wolf.
That's right, Mr. Malkoff, coming to you from Atlantic City right now. We are drifting a world of contrast. We've got a mostly empty boardwalk, but very crowded skies. Take a look at those clouds up there. They are just roaring their way from east to west. And guess what, folks? More wind, possibly more rain, and the threat of tornadic activity, not just here, but right up the coast and farther inland on the 95 corridor, could be a threat for millions. Full story coming up. Stick around. Back to you.
Reynolds, thank you very much. Let's have a look at some new video coming in showing you one of the possible tornadoes. That is a tornado, in fact, that spun up during this whole episode this morning, this outbreak of tornadoes we've seen over the last 12 hours. This one in Strathmere, New Jersey, just south of Atlantic City. This is a remarkable video. This is the kind of thing that we're going to be watching even now and going forward over the next several hours. The tornado threat in New Jersey right now is real, also in eastern Pennsylvania, and it will continue through the morning hours and move northward. And we'll track that all morning long and early afternoon in association with the very rapid movement northward of now Tropical Storm Isaias. The center is right about there. Again, it is moving northward extremely rapidly, roughly along a path like that at 35 miles per hour. So we're getting all the usual hazards, the heavy rain, this very gusty winds, and that tornado threat. But believe it or not, the gustiest, the worst of all the winds are here where the rain is basically over. That's the way these things work as they transition and move northward. So just because the rain is pretty much done, that is when many of us will see a much stronger wind move in, gusting to 61 right now in Atlantic City, New Jersey. But the tornado threat, again, continues and will move northward through New Jersey. Here's a new one, Monmouth and Ocean counties. This is an arc of supercells that continues to spawn tornadoes along the way. We got to watch that. And this is one of those supercells likely producing a tornado in Monmouth and or near Ocean counties in New Jersey. Take shelter immediately. They're moving at over 60 miles per hour. They're likely surrounded by a lot of rain, so you cannot see them. It is something to be very, very careful of overall. And I'm going to move over to this tornado warning right here in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, northwest of Philly. Embedded also with a ton of rain, also moving very quickly. So if you get that warning for your county, take shelter immediately. There will be very little time to react overall. And there's a closer look at that, again, associated with a lot of heavy rain. So let me back out and show you the kind of weather and the sort of the part of the storm that is going to carry that tornado risk northward. Right in here, this zone has to be very, very careful over the next few hours for those supercells moving northward, carrying that tornado threat. Through Trenton, Princeton, Long Branch, New York, northern New Jersey, southern New York State, eventually Long Island. Watch out. That arc of supercells is coming your way. And with that in mind, we've got that tornado watch until 4 o'clock, which does include all of those locations I mentioned precisely for those supercells moving your way. Farther to the north, the weather in New England, not that bad now. But again, Isaias is moving north at 35 miles per hour and is going to carry this wind threat and the tornado threat and the rain very quickly northward from the mid-Atlantic into the northeast. I have one more graphic I want to show you, and that is the forecast of Isaias. Again, moving along a path like that during the day, moving through New York City this afternoon and evening. And again, that tornado threat is along and to the east of the circulation. Very heavy rain north and west. Alex, it's a complicated one, but it is moving very, very quickly, likely into southern Canada by later on this evening or very early tomorrow morning.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postal. Well, you know, Isaias certainly has been making its way through the state of Maryland, and meteorologist Mike Seidel is in Ocean City. And Mike, you no doubt got rocked by a squall a bit earlier this morning. Any improvement in the situation at this time?
Yeah, Alex, it's still blowing out here. In fact, the airport, which is over by Assateague, I might as well just hold on to this. They just gusted to 57, 33 gusts to 57, so almost still tropical storm sustained as the center moves off to our west. Once it goes by, the winds are already starting to turn a bit offshore. They were southeast when we got hit hard this morning, south and now southwest. And if you look at the visible satellite photo, there's a lot of clear skies down towards the Chesapeake Bay Bridge tunnel. By the way, Chesapeake Bay Bridge was shut down completely earlier because of the wind. But the sun's going to come back out here in a couple of hours, and that'll be it. But the wind is still blowing the sand up the beach. I want to take you back. I shot this video. I just checked the timestamp. 8:11 a.m. Eastern in Ocean City. Take a look at this. I'm looking west towards Baltimore Avenue, which is about a half a block away, but you really can't see it because of the rain and the winds. And we just got a report from the Weather Service. Peak wind gusts 69 miles an hour. That's pretty healthy. Over in Salisbury, they gusted to 61, and just northwest of Salisbury and Mardella Springs, a tornado touchdown did some damage, but fortunately nobody was injured. We've had so many tornado warnings with this particular system, and that's probably going to be certainly one of the takeaways from Isaias as we look back on this, because by this time tomorrow it's going to be way up in the state of Maine. The surf is still angry, but as the wind dies down, the waves will come down too. The tide is going out. We had high tide 9:15 this morning, so now we're past high tide. We have had a little bit, you know, I look here and we've had a little bit of beach erosion, but no deep cuts. That's kind of typical. And Alex, as we know, these beaches kind of naturally replenish themselves. And by the way, the lifeguards are out here on duty, and they're whistling anybody that tries to get close to the water. They don't want anybody in this water right now because it's just too dangerous with the surf and the rip currents.
That's good to hear. Thanks so much, Mike. Getting into the water, just just avoid it at all costs here for the day. All right, let's talk about what's going on in terms of what will play out, and it'll be an improving situation here for us. Still gusty, no doubt. Ocean City dealing with that at this time, but as we work our way essentially from south to north, we'll be watching those winds dying down a bit. Now, as we get into towards the 1, 2 o'clock hour, Williamsburg, 15, 20 mile an hour wind gusts possible there. Heading beyond that time, there you go in Ocean City, seeing those winds coming down just a bit, 20 to 25 here once we get to the 4 o'clock hour. So over the next several hours, we will start to notice as Isaias continues to move farther north, the wind issues beginning to get a little bit better here for you. As far as the rain is concerned, we're essentially looking rain-free here from the Norfolk area back up towards Richmond. You see a few showers showing up on that far northern portion of the screen in and around the D.C. metro, but even there starting to see things quieting down as this thing is really moving very fast. We're talking around 30, 35 miles per hour, the movement of the system. The rainfall amounts, though, they've been adding up there at the airport, at least at Dulles, close to 2 inches. At Reagan, over 2 inches, close to 2.5 inches so far there, while Baltimore is seeing just a bit over 2. Annapolis, 3.6 inches of rain. So it's really been coming down pretty steadily in these areas. And just east of D.C., that's where we actually have some flash flood warnings that are still in place. So things will be quiet as far as the rain is concerned, pushing on off towards the north. So at least it'll be a much, much drier time there. All right. Well, of course, we are tracking things farther on off towards the north and east. A place like New York City expecting some of the worst from Isaias. We'll be watching them. But before it gets to those areas, we've got Atlantic City that's been dealing with some pretty strong winds as well. Winds have been getting up over 60 miles per hour. Let's get to Atlantic City now, where we find our very own Reynolds Wolf.
All right, Alex, thanks so much. We had some heavy rain that was just coming through a short while ago, but take a look at the water. It's come up just as we expected, just over the last few hours or so. I mean, another 1 to 2 feet or so, but we've had some of the washes actually come right up, right along this fence that runs around top of the shore. Now, if you go out towards the pier, you'll notice these breakers that are coming in that range anywhere from, say, 10 to 12 feet, but a spray will actually hit the bottom of Steel Pier itself right in the Atlantic Beach. The wind at times, man, I mean, just takes the air right out of your lungs. But again, it's really hard at times to really see any individual waves if you look directly out over the water, because it is just coming right on in. It truly is almost like a solid blast of foam at times. Now, if you go from that vantage point and then we curl back around and we show our position a little bit more to the south, you'll notice we've got, again, visibility, which earlier was actually quite good. You can see a considerable distance. It basically ends right where you see that secondary pier a bit farther. After that, it is all just mottled gray, and that is all you're going to see. Occasionally, though, high above the situation's been one where we have seen a bit of sunshine here or there, but it doesn't last. It doesn't really stick around. We have got the gray that overtakes everything and fills in. One of the big stories that we have, not from now, but from last night, was the tornadic activity. And already we've had some of these storms that do have a bit of spin to them. Not unusual at all when you have landfalling tropical system to bring that byproduct of the wind, the rain, the tornadic activity. And that's something we could deal with quite a bit of time. We've been talking about how this is a hurricane, tropical storm. Right now, folks, don't worry about that. Know that this is still a beast to contend with. So once this makes its way farther inland, if it's a quick mover, flooding threat may be dropping a little bit, but still enough water that can cause a loss of life. So you have to stay on your guard. There will be flooding on coastal areas, also back bays, anything adjacent to the coast itself. It's going to be threatened. Certainly something that you got to watch out for. And notice as we go into the nighttime hours and we lose the sun and we still have the energy from the system, it's not as though you're going to be able to go out and survey the landscape. You could be driving backcountry in places where the water is rising. You may not be able to see it until you run through it. So best thing you can possibly do is find that safe spot, stay safe. Now let's make our way a bit more to the west as the wind carries us across New Jersey, the Garden State, across the Delaware River, and right along the banks of the Delaware River we find the beautiful city of Philadelphia, where Dave Malkoff is dealing with some pretty ugly weather. No question. Dave, listen to you.
Yeah, Reynolds, we're already starting to see some runoff flooding here. I'm going to get my feet wet anyway, so I might as well just walk in here so you can see how deep this is right now. This is just the beginning of it. Right up the street, we have now learned that on the 95 corridor, right on I-95 at Broad Street, where the Phillies and the Eagles play, both stadiums are right there. That on-ramp and off-ramp are completely shut down right now because of flooding. So effectively 95 right there is shut down. You can't get on or off at Broad Street. So a major intersection in a major city is shut down because of flooding. This isn't the first time they've had flooding in the Philadelphia area. To our west and northwest in the suburbs there, they have had some major flooding over the weekend, and that is the area of concern for right now. There could be 1 to 2 inches an hour coming down in that area, and it doesn't take much to flood some of those bridges and overpasses and neighborhoods there. So they are already, crews from the emergency management agencies around this city and around this region are already staged to make sure that they are in the right place if they do need to go out and do urban swiftwater rescues. That is going to be a major concern. So think about all these things that are coming together right now. We've got the wind, which could be 50-mile-an-hour gusts. We've already had 30-mile-an-hour gusts here in the city. We've got all this rain coming down, causing coastal flooding in New Jersey and flash flooding here in the city of Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs. We've also got the tornadic activity that's already in Pennsylvania and the surrounding states. And then on top of all that, don't forget that we've already got a COVID-19 outbreak. So, we've got all these total things going together. We've got coverage from all around this region as this storm actually delivers more of a punch here in the Northeast than it did in Florida, where it stayed offshore.
Okay, you said it, Dave, no doubt about it, feeling it. The big impacts there across portions of the Northeast, and New York City is another spot that's going to be dealing with it here. As we head on through our day, we'll see those winds continue to increase here. And, of course, we've got the memories of Superstorm Sandy still pretty fresh in folks' minds. City activated its emergency flood prevention protocols yesterday, and the focus of that is on the South Street Seaport in Low Manhattan. So let's time it out here for you, of course, as we head through the rest of the day. NYC through the afternoon, 30-plus mile-an-hour wind gusts, maybe even getting up to 50 plus here as we get into this afternoon and evening. As far as the rain is concerned, the way this thing's tracking looks like the worst of the rain in terms of the heavier amounts, tracking just on off towards the north and the west of the center. So we'll be east of that. Still some rain, but higher totals off to your north and west, and a couple of hours of dealing with that rain before it really tapers off. So it's not going to be with us for too long in terms of the rainfall, but the winds, they'll stick around for quite some time through about the 5-6 o'clock hour. Still some strong winds before they start to come down just a bit there. So increasing winds as we work our way northbound throughout the afternoon. Eventually places like Boston seeing some strong winds while we'll taper things off back down towards portions of southern New England. Plenty more here on Isaias with all-day coverage. That's next.
Still fresh. Unstoppable. In-wash scent booster. Downy Unstoppables.
Every day is sweet when we're serving you Blizzard treats. Like M&M's, cookie dough, and new Oreo fudge brownie. Thanks for being our fans for all these years. DQ, happy tastes good.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles that take us back to the people we've missed, and to those who could make this summer mean more than ever before. Get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance event.
Jack was one of 6 million pets in animal shelters in need of a home. He found it in a boy with special needs who also needed him. As part of our love promise, Subaru and our retailers host adoption events and have donated $28 million to support local animal shelters. We're proud to have helped over 230,000 pets so far, changing the lives of dogs like Jack and the families who adopt them. Subaru, more than a car company.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
And we've upgraded her with a sonic shield.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
What's the secret to natural bliss? We choose perfect, simple ingredients. Farm fresh milk and cream, pure cane sugar, and Madagascar vanilla.
That's one tasty secret.
Natural bliss. Keep it real, make it simple.
It's Mattress Firm's Summer Save and Sleep event. Hurry in and don't miss savings of up to $300 on our top-rated brands. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattress purchase of $6.99 or more. Or get up to 50% off select mattresses from our best-selling brands like Beautyrest, Serta, and Sleepy's. Don't wait. Shop in-store, online, or by phone with a sleep expert for these amazing deals. Only at Mattress Firm.
Dear Tech, you start us. You guide us. You talk to us. And look out for us. The best part? Your Apple CarPlay is standard on more Toyota models than any other full-line manufacturer. Let's connect, Toyota.
Lease a new Corolla or Corolla hatchback for just $139 a month or get 0% APR for 60 months. Find yours at buyatoyota.com. Toyota.
Cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Stay tuned for your Local on the 8s, brought to you by Prevagen, the #1 pharmacist-recommended memory support brand.
I am Robert Strickler. I've been involved in communications in the media for 45 years. I've been taking Prevagen on a regular basis for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Currently in our area, 79 degrees with rain and windy conditions. Today, tropical storm conditions likely. Windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 80. Tonight, a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible early. Cloudy intervals, low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook. A tornado watch is in effect.
Good morning. Welcome back to Ocean City, Maryland. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. I've spent many years on these beaches, and it's always awe-inspiring when you get the wind and the rain like we had this morning. Let me take you back. This is a little after 8 a.m. when we got the squall that came in. We had several, but this is the one that did the damage around the area. Not much here. We had some power lines down, but it spawned several tornadoes, one over Mardella Springs, another squall, all morning under tornado wings. Look at the visibility in that rain and wind. Now, the airport gusted in the mid-60s. We had one report of a 69-mile-an-hour gust near Ocean City. So that's the kind of wind we've had. Now it's coming offshore, southwest, and what it's doing, it's starting to clean up these breakers. If you look at the top of the breakers, the spray is being blown back into the Atlantic. This is what surfers love. They want the sets to be clean. I don't know if any surfers, I bet there'll be some out this afternoon once the sun comes out. But the ocean is beginning to tame down. The tide is going out, and the worst by far is over with. Another guy who's been hit by the surf and the rain up there in Atlantic City, just up the coast, on a clear day. Reynolds, I can almost see Cape May, New Jersey from here. I saw the airport gust to 62 miles an hour. Give us an idea of what you've seen so far and what's ahead up there on the Jersey shore.
I think that report's awfully valid. We occasionally will have just some steady winds that'll come through, but then one gust that just knocks you off your feet a bit. Right now, it's relatively steady just over the last 10 to 15 minutes or so. The wind is just stinging, moving on through. You've got the waves, again, one after another, inexorably making their way to the shoreline. A contrast of gray, of white, of movement. Rain now coming in sideways, coupled with its spray and sand, and it is just blasting the coastline. Something else that has changed over the last several hours, we've seen the water beginning to rise up. We thought there's the chance of anywhere from, say, 1 to 2 feet of water on the uptick, and that certainly happened. I do wonder what this is also going to mean for a lot of the other adjacent waterways, going back to, say, the intercoastal. A lot of those communities, are they going to be threatened? Are they vulnerable? The answer to that would be absolutely. Now, eventually, we're going to see the system continue to accelerate its way to the north, but still brings the problem with it. One of the big problems you have, of course, could be some wind damage, damaging trees, widespread power outages, certainly not out of the question. Could see anything that's strapped down, say even lawn furniture, become a projectile. There's Chad McKelvey's our man behind the camera. You can tell, folks, there's a little bit of movement because he'll have an occasional gust that'll kind of just both have us a little bit rocking a little bit. Hey, let's make our way to Dr. Greg Postel. And Dr. Postel, we were talking about the tornadic event that unfolded in the Carolinas. What are the odds we could see more of the same as this system marches northward for places like New Jersey, into Pennsylvania, New York, and then beyond?
Reynolds, the tornado threat continues. No doubt Isaias is bringing the conditions favorable for tornadoes from New Jersey. It will bring it into New York, including New York City, Long Island, and areas northeastern from there into New England. We've got torcons of 4 and 3 on the scale that goes to 10. It's kind of a threat index. Personally, I believe it's a little bit higher. I think the tornado threat is fairly substantial, especially right now across parts of New Jersey. We've already seen that earlier today. The center of Isaias is right about there, crossing over from northeastern Maryland into Delaware. The strongest of all the winds, sort of the gradient winds, are out here over New Jersey. Atlantic City gusting to 60 right now, but the tornado threat kind of arcs along here, the greatest one anyway, along the line of supercells here that is moving northward. Now, from time to time, they'll show up very quickly, move very quickly at over 60 miles per hour, so very little time to react if you get a warning. The good news is right now we don't have any warnings in place, but guys, these supercells along this arc could very quickly pop up with little or no advance warning. Right now, just a lot of heavy rain, but the atmospheric wind shear is on the highest level that you can practically get, right, with this tropical cyclone moving through the region and the atmosphere unstable enough to support the tornado risk, which goes throughout the afternoon hours and does include every city that you've seen in here, including those in southern Connecticut and southeastern New York State. But I think it's going to go on beyond there. And even though the weather is relatively tranquil in northern parts of, let's say, Connecticut and southern New England, it will get worse as Isaias moves northeastward, about like that, and along and to the right of the path is where the strongest winds will be, and also the tornado threat, I think, will continue through the afternoon and evening hours before Isaias crosses over into Canada, very likely early tomorrow morning. Alex.
Thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Well, I tell you, we got some new video in of some damage done to a building in Ocean City, Maryland. The winds, the culprit. I mean, they gusted to at least 69 miles per hour south of the city. So some very strong winds, and you can see the result there with that building. Well, not just winds, but also rain. We've been dealing with the heavy rain, and we'll continue to deal with that. Flash flood watches, they are up all the way up into portions of New England here for the rest of the day. Very likely to deal with flash flooding. In fact, we've been dealing with that here in that red zone here in portions of the mid-Atlantic from the D.C. area north and eastbound. That'll continue here for us and then spreading on off towards our north. Through the rest of the tonight, you can see the rainfall amounts coming on through here across New York State. Some pockets of 3 to 5 inches will be possible in there. And you can see things are starting to quiet down, and that's some good news around D.C. as well as Baltimore, which is a number of areas that are still under flash flood warnings. You can see what's been going on in terms of the rainfall over the last 24 hours or so. Estimates 6, close to 7 inches in a few locations. More to track when it comes to Isaias next.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
At Dish, we took our voice remote and added the Google Assistant. Why? Because sometimes you need to control the temperature, the lights, and the TV. Dish tuned in to you.
Commander, the wheel shark loves light, flaky, buttery club marines, and he's ready to snack. Oh no! Commander, Kyle.
Deliciously simple Club Minis. Mini crackers for big imaginations.
Target's same-day delivery. Contactless delivery right to your door, designed for your day, so you can work out. Join in. And game on. Just download the Target app and try it today.
Oh, hello. Did you know that Coffee Mate is triple churn and 2 times richer than milk for one perfect cup of coffee? How do I know so much about Coffee Mate? I've had a cup or 200.
Coffee Mate. Coffee's perfect mate.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Look at that scuffed up wall. I'm staring at you. Embarrassing you in front of your in-laws. Spreading rumors about you at work. That wall is your Everest, but not anymore. Today, let's paint. That wall never knew what hit it. Today, let's paint. Fair, exclusively at the Home Depot.
The first FDA-approved medication of its kind, Tremfya, can help adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis uncover clearer skin that can last. Most patients who saw 90% clearer skin at 28 weeks stayed clearer through 48 weeks. In another study, the majority of Tremfya patients saw 90% clearer skin at 3 years.
Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Tremfya. Uncover clearer skin that can last. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Find your keys. Find your get up and go. Find pants that aren't sweats. Find your friends. Find your sense of wonder. Find the world is new again. At Chevy, we'd like to take you there. Now, during the Chevy Open Road Sales Event, get up to 15% of MSRP cash back on select 2020 models. That's over $5,700 cash back on this Equinox. It's time to find new roads again.
Stouffer's mac and cheese is made with 100% real cheese.
So creamy.
So cheesy.
It's too bad you're a dog. This is really creamy. You'd love it.
Stouffer's, the taste you love at a price you'll love.
Well, welcome back. We'll want to get caught up now on the very latest with Tropical Storm Isaias. A tornado outbreak that is actually ongoing now due to Isaias. At least one person has died from a tornado that struck a mobile home park in Bertie County, North Carolina. That brings the number of deaths from Isaias to 3, as 2 others died in the Dominican Republic. And at this hour, more than 800,000 customers are without power. So this thing continues to cause issues with more and more folks that are without that electricity. All right, let's bring in our meteorologist, Mike Seidel. He's been in Ocean City, Maryland. And Mike, the winds have certainly been cranking around out there for you. A lot of angry waters behind you as well.
Yes, and as I pointed out earlier, the winds are now coming offshore, Alex. So this is a surfer's dream. You can see how the wind is knocking the top off these sets, so they're getting cleaned up. They're breaking way out there. It's got to be about 8-footers out there, and they're rolling in. The tide is going out nicely. We don't have to worry about any coastal flooding now that the wind's blown offshore. We never were concerned here because of the duration of the event, which is very short. If you were watching us at sunrise this morning, the winds were only about 10 or 15 miles an hour. That all changed. Looking up the beach, there's a bit of a slope. We've lost a little bit of sand, but certainly no deep cuts like you'd see with a nor'easter. Let me show you what it looked like. This is just after 8 o'clock this morning. There's one of those gusts over 40 miles an hour. And the other issue, It's atmospheric thermoabrasion out here with us saying, okay, just after 8 o'clock, look at the weather. This is that squall that came in. We had a lot of tornado warnings this morning across the eastern shore. We still have those going on to the north. But this squall produced a peak wind gust of 69 miles an hour. So it was roaring through here, and even stronger winds between the canyons of these high-rise hotels here in Ocean City. In fact, just before we came on the air, I saw something flying in some of the porch furniture next door at the hotel. Whoa, there goes the hat. It's the only one I have. I need it. I saw porch furniture blowing off the hotel over here. It was plastic. It didn't weigh much, but it just goes to show you that the wind is swirling down here. Dr. Postel, quite a morning. We have a sunrise, a beautiful sunrise and a rainbow, and then within an hour or so, as we expected, the weather went way downhill, and now it's slowly improving. We'll have a lot of sun out here and less wind in the next 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah, you know, Mike, what you're showing is still a very strong wind, and I think we're seeing that with Isaias' move northward, that the rain moves on to the north, and then the stronger winds actually come a bit later. This is not uncommon with tropical cyclones in this stage of their life cycle, but what we're dealing with is still a pretty angry system with very heavy rain, strong gusty winds for sure, and a tornado threat moving northward through the I-95 corridor, let's say between Philly and New York, especially right now. There is the center of Isaias in northeastern Maryland, carrying with it a lot of heavy rain. And some of these wind gusts I circled here, this is where the strongest winds are. This quadrant of Isaias, we're getting wind gusts of 63 right now in Atlantic City, and some local wind gusts even higher than that. Back here in the steadier, heavier rain, the winds aren't as strong, but the flooding potential continues, and that will be the case pretty much all afternoon long. The tornado threat is kind of along a path about like that for now. As you can see, these storms moving northward. Right now, we don't have any tornado warnings in place, but there will be some, I believe, later on today. Some of these storms that will come in will get a little bit more intense and will move very quickly. Storm motions in excess of 60 miles per hour. So if you get a warning, act quickly, because there will be little time to react to that, because everything is moving so fast, and there will be a lot of rain around, and those whatever tornadoes do show up later on today will be very difficult to see given the lack of visibility with the heavy rain and such. So with that in mind, Storm Prediction Center put out this tornado watch until 4 o'clock, including basically all of New Jersey, Long Island, southern Connecticut, and we'll see probably that tornado threat move northward from there later on today. Even though the weather now, not so bad. Keep in mind, Isaias is moving northward at over 35 miles per hour. That will bring with it the wind that will carry the wind gust potential northward from the mid-Atlantic into the northeast. Here's some maximum winds that are possible with the close approach and movement of Isaias later on today. But let's talk about the movement of it and carrying the rain along through the afternoon hours. That's where it will be. The heavy rain, again, back out in here, central New York State, southern Vermont. The tornado threat and the severe weather threat with the highest winds along and to the east of that track going into southern Canada tonight. Alex.
All right, thanks, Dr. Postel. Well, our coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias, that continues all day long here on the Weather Channel. Be sure to stay with us all day into the evening as we track this system through the Mid-Atlantic into the Northeast and New England. Live team coverage with the very latest. That's next.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Each year, Americans waste over $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. Enter the Zebra.
Another car insurance ad?
No, the Zebra compares them all and shows you who can actually save you money. Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com.
Who are you? I'm your daydream. Come.
What a day for a daydream. What a day for a daydream.
You're never too far from the Life Artois. Pampers, the #1 pediatrician recommended brand, helps keep baby's skin dry and healthy. So every touch is as comforting as the first. Pampers, the #1 pediatrician recommended brand.
Fine. No one leaves the table till you're finished.
Fine. We'll sleep here.
Who can
it's the easiest because it's the cheesiest. Kraft, for the win-win.
Little choices make a big difference, like nutritious fruit smoothies. However you healthy? Naked.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
At Dish, we took our voice remote and added the Google Assistant. Why? Because sometimes you need to control the temperature, the lights, and the TV. Dish, tuned in to you.
My psoriatic arthritis pain, I had enough. It's not getting in my way.
Joint pain, swelling, tenderness, much better.
My psoriasis, clearer. Cosentix works on all of this.
4 years and counting.
So watch out.
I got this.
Watch me.
Real people with active psoriatic arthritis are feeling real relief with Cosentix. Cosentix is a different kind of targeted biologic. It treats the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis to help you look and feel better. It even helps stop further joint damage. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
I just look and feel better.
I got real relief with Cosentix.
Watch me.
Novartis is committed to supporting our community. Learn more at Cosentix.com.
It started off as a hurricane, then went back to the tropical storm, then back to a hurricane. It's now a tropical storm again. This is Isaias coverage right here on the Weather Channel. I'm Dave Malkoff in Philadelphia, where for the moment we've lost our rain, but we still have extreme winds all around us. We also have flooding going on. Let me just point you down here. So if you were to drive down here, you could get on 95, and 95 takes you to where the Philadelphia Phillies play, and also the Eagles. They play right at that intersection of Broad Street and 95. Well, that intersection has actually been shut down right now because of all the runoff, all the flooding that has flooded those on-ramps there. So there is major flooding in a major American city. Over the weekend, to the north and northwest of us, and also our west, in those suburbs, we had a lot of flooding, and that is the concern for later today as all this water just gets dumped on the Philadelphia area. We're going to have more and more flooding and possibly some swiftwater rescues. They are staged for that at this moment, but right now we are still waiting for some of the worst of it to come through as we look at this entire storm where all of our teams are fanned out.
David, I tell you, yeah, really some rough times there. Fortunately, this thing is moving very, very quickly. So that will certainly allow for, even as bad as it's been, allow it to not be as bad as it could have been if it had just stalled out and moved at a very slow pace. Here's what's left in Philadelphia in terms of the rain. Maybe a little bit here as we work our way through the afternoon, but pretty light amounts. Still a bit on the windy side, though. We will be continuing to see winds generally in that 10, 15, close to 20-mile-an-hour range through about that late afternoon, early evening, and then they begin to die down even more once we work our way into later on tonight. So there's the rainfall forecast in and around Philadelphia. Not a whole lot more expected in the city itself. Maybe a little bit more as you work your way off towards the north just a tad. But again, this thing is moving so quickly that we're seeing the rain amounts really dying off. But we've already already seen the damage done. All these areas are dealing with flash flood warnings here. A number of spots here for Philly up towards the Allentown area. Look at the rainfall amounts. Wilmington, over 4 inches of rain showing up there. Reading close to 2, over 2 in Allentown, and in Philadelphia itself, over 3.5 inches of rain there. Let's time out the rest of our afternoon in terms of the rainfall. There's the city, the bulk of the heavier rain to the north, but even that begins to clear out over the next hour or two. And really, once we work our way towards and beyond 3 or 4 o'clock, pretty much looking at much drier skies here across Philadelphia. So much more improved in and around the city. Well, we do want to head now to Atlantic City, New Jersey, and that's where we find our very own Reynolds Wolf. And Reynolds, the winds have really been howling there at the airport. We've seen those gusts get up over 60 miles per hour.
You know what, my man, I bet that validates. I bet it does indeed. We've seen the wind very strong here in Atlantic City. A couple of things we've seen knocked over, things like these guide fences have been knocked over. Every now and then it's really about movement. It's about keeping your head on a swivel because things are falling over. Trash cans moving around. Again, anything that is not secure, that is not tied down, is subject to, well, damage. Yeah, we've seen quite a bit of it. In fact, you look right over here, we got this walkway ahead that leads back into the main casino. This part, of course, goes back over towards the pier. And check this out on the other side of these picnic tables. Yep. Now, go from that vantage point. We're going to go out a little bit more this direction, out on the boardwalk, and then we're going to turn around and take another gander at it, more of a wide view. You can see what fell. Yep. We saw it beginning to peel back, almost like the skin of an apple, and then sure enough, right now, it just kind of we're still doing more of the same, watching the damage that's left behind. I mean, you've got nails, you've got all kinds of construction pieces that are on the ground, and guess what? When that gets picked up, those things, construction materials become projectiles. So that's all the reason to be very careful at times like this, and again, just try to see what maybe compromise. And right now, I'd say just about everything. I mean, it's really like a corrosive effect that we have, Dr. Postel, with these strong winds. Let's send back to Dr. Postel. I'm telling you, Dr. Postel, I think that these winds that Alex talked about at the airport, very believable, 60 miles per hour. But I know that some stronger gusts may occur out over the open water. We're certainly feeling them on land, too. Back to you, sir.
Yeah, Reynolds, and they seem to have come after the heaviest of rain, so that is something to keep an eye on. But in addition to those strong winds moving northward through coastal Jersey and even in interior sections, we have a tornado threat that doesn't just include New Jersey, but areas in southern New England and southeastern New York State as well. We've got torcons of 3 and 4 out here. Personally, I would have these a little bit higher, but that's a threat index that goes to 10. But the threat of the tornadoes is real and is moving northward from New Jersey into, will do so into parts of Long Island, maybe even New York City, southern Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. Right now, the center of Isaias is right there, moving on a path like that. It is going to be along and to the east of the center where the tornado threat will be maximized later on today. Right now, we don't have any tornado warnings out, right? But this is an area to watch with supercells every once in a while emerging very quickly and moving very quickly, carrying with them that tornado risk. Tornado watch out until 4 o'clock. But I can almost guarantee you there will be another tornado watch here where maybe not much is going on now, but there is a mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center that says right in there, tornado watch is likely. Stay tuned for all the latest on Isaias, including the live coverage. We'll be right back.
The Lab, brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a side of ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door, beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit fractureme.com and print one today.
Attention, catheter patients on Medicare.
Do you use catheters? Are you tired of using messy lubricant? Depending on your insurance, you could be eligible to receive up to 200 catheters shipped to you every month for free, simply by calling Comfort Medical right now. You can use a new catheter every time you catheterize. And Comfort Medical has the latest styles with no need for lubricant from leading manufacturers. It's simple. Comfort Medical will deal directly with Medicare and private insurers so you can focus on the important things in life. Call Comfort Medical right now. If you want the newest products delivered conveniently and discreetly to your door, then it's time to discover Comfort Medical. Call Comfort Medical now. Shipping is free. And you can rely on Comfort Medical to deliver most catheter brands directly to your door. Reordering your catheter supplies is easy with a Comfort Medical app. Download it for free. Call now for a free Comfort kit and a free sample.
Call now at 1-800-868-8218. Call Comfort Medical today.
Commander, the wheel shark loves light, flaky, buttery club marines, and he's ready to snack. Oh no! Commander? Kyle?
Deliciously simple Club Minis. Mini crackers for big imaginations.
Try Drive Up at Target. Contactless delivery right to your car, designed for your day. Your moves. Your style. Your taste. So quick and easy. Just download the Target app today.
It's back! It's back! It's back! It's back! It's back! It's back! God, it's back! Wow. I miss it so much! It's back! It's back! It's back! Woo!
Get all the sports you want with the Spectrum TV Sports Pack. Over 10 sports channels for just $5 more a month. Upgrade now on channel 2495.
Sports!
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees with rain and windy conditions. Today, tropical storm conditions likely. Windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 80. Tonight, a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible early. Cloudy intervals, low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook. A tornado watch is in effect.
Away, moving at 15 to 20 miles per hour. It's going to be here before you know it, and we'll see how our weather certainly reacts to that. Yeah, we're definitely in a hurricane eye wall at this point, Doc. I got the bracing down here with one leg in the back, one in the front, trying to parallel the wind to me and have it coming across me. Yeah, this is. I just had to get down. I just had to get down for a second. Doc, at least give me a landfall while I'm out here getting hammered.
National Hurricane Center has officially called landfall.
And the power outages continue to mount with ECEOS as we are taking this northern and eastern eye wall. Pretty tough here at Wrightsville Beach in North Carolina. I don't think people were planning on these kind of winds, which I'm going to say have been over 80 miles per hour here where I'm standing. This is howling through here. Absolutely howling. And unfortunately, many have lost power. Wrightsville Beach, which is where I am tonight, now up through Sneads Ferry, Surf City, Topsail, all these areas getting hammered with this eastern eye wall. And unfortunately, with a center that is west of us, we are still in some of this energy. You know, they say old fronts never die, and unfortunately, when they flare up again before a tropical system, they're really bad news.
There you go. Jim Cantore there last night dealing with Isaias as it was making its way across parts of North Carolina there in the Wrightsville Beach area. Now, if you're just joining us last night, this is when it made that landfall in Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina, as a Category 1 hurricane with those winds at about 85 miles per hour. So we talked about how this thing had the potential to strengthen a bit more before making landfall, and that's exactly what happened there. Central pressure at 988. Look at some of the top wind gusts. Federal Point, North Carolina, nearly 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts there, up to 99. Oak Island, 87. Wrightsville Beach, where Jim was, 85-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and you got Wilmington at 74, and Jacksonville there in North Carolina, 69-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So those winds were no doubt screaming, and we've also been talking about the tornadic activity. Look at all these different red icons. Those are all tornado warnings that we've seen across 10 states, 96 different tornado warnings. So it's also been prompting quite a bit of that activity. Let's bring in Dr. Postel because he's tracking where some of the worst weather is now and where we're expecting that to head for the rest of the day.
Yeah, Isaias continues to bring the very heavy rain, very gusty winds, and also the tornado threat northward from the mid-Atlantic now into parts of southern New England. This is where the center of Isaias is, or at least as of the latest advisory about an hour ago. Very heavy rain in Pennsylvania, northern Jersey, southern New York State. The strongest, believe it or not, of all the winds are right out in here, where most of the rain has moved on by. Then the winds pick up, and the tornado threat increasing not only here in New Jersey and New York State, but also in New England as well. I'll break that all down for you right now. So this is what we've got with some of those winds. As I mentioned, the strongest winds are out in here. Wind gusts now 63 miles per hour in Atlantic City. Lots of wind gusts reported like that along the southern Jersey shore, inland as well. Princeton, New Jersey, my hometown, I'm sure getting gusting by 40 to 50 mile per hour winds from time to time. Trenton there, 40 something. And those winds will move northward and increase, let's say, for example, in New York State and New York City. So will the tornado threat. Right now, we don't have any tornado warnings, but one area to watch is right in here where the atmosphere is unstable enough. And the wind shear is incredibly high. I mean, for those geeks out there who know the numbers, when you talk about storm relative helicities of 700 to 800 meters squared per second squared in the lowest kilometer, that's a ton of wind shear. I'll just put it simply. It's on the high end of the scale, the very, very high end of the scale. So you get any pop-up with a decent amount of buoyancy in a thunderstorm, you're going to get a tornado, which is why the tornado watch goes until 4. But there's more, because even though right now the weather in New England, not so bad in Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, it is likely, almost certain, that we'll see a new tornado watch issued. Man, look at all those radar sweeps there. But we are going to see a tornado watch coming in the next hour for parts of Massachusetts, Connecticut. You're going to want to stay tuned for all the latest of Isaias and our live coverage coming up right after the break.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you? Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary. I see you're about to turn 65.
You know
What that means. Medicare. It doesn't cover dental. What high bills you'll have.
Actually, we're getting a Physicians Mutual.
Oh, great. She'll be covered. Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not an injection or a cream. It's a pill that treats differently. For psoriasis, 75% clearer skin is achievable with reduced redness, thickness, and scaliness of plaques. For psoriatic arthritis, Otezla is proven to reduce joint swelling, tenderness, and pain. And the Otezla prescribing information has no requirement for routine lab monitoring. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
Constant hand washing causes hands to dry and crack. Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 hand cream for guaranteed relief of dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's for healthy feet. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked feet.
Find your keys. Find your get up and go. Find pants that aren't sweats. Find your friends. Find your sense of wonder. Find the world is new again. At Chevy, we'd like to take you there. Now, during the Chevy Open Road Sales Event, get up to 15% of MSRP cash back on select 2020 models. That's over $5,700 cash back on this Equinox. It's time to find new roads again.
And Doug.
You know, Limu, after all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt me the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need.
What?
Oh, I said.
Oh, this is my floor.
No! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Still fresh. Unstoppable. In-wash scent booster. Downy Unstoppables.
What do we want for dinner?
Burgers! I want a sugar cookie. I want a bucket of chicken. I want...
It's the easiest because it's the cheesiest. Kraft for the win-win.
Good afternoon from Ocean City, Maryland. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. As the worst of Isaias has now moved out of the area, it's still getting gusty winds and that annoying blowing sand. We'll show you what happened this morning. We got rocked pretty good about 8 o'clock. But first, let's head up the Delaware River to Philadelphia, where they're still getting rain and wind. Let's check in with Dave Malkoff. Dave?
Mike, look at this. We've got the rain that has ended here, but a lot of wind and still a lot of flooding. We will tell you about that in just a bit. But right now, let's go across the river, across New Jersey to Reynolds Wolf.
That's right here in the heart of Atlantic County in Atlantic City. We've got the wind is really the big issue. The rain, I haven't seen much of that recently, but the wind is really a lot to contend with. Seen quite a bit of damage to a couple of the buildings here or there. Looks like there could be more that is on the way, so certainly a lot to watch as the system continues to chug its way a bit more towards the north. All right, more on that story coming up in a few moments. Let's make our way back to New York with Chris Bruin. Chris, you were here just a few weeks ago. Back to you.
Yeah, I was in Atlantic City getting battered by Faye, and all those scenes that you saw farther south, that's coming here, all right? Winds are slowly starting to pick up, but give it a couple of hours, and the scene's going to look very different. At times, we may not even see the buildings behind me. We're going to take you live on the adventures all afternoon long. Dr. Postel.
Yeah, thanks, Chris Bruin. We now have some new video in. See the damage done by a suspected tornado. in this house, a woman told officials she was tossed around as the possible tornado lifted the home from its foundation and slammed it back down again. And that is remarkable stuff, just to show you the power of what a tornado can do. Even a tornado associated with a tropical cyclone, you know, which are typically thought of as weaker tornadoes. Generally, that's true, but every once in a while, you can get a really nasty tornado that can do all kinds of damage to any structure in its way. This might be one of those cases. We are still dealing with that tornado threat moving northward as Isaias races on a northward path at over 30 miles per hour, roughly along a path. Look at that, about like that. So the greatest tornado threat today will be along and to the right of where the tropical cyclone moves. And so that does include New York State and then now parts of New England. We got to watch out for that. But right now we are dealing still with very heavy rain over Pennsylvania and New Jersey and still gusty winds almost 60 miles per hour in Atlantic City. The strongest of all the winds is here in this quadrant of Isaias where it is not raining the hardest. Those batches of strong winds are moving northward, will be impacting New York City, Long Island, coastal Connecticut. Expect wind gusts perhaps up to 60 miles per hour there as well. And that will also continue to move northward. So if you're thinking ahead, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, gustier winds than you got now by far are coming your way in the next few hours. So here's what we've got on the radar charts coming in to New York City. Earlier, a couple of hours ago, sort of this batch of rain carried with it supercells that had that tornado risk. We're not seeing the same kind of risk at the moment. There are no tornado warnings out now, but these areas of showers are in extremely high wind shear, the kind that can spin up a tornado very quickly. And if you get a warning, act immediately, because the storm motions are up to 60 miles per hour. Everything is moving so fast and you can't see it because there's a lot of rain. So if you get the warning, hit the deck. In other words, lowest floor of a building if you can, interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Overall, that tornado threat does go until 4 o'clock. New Jersey, eastern Pennsylvania, New York State, Long Island, of course, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. But there's more, because we know where Isaias is going. Right now, the weather in many of these locations, Massachusetts, southern New Hampshire, not all that bad. The winds are relatively light. They are beginning to pick up in New York City, Central Park, gusts in the 30. But the winds will increase, as will the tornado threat. This is what's called a mesoscale discussion. What that means is that the Storm Prediction Center highlighted an area right out in here where the tornado risk is increasing. It is very likely, almost certain, that a new tornado watch will be issued, which includes probably Boston, Hartford, and Providence. As Isaias this afternoon moves along a path like that, racing through eastern New York State up the Hudson River Valley, extremely heavy rain along and to the north of its path, and that tornado risk and the strongest winds likely here later on this evening. Alex, the story continues on into the late evening and overnight before Isaias moves into Quebec by early morning tomorrow. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Dr. Postel. Well, Isaias making its way across to the state of Maryland, and that's, of course, where we find our very own meteorologist Mike Seidel in Ocean City. And Mike, no doubt earlier today you got hit by one of those big squalls. How are you faring for this hour? I know those winds certainly cranked up quite a bit. I think it was nearly 70 mile per hour winds there in Ocean City.
Yeah, 69 miles an hour this morning. You know, we got out here at 6 a.m. We had just an incredible sunrise, and then we had a rainbow over there, and we're thinking, and I'm telling everybody, hey, this isn't going to last long, because we were watching the observations down around Virginia Beach, and the winds there went from 20 gusts to over 50 mile an hour gusts in about 2 hours. And then it hit. Let me show you. Just about 2 hours and 15 minutes after sunrise. Look at the squall that nailed us here. Gusts nearly 70 miles an hour. We had tornado warnings all over Worcester County, Wycomico, Somerset, and then up the shore. We had one confirmed touchdown. I saw the damage photos out of Mardello Springs, but these winds were sustained probably close to 45, maybe 50 miles an hour, well above minimal tropical storm force. And then it moved out. Now the rain is over with. The winds are beginning to back off. They're blowing offshore, so that's cleaning up the surf a little bit. But if you've been watching all morning, you've seen a noticeable difference in the surf. At sunrise, 3-footers. Then they really ramped up, and now you can see how they're taming down, because the surf And the waves are created by the wind energy. Once the wind dies down, then the energy dissipates and the waves will back off. Still, the rip currents and the lifeguards really are not letting anybody go in the water. So sunny skies this afternoon, lighter southwest winds, and Reynolds, much like Faye back in July, you know, it was a stormy morning, but then by 4 or 5 o'clock, people were out on the beach, eating outdoors. And if you had slept, you could have actually slept through it much like this. Things will get much, much better for you, too, up there on the Jersey Shore later on today.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a world of difference by the time you get to the afternoon. There was a world of difference in the moment we first arrived at earlier this morning. Within 20 or 30 minutes, things changed considerably, and they've changed again. We haven't seen much in terms of rainfall, I'd say, over the last 20 minutes or so, but the wind has been the constant. You know, on the Weather Channel, we'll often refer to how air is like a fluid. The atmosphere is like a fluid. Well, sure enough, we've seen some erosive, almost like the erosion that you'll see along the coast. We've had some erosion on these buildings. You see the damage here caused by the wind. It just seems like it was never going to stop. We saw it begin to get compromised, and sure enough, boom, it fell on the ground. And right now, people told to be extremely wary when it comes to this. Now, if we pop out a little bit, if we walk back in this direction, we'll show you on the other side of the structure, a little bit closer to the beach itself, we're seeing some more of the damage. What's interesting when you think about this is that you've had 2 tropical entities that have passed through this area. Faye, just a matter of weeks ago. Now you have Isaias that came through. And sure enough, something's got to give. The thing it has to give, or is giving rather, are these structures. Something else of note, notice the Ferris wheel. That is not supposed to be happening, but sure enough, it is, well, not running by, say, power of electricity. It is running by the power of the wind. Every now and then, you'll also hear a little bit of a high pitch, like a shriek. That is the sound of just the wind actually pushing some of those cars, and you hear really just the resistance of the metal, and sure enough, it just sings out to us at times. Kind of alarming at the very least, and the wind, again, just kind of fluctuates. It picks up, and then it relents. It just back and forth, just continues. And the waves on the other side of these reeds, let me tell you, man, on the sea oats, it is just all washed for the time being. Now, on the side streets, you'll notice on the other side, right here between these, you almost have like a wind tunnel effect that'll pop up. Notice the pine trees off in the distance. Those, I promise you turn around that corner, and it is just like being just inside of a vortex. You just get pushed along pretty much. We got the sound of some speakers out there. Really, the biggest sounds we have outside are from Isaias. All right, we're going to make our way a bit more to the west, cross the Delaware River to the city of brotherly love. Let's enter to Dave Malkoff. Dave, different conditions for you, but still altogether dangerous. That rising water could be quite the threat. Back to you, Dave.
Yeah, Reynolds, this is the Delaware River right there. Behind us is the Walt Whitman Bridge, and you could not see that at all because of the wall of rain that was on top of us just about an hour ago. You could barely even see the Ben Franklin Bridge, which is right behind us over here. So we're in between 2 major spans of bridges here, and you couldn't even see them because there was so much rain. Just checked in with the weather producers at the Weather Channel. They were telling me that most of the rain is over for the day, but that does not mean that the threat is over. We are having major flooding issues here in Philadelphia on the 95 over where the Phillies and the Eagles play on Broad Street. That is shut down because of all the flooding there. We have seen so much flooding over by University City, where the University of Philadelphia is, and also the Drexel University are right over there. There's so much flooding on one of the major roadways there that people are actually driving through water that is well past their wheel wells, and that is very dangerous activity that people are going through. We're going to have a flooding risk throughout the day as this keeps on moving north. And talking about that, well, let's go to Chris Bruin, who is over in New York for us right now in the path of this storm that's just tearing through some major American cities, the biggest ones in the country here in the Northeast.
Yeah, Dave, you know, what people have been seeing there in Philadelphia and in Baltimore, back over towards the coast, that's what we're going to get here in New York City. And the rain has really started to pick up. In fact, we got a storm coming in as we speak. Notice how the city kind of disappears. That's going to be a good indication of visibility. Notice the clouds, too. Notice how fast they are going. There's the Brooklyn Bridge. And see the flag on top? Gives you a good indication of the winds. Right now we've got more of an east-southeasterly and even southeasterly wind. The key is what happens when the circulation gets to the north of New York City. What's going to happen is if we pan over in this direction, you're going to get the water to come up the bay and up into the rivers. So this is the East River, okay? This is where Hudson River kind of juts. You got the East River, there's Lower Manhattan, there's the financial district. And guys, this is a spot that is very prone to flooding. They've got these tiger dams, they call them. They're almost refillable orange portable dams that they can take and move and then fill with water by fire hydrants. And they've got them all throughout areas that were vulnerable during Sandy. And this is the first time they're really putting them to the test in advance of what Isaias may bring. The heavy rain is going to be a factor, and we will have that risk for 1 to 2 inches per hour. And yeah, we're going to have some ponding in the roads during that time. Could have some coastal flooding too. And look at the visibility, how it kind of dissipates. The rain, you can hear it. Wind hasn't been too bad. And again, we're a little protected with the way the wind's coming. However, what happens is if you were to come here on a clear day, you would see the Statue of Liberty right there. You can't see it right now because visibility has disappeared. The ferries have been going, but I expect that to probably subside by the time we get into the next hour or so because conditions are going to continue to only get downhill. Guys, the storm is moving so fast that conditions are going to change. And you can see those wind gusts. This is probably some of the stronger gusts we've seen so far, and they're going to get a whole lot stronger, Alex. We're talking the potential here of 50, potentially 60-plus mile-per-hour winds, and some isolated pockets could get even stronger. And imagine the canyons, streets all throughout Manhattan, how that wind gets funneled in, and you're going to have some even higher gusts and other parts of the city. You've got awnings and loose debris and small trees that can all be taken out, and is going to be something we're going to have to watch for very closely here in Manhattan and across New York City.
You say it, Chris. Yeah, there's going to be a lot to follow here for us for the rest of this afternoon and into the evening hours. New York City, as we time it out for you, as Chris mentioned, we could be talking 50-plus mile-an-hour wind gusts here through this afternoon and evening. So, again, those are some big-time winds to deal with here. And, again, as you mentioned, funneling through some of those buildings could be a tough time there. As far as the rain is concerned, less than an inch. The way this thing is tracking, the bulk of the heaviest rain is to the north and the west of the path of it. So New York City to the east of it, less rain is anticipated. So we'll deal with that for maybe another hour or so in terms of the rainfall. Then we don't have too much rain to deal with for the rest of the day, but still a bit on the gusty side with those winds. Those are the winds that we'll be seeing cranking around, but then they'll start to taper off later on tonight, under 10 miles per hour at that point. So we can take a look at New York City and points north and eastbound. There's Boston as we work our way through the lunch hour, maybe 15 to 20 mile-an-hour winds, but you see how those start to creep up. Still pretty strong from New York City to the Hartford area, 50, 60 mile-per-hour wind gusts possible here for us through that late afternoon, early evening, and then they start to really wind down later tonight there, but still cranking here across the rest of eastern Massachusetts towards the Cape. But even they will start to see it coming down a bit once we get into the overnight hours into our Wednesday morning. And, of course, there's going to be rain to deal with as well. We've seen that across the mid-Atlantic, dumping quite a bit of rain in those areas. Well, more rain to come farther to the north. Now, the good news is, again, because it is moving so quickly, that'll help to limit the amount of rainfall that adds up. But even despite the quite fast movement, still could be some areas here across New York State of 3 to 5 inches of rain. Certainly can't rule that out. And then farther to the south, we'll also be watching our winds dying down here from D.C. up towards Baltimore and eventually Philadelphia as well. Of course, our coverage of Isaias, that continues all day long here for us on the Weather Channel. Be sure to stay with us for the rest of the day into the evening as we track it, moving from the mid-Atlantic and into New England. We've got live team coverage.
Do you know why I love Coffee Mate? Well, it's triple churn and 2 times richer than milk for one perfect cup of coffee. Think I love Coffee Mate too much? No, impossible.
Coffee Mate. Coffee's perfect mate.
At Safelite, we're committed to taking care of you and your car.
We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safelite.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace. Still fresh. Unstoppable. In-wash scent booster.
Downy Unstoppables.
Target's same-day delivery. Contactless delivery right to your door, designed for your day, so you can work out. Join in. And game on. Just download the Target app and try it today.
Don't you just love the look on the kids' faces?
Yeah, that look of pure terror.
No, the smile.
And that second right before the first tear comes.
What?
Pizza on a bagel. We can all agree with that.
Do you want a hug?
This is our moment to build a new American economy for our families and for our communities. When we spend taxpayers' money, we should use it to buy American products and support American jobs. It's time to help small businesses. We'll purchase clean energy technologies to fight climate change and enhance national security. We have to invest in what the jobs and industries of tomorrow are going to be. We have a great opportunity to build back and build back better. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Tara, did you know Geico is now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies?
Wow, okay.
That's 15% on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Idina Menzel to sing your own theme song?
Tara, Tara, look at her go with a fresh cup of joe, getting down to work early, following her dreams into taxidermy.
It's tax attorney.
I read that wrong, oh yeah!
Geico. Save an extra 15% when you switch by October 7th.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Hello, I'm William Shatner. And you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean. SoClean is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly.
With SoClean, daily maintenance is a snap. All you do is place your equipment in, close the lid, and walk away. That's it. You can try SoClean risk-free for 30 nights. Even shipping is free.
SoClean is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it.
Call 1-800-671-8936 or go to SoClean.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial. Call 1-800-671-8936 now. So fast, so easy, SoClean.
Cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Stay tuned for your Local on the 8s, brought to you by Prevagen, the #1 pharmacist-recommended memory support brand.
I'm Norm.
I'm Saz.
And we live in Columbia, Missouri. We do consulting, but we also write.
We take care of ourselves constantly. It's important. We walk 3 to 5 times a week, a couple miles at a time.
We've both been taking Prevagen for a little more than 11 years now. After about 30 days of taking it, we noticed clarity that we didn't notice before.
It's still helping me. I still notice a difference.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees with rain and windy conditions. Today, tropical storm conditions likely. Windy with scattered thunderstorms. High 81. Tonight, a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible early. Partly cloudy skies. Low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook. A tornado watch is in effect.
It's gone back and forth between a hurricane and a tropical storm a couple of times now. Isaias is now a tropical storm again, and it has made its way all the way up the East Coast from Florida all the way here, and so have we. I'm Dave Malkoff, live on the Weather Channel in Philadelphia. We have crews all around here, and it's causing a lot of problems. We're talking about rain and torrential rain at that, and lots of wind up to to 40 miles an hour here in Philadelphia. It could possibly have even gone to 50-mile-an-hour gusts. That was the forecast for the day. And we've also got a lot of flooding around here and tornadoes that have spawned up because of this storm. So we've got it covered all for you right here on the Weather Channel, and we will have our reporters spanned out all around this all day long.
All right, Dave, from Philadelphia, I want to head up to New York City. We've been in and out of squalls over the last hour or so. That's all the rain we really have had so far today. The winds have now started noticeably picking up. And I want to get note, a lot of public transit there. You can actually see the Staten Island Ferry. There's the Statue of Liberty, too, okay? At times when the rain picks up, you can't see that at all. So visibility improving somewhat. But the choppiness on the water is only going to be getting worse. And due to the risk of tornadoes, of course, tropical storm force winds, and very heavy rainfall, they are actually going to be shutting down the Staten Island Ferry starting at 1 p.m. That's in about 35 minutes or so, and that will last through 5 p.m. tonight. Guys, it's really only a 4 to 5 hour ordeal because after dinner time tonight, things improve drastically. In fact, by the time you wake up tomorrow, Isaias is going to be out of the United States and well into the Maritimes of Canada. It is moving very fast. What that means is your winds are going to be enhanced. We can show you even just the cloud movements over these huge skyscrapers over lower Manhattan, tall enough to cover some of the tops of some of the biggest buildings like the Freedom Tower. The clouds are just racing, and because of that turbulent atmosphere, a lot of mixing going on, rotation too. You've got winds at the surface coming out of the south and east, and you've also got winds aloft coming out of the south in different directions. That can create rotation, and we have seen quite the tornado outbreak. At last check, Dr. Postel, we had seen over 90-plus tornado warnings just with the history of Isaias, most of those overnight and throughout the first half of today, and more of those could be expected, including here where we're under a tornado watch all across New York City, Long Island, and much of southern New England.
That's right, Chris. I mean, the tornado threat for New York City is increasing and will do so for the next hour or so, with torcons here on the scale that go to 10, a 4 on the threat index, which is actually fairly high, and that does include New York City and southeastern New York State. The tornado threat also includes parts of southeastern New England. Don't want to let your guard down there, even though the weather in many locations in this region, not so bad yet, but it is going to get worse. There is the center of Isaias. The latest advisory as of noon, still 70 miles per hour in the wind speed. Nobody's going to get a sustained wind of 70, I guarantee you that. But there may be some gusts up to 70 miles per hour as Isaias basically moves along a path like that, and the tornado threat would be along and to the east of that track, with the extremely heavy rains continuing along and to the west of where Isaias goes, including Pennsylvania and New York State. But right now, moving through New York City are some showers. Watch out for some of these. If they get a bit more buoyancy, if they get a bit taller with some stronger updrafts, they could produce a tornado like that because there is so much wind shear in play. That's what Chris is alluding to. The winds at the ground are doing one thing, only 1,000 or 2,000 feet up, they're doing something totally different. That kind of difference in the wind can support some significant tornado threat, which is what we're seeing with this tornado watch out until 4 o'clock. But I do believe there will be another tornado watch issued very soon. Believe it or not, right in this area where there's not necessarily a whole lot going on right now, but that will change with this mesoscale discussion issued by the Storm Prediction Center. Basically, it's just an area saying there is likely 95% chance of a tornado watch being issued, which probably includes Boston, Providence, Hartford, and areas everywhere in between as Isaias Alex moves northward through the Hudson River Valley and into Canada tomorrow morning, bringing the heavy rain, the wind, and that tornado threat.
All right, well, we got some brand new video here from Bridgeport, Pennsylvania. This is about 17 miles north and west of Philadelphia, and you see that rain coming down, and you can hear it as well. It was coming down pretty steadily and helping to fill these streets with all that water. And there you go. That's what we call that flash flooding. That can happen in just that, a flash, very, very quickly. All right, well, we got more rain to come as we track Isaias off towards the north and east. Number of areas under flash flood watches extending all the way up towards the U.S.-Canadian border here for the rest of the day and into tomorrow morning for some of these spots. Very likely that we'll deal with some flash flooding in that red zone, and of course, it includes eastern sections of Pennsylvania, Jersey, into New York State. That's where we have at least the best chance. Remember the way this thing is tracking. Seems like the greatest risk for the heavier rain is sort of on the north and west side of the path that it is taking. So it's going to be away from New York City, away from Hartford here for you, essentially away from the 95 corridor, but impacting the interior sections of the Northeast. How much rainfall are we expecting for the rest of the day? Well, looks like right in this zone, general, we'll call it 1 to 2, but you see the darker shade of green, 2 to 3 inches, and even some yellow showing up. 3 to 5 can't be ruled out in those zones. So quite a bit of rain coming down, despite the fact that this thing is moving so very, very quickly, still could lead to some flash flooding. We're going to be tracking more on ECS next.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
On the road again. Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Stay tuned to get a free 5-piece utensil set and more from Gotham Steel. Tired of digging through a mess of pots and pans just to find the right one? Well, now there's Gotham Steel's Stackmaster Cookware. Non-stick, space-saving cookware that neatly stacks inside itself. Finally, you can have an organized kitchen with every pan and lid right at your fingertips. Stackmaster features a triple-layer titanium coating with our non-stick super durable cast texture surface. Nothing sticks to these pans. Everything just slips and slides. It's like cooking on air. You can chop right inside them without making any scratches. Even use electric metal beaters and everything slides right out. Not even a scratch. Plus, they're oven safe. Great for pot roasts or baking all the way up to 500 degrees. Even flames won't damage these pans. The entire Stackmaster set is dishwasher safe and made without any harmful PFOAs. Some high-end cookware sells for close to $500, but you won't pay that. Not $400, $300, or even $200. Today, through this special TV offer, get the full 10-piece Stackmaster cookware set for the factory direct price of just 5 payments of $39.99. And we'll even ship it to you free. And if you call or click to order today, we're going to drop 1 payment. You'll get it all for just 4 payments of $39.99. And we'll even guarantee it for a full 10 years. Plus, as a free bonus, you'll get our Stackmaster fry basket and stainless steel steamer insert. But there's even more. We'll also send you our 5-piece utensil set. It includes every utensil you'll ever need in the kitchen. Together, these are a $60 value. Yours 100% free. That's a complete 17-piece set, a huge value, for just 4 easy payments of $39.99. And we'll even ship it to you free. Call or click now.
To order, call 1-800-504-6205 or go online to GothamStackmaster.com. So call 1-800-504-6205. That's 1-800-504-6205 or go to GothamStackmaster.com.
It's me, your Uncle Cooper, and this is a Cooper tire. Great tire. Now, it's not going to cook you a pot roast, but it can stop on average 10 feet shorter than other tires on a wet road. I'm your uncle. I love you. I want you to stop when you need to. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard packaging.
At Philadelphia, we know what makes the perfect smear of cream cheese. You need only the freshest milk and cream. That one. And the world's best, and possibly only, Chamelier. Philadelphia. Schmear perfection.
Stouffer's mac and cheese is made with 100% real cheese.
So creamy.
So cheesy.
It's too bad you're a dog. This is really creamy. You'd love it.
Stouffer's, the taste you love at a price you'll love.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Welcome back. We want to get you caught up now on the very latest when it comes to our tropical storm Isaias. Tornado outbreak that is ongoing now due to this system. At least 2 people they've died from a tornado that struck a mobile home park that was there in Bertie County, North Carolina, and now brings the number of deaths from Isaias to 4, as 2 others died in the Dominican Republic. And now more than 1 million customers are without power due to Isaias there. So yeah, this thing has certainly meant business, no doubt about it, bringing all sorts of problems here to us up and down the parts of the East Coast. And you can see now the value of folks that are without power in terms of customers 1.2 million customers without power here. You can see that impacting parts of North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, into Pennsylvania, as well as New Jersey. Some of the bigger spots there for us. New Jersey there, up over 400,000 at this point without power. And before we got on the air here this morning, that was just before 9 o'clock, that number was around 700,000. So we've essentially been adding about 100,000 customers without power over the last couple of hours. All right, let's bring in Chris Bruin, who is in New York City. And Chris, looks like those winds, they're going to start to ramp up even more, Alex, as we work our way through the afternoon.
What I'm noticing is more squalls coming in here across lower Manhattan. We're in Brooklyn, overlooking the financial district. There you've got your huge modern skyscrapers, the beautiful New York skyline. And then look at this. There's a band coming in. You can see the sheets of wind-driven rain. And look at the choppiness here on the water. So a lot of the ferries are likely to suspend service. In fact, one of the last ones, the Staten Island ferry, just pulled in. There we go with the Statue of Liberty disappearing from view. But notice the bridge. There's the Brooklyn Bridge. And see the flag there? We've got a persistent wind. I would say sustained probably 20, 25, gusting over 30 to 35 miles per hour. We're expecting much stronger gusts. In fact, timing this out, the rain's going to be from now through about the next couple of hours, but the wind's going to be strongest starting, I would say, anywhere after 1 through 5 p.m. So really the heart of the afternoon, this is the time to kind of hang out in your office, hang out at home, hold off on the errands. Of course, there is a travel advisory all across New York City. We can show you the future timing here for New York. We're going to continue with those squally bands coming through. Again, the heaviest of rain is going to be to the west of I-95, farther north into northwestern New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania, and then getting into the Hudson River Valley. That is where we'll have the highest risk of significant and potentially life-threatening flash flooding. However, the winds are going to be strongest east of I-95, towards the coastal areas, towards Long Island, the Jersey Shore, and even here across the lower Hudson River Valley. You've got New York City, any of those exposed areas, we're going to have some potentially very strong wind gusts, and structural wind damage is going to be a potential, especially for those people who didn't remove debris or didn't remove outdoor furniture. That can easily be knocked up. And winds like this, we had a storm last night come through, and it knocked down tons of trees here across the tri-state area. We even had reports of over 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that was kind of a preview as to what we're going to be dealing with today. In Postel, it's going to be a lot longer event than your typical thunderstorm. Thankfully, it's a quick moving system, but you also have to acknowledge that since it's moving so fast, it's enhancing the overall wind speed. So while it will be short-lived, it'll be very strong, Dr. Postel, as that enhances some of the stronger winds.
Yeah, Chris, stay with me for a second. Behind you, there are a lot of evidence of wind streaks, like on the water. As a heavy rain shower moves in, you can see the rain curtains moving very quickly. Your wind there near Manhattan is going to increase very quickly, I think, in the next few minutes.
Yeah, you see that? You kind of cut in and out for me there, but you can get an idea of the horizontal wind streaks. And as these squalls come in, the wind really picks up. So right now we're getting those stronger gusts as the rain bands push in. When they're not happening, we're not getting as strong of winds. But it's a good indication of what's happening. And also, too, Dr. Postel, we're going to get that wind shift, which is going to push all of this water in the opposite direction and could cause that coastal flooding.
Yeah, that's a good point, Chris. And I think the winds are actually going to go up when the rain moves north of you and the weather kind of improves. That's when the winds pick up. We're seeing that across coastal New Jersey, still with winds over 60 miles per hour gusting in Atlantic City. Let's have a look at the data showing you that this is what's going through New York right now with some gusts up to 35 in Central Park. I want to point out that JFK on Long Island was gusting over 50, but even farther to the south, Atlantic City gusts to 63 still. This region right in here, where the rain is not so hard, that's where the strongest winds are right now in this quadrant of Isaias. And this is what's moving through New York City. Some scattered showers moving through. Watch out for the possibility of severe weather, maybe even a couple of tornadoes spinning up in some of those heavier showers now moving through parts of Long Island and northern New Jersey. Kind of like right there on the southern edge of the heavier rain to the north. That's where the instability is maximized, and that's where the tornado threat is most significant. We do have a tornado watch out that goes until 4 o'clock Eastern time. Does include New York City, but there will likely be a new tornado watch issued coming in the next hour for parts of New England, including Boston and Providence and potentially Hartford. Stay tuned for all the latest, including the live coverage. We'll be right back.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
Heard you're retiring soon. My husband just retired. Figuring out how to stay covered was a real doozy. Hey, look, Leonard's premiums are showing.
He doesn't even have a Medigap.
We're going to say Jamal.
Anyways, we found Physicians Mutual. They made it really easy.
I'll give him a call.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
For a close shave, you need to get a razor and lather up. For a quick shave on the go, you need to settle for an electric. But what if you really want both? Nick Bolton here with the newest addition to our tactical line, the Bell & Howell Tax Shaver. Designed with the needs of our military in mind, Tax Shaver gives you a quick, razor-smooth shave, whether you're at home or on the go. It even has a built-in trimmer for sideburns and beards. And it works wet or dry for a great shave in even the harshest conditions. That's right, the Tax Shaver is completely waterproof. In fact, you could even use a Tax Shaver underwater and still get a great shave. Navy guys, Tax Shaver is small and compact, so it slips easily into any pocket. Yet it also has 3 powerful rotary heads that can easily take on even the coarsest hair. To prove it, I'm going to do something I never do. Shave. As you can see, it easily handled even my stubborn stubble. Now that's what I call military tough. So let's review. Tax Shaver gives you a quick, razor-smooth shave, features a built-in trimmer, works wet or dry, even underwater, and has 3 powerful shaving heads. I mean, there's just nothing like it on the market today.
Act now to get your Tax Shaver for the special TV price of just $29.99 with free shipping. It's the only shaver that features genuine Bell & Howell precision and quality and is backed by our 10-year warranty. That's right. Call or click today to get your Tax Shaver and we'll ship it to you free. Act now to get the Bell & Howell Tax Shaver at this special TV price. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-610-0354 or go to taxshaver.com. That's 1-800-610-0354, or you can order online at taxshaver.com.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clearer skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed Crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
I'm Dave Malkoff in Philadelphia, where we have a bit of breaking news. The fire department here in Philadelphia is telling us they are performing multiple water rescues right now because of a lot of street flooding that's happening, not just here in Philadelphia, but the major concern was to our west and northwest in those suburbs where they actually had flooding over the weekend, and they were concerned about more flooding happening. So we do know that in the city of Philadelphia, the fire department is doing those water rescues right now. Now, we do know that 95 was shut down at the Broad Street entrance because those off-ramps and on-ramps were all flooded. That's right where the Philadelphia Phillies and also the Eagles play. Those 2 stadiums are right there at Broad Street. So it's a major intersection on 95, and that was completely shut down for a while. Over near Drexel University, there was some cars that were going over a major roadway right next to the river, and they were going through the water, and that's a very dangerous situation. We are learning that those rescues are going underway right now, and that is what causes people needing to be rescued. Going through those waterways, that's definitely not something you want to do. If you see water standing in front of you, you don't want to go through that. Right now, the center of the storm is right above us, but this really packed a wall up. Sheets of wind-driven rain just pushing right through us. But, Alex, it is cooking. It is going really fast north of us here, right?
Yeah, the speed of this thing is pretty amazing here, getting up over 30, 35 miles per hour right now, and it'll continue to race off towards the north and the east. But, boy, the power outages, they've also quickly ramped up. Take a look at the state of New Jersey. Right now, currently over 417,000 customers without power, but look at how that ramped up. We were pretty quiet through the early part of the morning, but look at that. We've zoomed up to, again, over 400,000 now without power there in New Jersey. Then we head towards Pennsylvania, another spot, which, again, was pretty quiet. But look, that ramp up has taken place here now this afternoon. Over 145,000 there without power. In all, over 1 million customers are without power here across parts of the Carolinas, into Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, you name it, here into the Northeast. We're going to see those numbers continue to climb as the system moves north and eastbound with some of those stronger winds. Now, they'll start to let up in places like D.C. and Baltimore, the winds at least this afternoon and early evening, but still hanging on pretty strong as you start to move your way on off towards the north. You notice by about 6 or 7 o'clock, 15 to 20 mile an hour winds. D.C., Baltimore, over towards Annapolis, much, much more manageable once we get into later on this evening. Well, we do want to head now to Atlantic City, New Jersey, where we find our very own meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. And Reynolds, some big-time wind gusts we've seen there in and around Atlantic City. In fact, at the airport, it was over 60 miles per hour at one point.
I am sure of it. We had plenty of strong gusts here earlier. Things have actually improved considerably from when we first started our broadcast here at this location some 2.5 hours ago. In fact, you look up, you'll see a little bit of blue here. There's some sunshine that is starting to filter its way on through. A lot of dry air circling around that center of circulation coming in from the south and north. So things are improving here. Problem is, you look upstream and you think where Chris Bruin happens to be live, conditions are only going to go downhill. We talked about the flooding that is occurring. You heard, again, Dave Malkoff talking about how they're performing some water rescues this hour. Heavy rain falling more than the landscape can bear, and it is tough. We've had some more wind than what some of these structures can bear. In fact, you look over here at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, there's 2 places as though it was just punched by the wind. Yeah, just right into that structure itself, and that came falling. Again, every little bit that falls from these structures becomes an instant projectile, but thankfully the wind, the ebb and the flow beginning to be a bit more of an ebb for the time being. However, if you walk between some of these buildings, the wind does amplify, does pick up considerably, and you're not careful, you're not walking steadily, it'll knock you right off your feet. But again, we are seeing more of the conditions evolving there. As you can tell, a little more of a gust coming in from time to time, but oh wow, look at this, Chad. A little bit farther to the south, there's more of that blue sky that's beginning to envelop much of the area. Tomorrow, the situation looks very different. However, although high above, conditions will look better. Remember, out on the water, still have issues, Dr. Postel, with rip currents. I know things are improving here, but they will be getting a bit worse, especially farther to the west where we've had the flooding in places like the Keystone State of Pennsylvania. Key is, you got to be vigilant. Back to you, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, Reynolds, farther to the north, conditions are getting worse. We just got a new tornado watch. I'll show you in a second. That does include Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Connecticut, parts of New England, where we have that tornado threat according to our Torcon index, which is as high as 3 across parts of southern New England. I think it's a bit higher than that personally, but that's what the threat index on a scale of 0 to 10 goes. But what we'll be watching is the center of Isaias right about there, moving along a path like that and along and to the right, and especially on the southern edge of that rain band is where the greatest tornado threat is going to be. Right now, there is some of that possibly across parts of New York City. Sorry, we lost the radar. That's a data outage issue. We'll get to that in a second. But right now, there are no tornado warnings in progress, but we have that tornado watch, one of them out until 4 o'clock, which does include Long Island, coastal Connecticut, and Rhode Island. But right out in here, this is exactly where that new tornado watch is issued. And the mesoscale discussion said this is where it's going to be. And it's not yet into our systems, but I can tell you that a new tornado watch is out that goes until 9 o'clock tonight that needs to be monitored very carefully and will include much of this region for the continuing threat of tornadoes. I'll have much more on that coming right up after the break.
The Lab, brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch.
You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Kids love me. I'm what they dream of. I'm a horse, but cuter. I'm a horse, but magical.
Pizza on a bagel. We can all agree with that.
You're like a party rental.
Life doesn't give you many second chances. But a Subaru can.
You guys okay?
Eyesight with pre-collision braking. Standard on the Subaru Ascent. The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
It's me, your Uncle Cooper, and this is a Cooper tire. Great tire. Now, it's not going to cook you a pot roast, but it can stop on average 10 feet shorter than other tires on a wet road. I'm your uncle. I love you. I want you to stop when you need to. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
I wanted my hepatitis C gone.
I put off treating mine.
Epclusa treats all main types of chronic hep C. Whatever your type, Epclusa could be your kind of cure.
I just found out about mine.
I knew for years. Epclusa has a 98% overall cure rate.
I had no symptoms of hepatitis C.
Mine caused liver damage.
Epclusa is only one pill, once a day, taken with or without food for 12 weeks. Before starting Epclusa, your doctor will test if you have had hepatitis B, which may flare up and could cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have had hepatitis B, other liver or kidney problems, HIV or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor today if Epclusa is your kind of cure.
If you're a small business, you can tell. Things are back. Customers are out and about. Orders are picking up. And to adapt, you're going to need faster internet and reliable phone for less. So Spectrum Business is proud to offer new customers 1 free month of internet with speeds up to 200 megabits per second and business phone with advanced calling features. Call 833-919-2122 today. We're here for you because you're here for all of us.
Millions of people are saying yes to Allegra, including the experts. It's the #1 allergist-recommended brand for non-drowsy relief. Allegra works 2 times faster than Claritin, and while Zyrtec may cause drowsiness, Allegra won't. Say yes to Allegra.
Everything is almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees with rain and windy conditions. Today, tropical storm conditions likely. Windy with scattered thunderstorms. High 81. Tonight, a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible early. Partly cloudy skies. Low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook. A tornado watch is in effect.
All right, if you're just joining us right now, you are looking live out over the Hudson River where it meets the bay. You've got Lady Liberty there. We're able to actually see her right now, but that won't be the case for long. We've been in and out of bands, and this is the first time the winds have really started to pick up. Look at how fast the clouds are racing here over lower Manhattan. There's the skyscrapers, and we're at a really unique vantage point right now because when the sheets of rain come, they're coming from behind me into Manhattan. You're able to see it. It's almost like a wall because of the backdrop. So I love being here and just showcasing this for you at home. Many people have been to this part of New York City in the past or have visited here, so it kind of resonates with you. There's a look at the Brooklyn Bridge. The flag is waving. This is the strongest winds we have seen, and they're persistent. We're noticing that persistent wind. We're still getting a more southerly wind, and eventually, Alex, this is going to turn to the west-southwesterly, and that's what we're going to be on the lookout for potential water rise. Coastal flood warning, and if you remember in Sandy, lower Manhattan had major issues with flooding, and they are well prepared, hopefully, that we won't see anything similar.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. We'll be watching NYC very, very closely as we work our way through the rest of this afternoon into the evening. Now, of course, if you're joining us now and we're aware, landfall that happened last night there in North Carolina, in Ocean Isle Beach. It was a Category 1 hurricane. We were talking about how this thing had the potential to strengthen to a hurricane, and that's exactly what happened with 85-mile-per-hour winds, with the central pressure sitting at 988 millibars there. Some of the top wind gusts, check it out. Federal Point, 99-mile-per-hour wind gusts showing up there. In Oak Island, North Carolina, got up to 87. Wrightsville Beach, that's where our very own Jim Cantori was. We're talking 85-mile-per-hour winds, with Wilmington just behind that at 74, and then Jacksonville, North Carolina, with 69-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So some pretty strong and potent wind gusts that we've had to deal with. On top of that, we've also been talking about a number of tornado warnings. And all so far, at least since yesterday, 96 tornado warnings across 10 different states, stretching from South Carolina all the way now even up into portions of New England. That risk is no doubt there for us. And Dr. Postel, that's something that we're going to be following here for the rest of this afternoon and into the evening as well.
Yeah, Alex, it is. And those areas in southeastern New Jersey saw some tornado activity. Look at this. This is a tornado in and near Ocean City, New Jersey earlier today. This is not live. This is earlier. And what we saw was a pretty ferocious storm move in that had that tornado with it, kind of like a wedge shape to it. Maybe not the kind you're typically used to seeing in New Jersey, maybe somewhere out in the plains, but yeah, this tropical cyclone did produce the tornadoes. It has done so prolifically since yesterday evening and continues that threat throughout the day today. Let's have a look at what's going on with the radar, because fortunately no tornado warnings out right now, but we are watching some areas that are suspect, in my opinion. Right here on the southern edge of this rain shield is where we're starting to see perhaps some new supercells develop out over the Atlantic Ocean. Those will be rolling into parts of Long Island and then northward from there into New England later on this afternoon, where the tornado threat will be, I think, increasing during the next several hours. Overall, believe it or not, the winds are the strongest here in this quadrant of Isaias, with the center of circulation probably about there, not far from Philadelphia. It's on the east and south of where the center of circulation is, away from the heaviest rain. Right now, that's where the strongest winds are, gusting still over 60 miles per hour in and around the Atlantic City, New Jersey area, or at least they were last hour. So with all of that, yes, we've got that tornado threat still in New Jersey. I think that's gradually winding down from south to north. The tornado watch goes until 4 o'clock. But it's farther to the north that the tornado threat is increasing, even in areas right now where the weather not so bad at all. Light winds and no rain in many of those locations where, guess what? We got a new tornado watch that goes until 9 o'clock Eastern time. Includes Boston, Worcester, including Springfield, Providence, Hartford, everywhere in between, including the Cape. And that tornado threat is going to be increasing throughout the afternoon. As Isaias moves like that, the most unstable air and the greatest wind shear will follow that path northeastward from, let's say, the New York tri-state area into southern New England. So it's right out in there later on today. Watch out for that tornado risk. And of course, can't forget the very heavy rain likely along into the north of the path as well in New York State and northern Vermont. That is through the afternoon and evening hours. But look, one silver lining in all this, if you can just hang on for a little bit while longer, Isaias will be in southern Canada and Quebec by early Wednesday morning, probably just after midnight, and moving on into parts of southern Canada. Right now, we got some live images out of Chesapeake Beach, Maryland, where there you're seeing some damage from Isaias that could have been from a tornado. It's not clear what this damage is. It seems to be very localized and quite intense, and also some significant flooding as well. This is the legacy of Isaias as it moves northward from the mid-Atlantic now into parts of the Northeast. Stay tuned for all the latest and all the live coverage after the break.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Look, Limu! Someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Add some resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
This is Ava. These are Ava's shoulders. They square off and bear it all. But now Ava's shoulders are stronger than ever. This is what Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield does for Ava. And with plans that fit your life and budget, you can count on us when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of Blue.
Find your keys. Find your get up and go. Find pants that aren't sweats. Find your friends. Find your sense of wonder. Find the world is new again. At Chevy, we'd like to take you there. Now during the Chevy Open Road Sales Event, get up to 15% of MSRP cash back on select 2020 models. That's over $5,700 cash back on this Equinox. It's time to find new roads again.
Commander, the wheel shark loves light, flaky, buttery club marines, and he's ready to snack. Oh no! Commander, Kyle.
Deliciously simple Club Minis. Mini crackers for big imaginations.
Okay, so I'm Magnificent Miles.
I thought I was managing my moderate to severe Crohn's disease until I realized something was missing. Me.
You okay, sis?
My symptoms kept me from being there for my sisters. So I talked to my doctor and learned Humira is for people who still have symptoms of Crohn's disease after trying other medications. And the majority of people on Humira saw significant symptom relief, and many achieved remission in as little as 4 weeks.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your doctor about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Isaias moving hard and fast right now into the northeast. Gusting winds and whipping up the whole eastern seaboard. Take a look at this squall. This is from Ocean City, Maryland earlier this morning. We actually had gusts nearby reaching up to almost 70 miles per hour. That's not far from hurricane force, guys, and that wind is going to continue right on into New Jersey, right on into New York, and eventually New England as we go through the afternoon. And something we're going to be watching. Wind damage is going to be a big issue and something that we really have to take seriously. The storm making landfall as a hurricane in North Carolina late last night. You may have been tuning in. Jim Cantore getting whipped left and right, even having to take a knee because of how strong the winds were. We had gusts over 90 miles per hour near the center as it made landfall on Oak Island. And here you can see the widespread damage. Look at the damage here in Bertie County, where debris stretching as far as the eyes can see. Well, welcome back into our continuing live coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. It is slowly weakening, but it's going to make itself felt here all across the Northeast. It is a fast-moving storm. Look at the skies here behind me. This is Lower Manhattan. This is the financial district. and certainly something that we're watching very closely. Of course, this spot is notorious for flooding, and this area hasn't been faced with a threat like this really since Superstorm Sandy back in 2012, and we're really going to be testing the limits. Of course, there's been a lot of reconstruction and a lot of new techniques that have been put in place to protect many businesses and streets from flooding, including these things called tiger dikes that are refillable portable dams that they can put around low-lying areas and hopefully keep the water out. Coastal flood warnings in effect. We've got tornado watches. We have got tropical storm warnings, flash flood watches, rip current risk, and the list goes on and on and on. In fact, a very high risk of life-threatening flash flooding, not necessarily here in New York City, but just to our west where you get the core of the heaviest rain. That is where we're going to have some of the heaviest rainfall totals. In some areas, even in Maryland, have seen nearly 8 inches of rain. Right now, it's dry, and keep in mind, it's going to be more of a wind concern here. So east of I-95, we're looking at some of the strongest winds that come in probably within the next 2 to 3 hours. That's likely going to be the worst for timing. And the Staten Island Ferry, which jets out from the South Terminal right here, that is shut down now through 5 p.m. and then hopefully running back up later tonight because that's how quick things are going to change. So it's going to be a very fluid, dynamic system and something we're going to be watching very closely. Winds are going to be shifting too from the southeasterly direction here in Brooklyn, which is what we've been having all the first half of the day, to the southwesterly. And when we get that southwesterly fetch, all of the water from the ocean is going to be pushed into the bay and then up into the Hudson rivers. So this could cause some water rise in some of the low-lying areas throughout New York City, including here in Brooklyn and also up towards lower Manhattan and up the east and west rivers. So we got to watch that very closely. Let's get the latest on what we know with Tropical Storm Isaias right now. There have been 2 more deaths linked to the storm have just been confirmed, bringing the U.S. death toll now to 3, unfortunately, and we're hopeful that no more deaths are reported, but that may change, especially given the seriousness of this storm. We now know that 1 person was killed in Mechanicsburg, Maryland this morning when a tree fell on a car. Heartbreaking situation there, and 2 people were killed when a tornado hit a mobile home park early this morning in Bergen County, North Carolina. There are now more than 31 million people who are under tornado watches, and we have seen an outbreak, guys, with tornadoes with this storm. And the governor of New Jersey says public safety is the state's main concern right now, and it's ready to respond wherever needed. So that is the latest here on what we know with Tropical Storm Isaias. Of course, it's an ongoing situation impacting everyone from Florida, which was the case over the weekend, now all the way into New York and New England. Boston, you're going to get effects, and we're going to see this all the way into northern New England. There comes one of the rain bands, and notice how it just dips visibility here fairly quickly over the course of the city. So things change very quickly. A travel advisory is in effect here. And really quickly, before we head back in studio with Jackie, I'm going to see if Matt Saber can fluctuate almost a 180. Let's go this way. There's a lot of things like this, like tents and construction sites and tents. Those are the types of things we got to watch out for. Of course, outdoor dining has been a big thing, and the city has mandated that all outdoor seating has been brought in. So hopefully business owners responded well. It's going to be tough getting food out tonight, and ideally, it's going to be one of those nights to cook at home if you don't lose power. But we are monitoring power outages too. So this is a really, fluid, ever-changing situation. So far, we're doing okay right now in New York City, but the worst has yet to arrive, Jackie, and that's something we got to watch for very closely, of course, with very heavy rain, but I think it's going to be the wind that's really going to get us here and the potential for more tornadoes.
Exactly. In fact, we just got a wind gust report at both LaGuardia and JFK of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So those strong, damaging winds, Chris, are certainly arriving. And, don't be fooled, because this is coming in behind where some of the heaviest of rain has been. So the rain and the flash flood comes first, and then the strongest of winds have been kind of pushed in on the backside of all of this. So kind of the opposite of what happened yesterday with Tropical Storm Isaias. It's hard to believe it has traveled this far, and we're still talking about 70-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds. And a lot of that has to do with some of the energy coming in with the jet from our non-tropical system that's up into Canada right now, but also the forward speed. This thing is ripping. 40 miles per hour. Most tropical systems only travel about 13 miles per hour. So those impacts are coming in a little bit sooner than expected across parts of the Northeast for today. It's a small window of opportunity, maybe a 6-hour window of opportunity where things are really going to get rough for a while, and then we're going to be done with this. And tomorrow we're talking about a sunny day at the beach. Still a little gusty and still some ocean issues or beach issues. But other than that, we are going to be doing a little bit better as a result. So this is going to continue continue to move very quickly and bring very heavy rainfall with it. This shows you all the flash flood warnings that are in effect right now, including the Philadelphia area to the west of there. Some high water rescues are taking place. We've had a number of tornadoes today, more than 100 tornado warnings already with Isaias. Knock on wood, no warnings right now, but conditions are favorable over the next couple of hours, and I think becoming increasingly favorable for more tornadoes to develop. So we have a brand new tornado watch. This just in near the top of the hour that includes you in Boston out towards the Cape, Providence, Hartford, and Albany. This until 9 o'clock tonight. So that is hours to go with that. And then south of there, we have the tornado watch that was issued earlier, and that will continue until 4 o'clock, including you in New York City and stretching down towards Philadelphia. So we are keeping an eye on storms that are developing into the new watch area to the west of Springfield, and those little individual storms will be the ones that we worry about for potential for them to begin to rotate. Now, power has been a big problem. The numbers have been going up exponentially all day long, and it was literally just 2 hours ago that we were around 800,000, and now we're up to over 1 million people without power. Look at the big concentration of them here into parts of New Jersey. And there you can see, wow, we're up even more from just before the top of the hour, up to 1.5 million people. So we've got Torcon numbers up to a 4. That is a reasonable number of what to expect for today. And this will continue to accelerate to the north and east, continuing with that forward speed. And look at those winds still, even as it moves into Canada tomorrow morning, still packing a punch at 40 miles per hour. So, Chris, yeah, those wind conditions really deteriorating into New York City, and some folks could likely expect to lose some power in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, we've already talked to some people who it's rare for them to lose power, and they were noticing the lights starting to flicker. So that's something that we're monitoring here very closely. Want to head down the coast a little bit to New Jersey. That's where we find my colleague, meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. He's in Atlantic City. Okay, it looks like we will get back to Reynolds here shortly. First, though, let's take a look at what we're dealing with. I want to show you the Statue of Liberty. It's faint there off in the distance because rain has kind of come in over the bay. It's really cool because you can kind of get a look at the visibility factor. You got a boat here off on the right. Now, the question is, what happens as we get the core, the center circulation? We know that's going to pass to our west, okay? But what happens when that then pushes to our north? We're going to get a shift in our wind direction, and that's going to cause all of the wind to kind of come from this vantage point, from what you see. So the concern will be water rise at that point. The one thing that may help us out here in New York City is the fact that low tide is this afternoon. That is a huge blessing, because if we were dealing with high tide, it would be a very different situation. That's going to be in the difference of 2 to 3 feet. Okay, so because we're in the low tide factor, we may still have some onshore push even as we head towards high tide. So this will be an ongoing issue, but the strongest wind should be well over by then, because low tide is about 3:51 here this afternoon in New York City, and then high tide is after 9 o'clock. In fact, a little bit before 10. So timing-wise, it actually worked out really well, Jackie, with the tides, because that's going to mean the difference on some areas flooding and some areas not. However, Colleen, sorry, I'm not going to Jack, I'm going to Colleen. However, we are going to see that risk for flooding, especially in some low-lying coastal areas and areas that we get water rise. We saw it in Myrtle Beach. Who would have thought? We had one of the highest surges on record with Isaias because of that onshore flow pushing all of that water past the dune line and flooding much of the city.
Yes, and Chris, Isaias is certainly packing a big punch, and I want to time out a couple cities, including New York City, where you are right now, and talk about what everyone can expect, because as Chris has been mentioning, the worst isn't over just yet, and even when the rain rolls through, we still have that potential for some very strong winds, as well as the potential for some tornadic activity. So right now, first off, want to talk about New York City. So let me give you a live look out there right now. You've been watching Chris out there as well, and so he's been showing you kind of the East River and the Hudson, and so how some of those areas, especially as the rain has been rolling in and out, could see some water level rises. Of course, the Staten Island ferry is delayed right now. And again, this is not going to be an all-day thing. By maybe 5 o'clock, things may be starting to clear up again for you in New York. You can see the rain falling right now. So let's talk the specifics. First off, here's this tornado watch. This goes for the New York area until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Also, the surrounding areas just around Long Island, also around New Haven as we get close up into areas of Connecticut. Connecticut. Watch the winds right now. New York, you could still see some gusts, as Jackie also said, in some of those airport locations. They have seen 60-mile-an-hour gusts so far. This will extend into about 4 o'clock this afternoon. So even if it's not raining, the winds are going to be whipping through the Big Apple. And then all this starts to transition up into the Boston area. We're going to be talking about Massachusetts and the northern New England spots that are going to be watching for Tropical Storm Isaias and the effects that it brings. Now, here's a look at our future radar. A lot of the heaviest of the rain is done for New York. We may see a few more showers passing through, but after about 3 o'clock, that's it for New York. You're just going to be watching for the potential of those winds coming through and any of those water level rises. And then actually, as we head into Tuesday night, you clear up. And so it's actually going to be a pretty nice night for you as well as into your Wednesday. So this is very quick. Again, though, through Tuesday evening, still could see those tropical storm force winds as well as the rain that could be less than about an inch. So again, it's more of a wind problem for the Big Apple, not the rain. Now, want to transition to Boston and show you what's going on there, because Boston, you just got under a tornado watch that goes until 9 o'clock tonight. So that tornado watch has extended, and this also kind of shows you where Isaias is going. And so we've been talking so much about how this was not just going to be for the mid-Atlantic. This was also going to be for the New England area. So Boston, not too much going on right now, but conditions are certainly going to be deteriorating as we move into the next few hours. So first off, here you go. No rain right now, fairly calm winds. So Boston, you're going, all right, okay, what's happening? Well, as we head through the rest of this evening, some of these bands that start to roll through will have that potential of tornadic activity. We've already seen it, nearly 100 tornado warnings so far. So you're going to be under that active watch until 9 o'clock tonight. Watch the winds. So they start to pick up after about 2 o'clock, and then by about 4, 5, 6 o'clock, you could be seeing those tropical storm force winds. So just around that rush hour, I know rush hour looks a little different right now, but 5, 6 o'clock, things are going to be rocking and rolling around Boston, Providence, getting into portions of Massachusetts. And again, this is mainly going to be wind, not as much of the rain, because the core of the rain is a little to your west. And so that's where I want to take you to Albany, New York, because central New York, that's kind of where we're going to be watching a little more of the heavy rain and the flash flood threat. So there you go. There's Albany, New York. Can't see much of anything. We have a lot of rain already falling. They are not only just under a flash flood watch, but also a tornado watch. So again, a lot of threats for central New York. So there you go. Look at all the rain that's starting to roll through. We have the rain that's coming through Albany right now. They could see a couple of inches of rain pretty quickly in the next couple of hours and continue to compile onto that. There's those active watches, Albany now included in this tornado watch until 9 o'clock. So really east of the Hudson, that's where we're going to see a little more of the wind threat and the tornadic activity. And then as you get a little farther west, that's where we see more of a flash flood threat. So there's that active watches for the flash flood watch that extends all the way around Albany, as they could be seeing, unfortunately, some significant flooding in the coming hours. Here's a look at when the worst of the rain is going to be happening. Just after about 4 or 5 o'clock, that's when we expect some moderate rainfall coming through Albany. And then this will start to taper off. So actually by about 9 o'clock, Albany, 9, 10, this is out of here. So again, this is very quick. As Jackie mentioned, Isaias is moving at 40 miles an hour. So there's 4 o'clock, heavy rain rolling through. And then after about 9, 10, you are done with all of the rain. So a very quick, but really packing a punch here as Isaias moves through. Now I want to toss it back over to Chris. And Chris, what's going on now as we head back to the Big Apple?
We got one of those squalls, Colleen. We timed that out very nicely, so thanks for getting it back out to New York City. Watch this. Watch the rain come in as it pushes towards Manhattan. There's lower Manhattan. You can see the winds whipping up as those rain squalls come in. That's when you get your stronger gusts. In fact, we've had reports of over 50-mile-per-hour gusts at both LaGuardia and JFK, and higher winds can be expected. And imagine in the heart of New York City, it probably sounds like a wind tunnel with all of those high skyscrapers creating just almost, the Venturi effect, speeding up and enhancing those winds. A lot of outdoor furniture and awnings, so we got to watch out for structural damage potentially and huge risk for power outages. Much more continuing live coverage all day long right here on the Weather Channel. Tropical Storm Isaias continues.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Each year, Americans waste $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance.
That's why I went to thezebra.com. Because while every company claims to save you money on car insurance, the Zebra shows you who actually can.
Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com today.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. And since we've all been spending so much time with our families at home, we asked one of ours to make this commercial from home. And enjoy safely feeding a family of 4 for about $3 per person when you get specialty chicken, stuffed cheesy bread, medium 2-topping pizzas, or any 2 or more mix and match items for just $5.99 each.
From Domino's!
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles back to those who can make this summer mean more than ever. We can help you get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance Event.
Right now, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500. Shop and buy online at ram.com.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
What's going on? Let me help. Lift and push and push. There, it's up there.
Hey, Josh.
Wrinkles send the wrong message. Help prevent them before they start with Downy Wrinkle Guard.
We invited food reviewers to learn to make a Whopper.
The Whopper is 100% beef, flame, grilled. First slices of tomato. You get the first slices of onion. That's how we do the flagship all-beef magic. Only thing missing about this Whopper is a second mouth.
The Whopper, now in the 2 for $5 mix and match deal.
Cheddar, jalapeno, and sour cream and onion. The spicy nacho stack.
I wish I could stack Pringles, but I don't have hands or a mouth.
Cool, play my dance playlist.
There's a flavor stack for everyone, so...
Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired? I kept asking myself these questions. It felt like I was more than tired. Then I was diagnosed with narcolepsy. There are 5 major symptoms. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Visit morethantired.com now. Take the Narcolepsy Symptom Screener and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Don't wait. Visit morethantired.com today.
It's Mattress Firm's Summer Save and Sleep event. Hurry in and don't miss savings of up to $300 on our top-rated brands. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattress purchase of $6.99 or more. Or get up to 50% off select mattresses from our best-selling brands like Beautyrest, Serta, and Sleepy's. Don't wait. Shop in-store, online, or by phone with a sleep expert for these amazing deals. Only at Mattress Firm.
Almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up. We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Stay tuned for your Local on the 8s, brought to you by Prevagen, the #1 pharmacist-recommended memory support brand.
Hi, I'm Pat, and I'm 75 years old. We live in the mountains, so I like to walk. I'm really busy in my life. I'm always doing something. I'm not a person that's going to sit too long. In the morning, I wake up, and the first thing I do is go to my art studio. A couple came up and handed me a brochure on Prevagen. I've been taking Prevagen for about 4 years. I feel a little bit brighter, and my mind just feels sharper. I would recommend it to anyone. It absolutely works.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Currently in our area, 78 degrees with rain and windy conditions. This afternoon, tropical storm conditions likely. Windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 81. Chance of rain 80%. Tonight, a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible early. Partly cloudy. Low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook. A tornado watch is in effect.
Right now in Ocean City, our winds are gusting 20 to 25 miles an hour. They'll be increasing over the next few hours. But again, it's a quick hitting system for us. It's all about the wind here on the beaches, not so much about the erosion. We're going to have Birdtalk spin around here and take a look at the wind and the rain whipping up the street here, looking back towards Ocean Pines and across the bay here. You can see the rain, the sheets of rain blowing down the street and the vegetation being whipped by winds. These are gusting over 40 miles an hour now. As expected, we knew this was going to happen. It was going to ramp up very quickly just by looking what was happening upstream in the Virginia Beach area. Back here in Ocean City, visibility down, looking out over the Atlantic as these cells rotate in. Wow, this is a pretty stiff wind right now. 35, 40 miles an hour. Very, very windy weather here. Ocean City, Maryland. We've got the tornado winds continuing. Some of these till 8. They'll likely be extended because these same cells are going up north and northwest, up towards the eastern area and up towards the Bay Bridge. The worst of Tropical Storm Isaias rolled through here in Ocean City, Maryland in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. We got hammered by a very ferocious squall, winds gusting over 60 miles an hour, and horizontal rain I couldn't even see from here to Baltimore Avenue, which is just a block away. That's how hard it was raining and how hard it was blowing.
Now, that weather that you just saw from earlier today in Ocean City, Maryland is moving up the coast. We've gotten official word we've had a hurricane force gust in Ocean City, New Jersey. That's not far from AC, Atlantic City, otherwise known. And look at the winds now starting to pick up. One thing I am noticing here in New York City, there's lower Manhattan, guys, and at times the rain picks up so hard and heavy. There's some of the strongest winds that we've seen, and we're noticing a significant shift in the wind direction from when we got here only about 2 hours ago. They were coming from more this direction from behind us, and now they're coming from this direction. So we're seeing that shift, and as it continues, it's going to come right up the east and west rivers, the Hudson River, okay? So there's lower Manhattan. All that water is being pushed up into the bay from the ocean, and then there's some of the best gusts we've seen. Probably 40 plus miles per hour. You may be able to hear it on the microphone. You can see the white caps too. Come take a look at the water. You see the wind-driven rain? This is what's coming for us here for the next couple of hours in New York City. And even though the rain may stop, don't be fooled. Just because the rain stops, this is going to be a wind event. And that's what we're going to be seeing here, especially as all that wind energy kind of gets released as it continues to trek northward at a very fast clip. You got to also take into account that forward momentum is only enhancing those speeds. So with gusts like this, we're definitely going to be having power outages here before long. Right now, they've been fairly minimal in and around the New York City metro area, but it's something that we're monitoring here very closely. And of course, you can see all of the water now starting to push into lower Manhattan, and that is a spot that floods, and it'll be something we'll be watching here very closely through the afternoon, Jackie.
Yeah, so wind, one huge element still with Isaias. Another is that inland flooding, and this is what might ultimately be most life-threatening in the hours moving forward. We've already had many high water rescues that have taken place. We've seen incredible amounts of rainfall of 7 to 9 inches into parts of southern Maryland. And there you can see, even though the rain has stopped temporarily, perhaps, in a place like Wilmington and Philadelphia, we still have flash flood warnings because the damage has already been done. We've had very heavy rainfall rates. Water levels have been rising very rapidly on rivers, creeks, and streams. And in addition to that, it's been collecting on the roadways. It's that urban flooding that's been an issue. So Bucks, Hunterdon, and Mercer counties also under that flash flood warning. That includes you and Trenton here until 3 o'clock local time. There are many, 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 too many to mention, roads and highways that are covered in water. And while New York City, we don't think this will be a huge issue for you, get upstate, and that is a completely different story where that heavy rain continues to come down. We've got flood alerts that remain in effect here. And this is a look at all of the damage and flood reports. So many, it just looks solid here on our map. We'll take you to southern Maryland, just to the south and west of Lexington Park is where we've seen the heaviest rainfall amounts in that 7 to 10 inch range. Here in Callaway, Maryland, Route 5 has been flooded and closed in that area. We'll take you just west of Philadelphia, and that's That's also where we've had some water rescues taking place in Quarryville. So we just really have to urge people, do not drive through flooded streets. Here's a look at the radar estimating that corridor, really exceeding expectations. You know, Chris, we thought a half a foot, you know, maybe locally or more than that in a few spots, but boy, that's a pretty large corridor just west of Philadelphia down into southern Maryland, where we've had 7 to 10 inches of rainfall. So flooding may be an issue well into tomorrow and perhaps a few days beyond that.
Hey, Jackie, yeah, you know, I'm trying not to lose my hat here, because if it goes in the water, that's it, and that's the only one I got. This is definitely the most wind we have seen so far today, and it's only getting stronger, starting to get more persistent, because we're seeing a shift. You got Brooklyn right behind me, so there is some friction here between the buildings and land, but as it starts to come out over the bay, we're going to have much higher wind gusts, and all of that is being funneled right into Manhattan and all across New York City. Coastal flood warnings, flash flood watches, tornado watches, and tropical storm warnings are up. Continuing live coverage continues next.
Jack was one of 6 million pets in animal shelters in need of a home. He found it in a boy with special needs who also needed him. As part of our love promise, Subaru and our retailers host adoption events and have donated $28 million to support local animal shelters. We're proud to have helped over 230,000 pets so far, changing the lives of dogs like Jack and the families who adopt them. Subaru, more than a car company.
Look, this isn't my first rodeo. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't be here if I thought reverse mortgages took advantage of any American senior. Or worse, that it was some way to take your home. It's just a loan designed for older homeowners, and it's helped over 1 million Americans. A reverse mortgage loan isn't some kind of trick to take your home. It's a loan, like any other. Big difference is how you pay it back.
Find out how reverse mortgages really work with AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage guide. Eliminate monthly mortgage payments, pay bills, medical costs, and more. Call now and get your free info kit. Call 1-800-231-7626.
Other mortgages are paid each month, but with a reverse mortgage, you can pay whatever you can when it works for you. Or you can wait and pay it off in one lump sum when you leave your home.
Discover the option that's best for you. Call today and find out more in AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage loan guide. Access tax-free cash and stay in the home you love.
You've probably been investing in your home for years, making monthly mortgage payments, doing the right thing. And it's become your family's heart and soul. Well, that investment can give you tax-free cash just when you need it.
Learn how homeowners are strategically using a reverse mortgage loan to cover expenses, pay for health care, preserve your portfolio, and so much more.
Look, reverse mortgages aren't for everyone, but I think I've been around long enough to know what's what. I'm proud to be a part of AAG. I trust them. I think you can too.
Trust AAG for the best reverse mortgage solutions. Call 1-800-231-7626 so you can
retire better.
My psoriatic arthritis pain, I had enough. It's not getting in my way.
Joint pain, swelling, tenderness, much better.
My psoriasis, clearer. Cosentyx works on all of this.
4 years and counting.
So watch out.
I got this.
Watch me.
Real people with active psoriatic arthritis are feeling real relief with Cosentyx. Cosentyx is a different kind of targeted biologic. It treats the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis to help you look and feel better. It even helps stop further joint damage. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
I just look and feel better.
I got real relief with Cosentyx.
Watch me.
Novartis is committed to supporting our community. Learn more at Cosentyx.com.
From kitchens broken in by new chefs to bathrooms sinking battleships, Terminix is committed to keeping pests out, always backed by the Terminix promise to protect your home for all the love it holds.
wild scenes up and down the eastern seaboard, and things only getting worse here in New York City. As far as power outages go, believe it or not, we are just shy of 2 million outages, with the highest outages now being reported in New Jersey at just under 1 million. We're going to watch those numbers skyrocket, especially with the winds gusting as strong as they have been here in New York City. So expect power to go out if it hasn't already, especially when we're dealing with a wind event like we haven't seen since Superstorm Sandy back in 2012 for parts of the tri-state area. Thanks for joining us here on the Weather Channel. Of course, we're continuing to keep you up to date with the latest of this fast-moving storm. Here's the conditions in New York City. Certainly now gusting and almost sustained winds near tropical storm force and gusting over 40 to even 50 plus miles per hour. And this is going to continue and perhaps even get worse. Though the rain may be over with for us in New York City, may get a couple more squalls. The heavy rain is going to be well off to our west. I want to head down the coast a bit because I want to get to my colleague meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. Reynolds, winds really starting to pick up here in lower Manhattan and across Brooklyn and the East River. But what is it like there in Atlantic City? Because I saw on social media there was a report of a hurricane force gust not too far away from you.
Yeah, there certainly was. Even under the effects that we've seen from it, conditions are getting better, but look what it left behind. Isaias, certainly some of the stronger winds you'll see right over this particular side and right along this part of the structure that we have not one, not two, but 3 different areas, 3 different spots. You'll also notice, I don't know if Chad's able to see this, you've got a guy's arm actually sticking out of, the wall there where he's trying to, I guess, make sure, safeguard that the board will not come peeling away from the structure, becoming a projectile. But sure enough, dangerous times here, no question about it. We expand the view outwards, and you'll notice that we've got skies that are modeled from gray and white for the time being. Every now and then, Chris, we have got some sunshine that actually filters in. But, Dave Malkoff mentioned earlier, and wisely so, which I found really interesting, but it's absolutely true, that when we were in Florida, we've actually seen more muscle, more anger with the storm as it's made its way to the mid-Atlantic and rolling into the Northeast than we ever dealt in places like, say, the Treasure Coast of Florida, where we spent several days. But sure enough, we've got dry air that is moving through. The system still poses a threat. We did have the water that really began to pile up considerably along the coastline. I'd say we had some inundation anywhere from, say, my gosh, maybe 1 to 2 feet at times, but now the waters are retreated back considerably. Issue is that even this is hightailing to the north around 40 miles an hour, so we're still going to have problems for days to come in terms of rip current. So although things are going to improve greatly by tomorrow, we can expect the skies to clear up altogether, Jackie, but still rip currents will be a problem.
Yeah.
So those things aesthetically will look better. The danger, it's still there. All right, Jackie, let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Reynolds. Well, we want to get folks caught up to the very latest on what we know right now about Tropical Storm Isaias as it roars up the eastern seaboard. In the last hour, we've learned that 3 people have now died, 2 in North Carolina after a tornado and another in Maryland. That brings the total number of deaths to 5, 3 in the U.S. and 2 in the Dominican Republic. So far, there have been multiple reports of tornadoes in Delaware, Maryland, and New Jersey. Right now in Philadelphia, rescue crews are performing multiple water rescues on the west side of the city. Local fire departments are urging drivers to avoid flooded roads. Always remember that. Turn around, don't drown. And more floodwaters are expected as heavy rainfall begins to push its way through upstate New York, and winds will continue to be an issue through the afternoon, as well as more tornado warnings potentially. Still packing 70-mile-per-hour winds as this is moving so quickly at 40 miles per hour. So that can really enhance some of that wind damage as it gets brought down towards the surface. We've got flash flood warnings remaining in effect across the Philadelphia area, New York City, and parts of the Northeast under the tornado watch until 4 o'clock there. But New England, southern New England, including Boston, stretching over towards southern Vermont and New Hampshire, you're under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock local time. We definitely had what we would consider a tornado outbreak occurring earlier this morning, at least 11 reports last night. We've had more than 100 warnings so far for today, and we are keeping an eye on this area into Connecticut and Massachusetts for a few of those storms to potentially rotate. We do have torcons today as high as a 4 on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the greatest number. So that risk is there and it is real today. And keep in mind, we've got a lot of rain with this. So any tornadoes that do develop may be wrapped in rain and difficult to see. Isaias still expected to be 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm later tonight.
Stouffer's mac and cheese is made with 100% real cheese.
So creamy.
So cheesy.
It's too bad you're a dog. This is really creamy. You'd love it.
Stouffer's, the taste you love at a price you'll love.
Am I too old to start skateboarding?
Something on your mind? Chew on it. Twizzlers.
Stay tuned to get this luxurious designer pan free from Gotham Steel. That's right, free. Tired of your pan that scratches and sticks? It's so old and worn, you're afraid to cook in it. Well, it's time to upgrade.
Introducing the Hammered Collection from Gotham Steel, one of America's best-selling cookware brands. Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with my new copper-style designer pan that's guaranteed to beautify your kitchen like never before.
Gosh, what I love most about this design is this hammered copper look. It would just look so fantastic hanging in my kitchen.
Wow, this is a beautiful pan. It looks great. Look at those eggs dancing around in there. I tell you, I'm sold. Where do I get these? I love them.
I don't want just the frying pan. I want the whole set.
Eggs stick to other pans, but with mine they slide right out. And look, it still has the super durable ultra non-stick surface. Plus the new Cool Touch solid cast handle makes it safe and easy to cook even the hottest dishes. It's oven safe up to 500 degrees, so bake this beautiful chicken pot pie and serve it straight from the pan. Or warm apple pie just like Grandma used to make. Any recipe looks great in this pan, and then it wipes clean with ease. Plus metal won't scratch it, so beat fluffy egg whites right in the pan for a gourmet souffle that slips right out and a pan that looks just like you.
My wife will go crazy for this pan.
I can't believe how beautiful this pan is.
Similar hammered pans sell for almost $100, but today it's an incredibly low $29.99, and we'll even ship it to you free. It's dishwasher safe and PFOA free. But wait, call right now and you can get a matching single-serve egg pan absolutely free. It's perfect for making personalized eggs and delicious breakfast sandwiches in a flash. So upgrade your cookware today and get it all with free shipping. Call or click now.
To order, call 1-800-916-7953. That's 1-800-916-7953, or order online at gothamhammered.com. That's 1-800-916-7953. Call now.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit fractureme.com and print one today.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard Packaging.
Dangerous weather can happen anytime, anywhere. I'm FEMA Administrator Pete Gaynor, and all across the country, we are constantly working to make sure your communities have the resources they need to handle any weather emergency. Preparedness is a whole of government and community effort, but it begins with you.
Visit ready.gov to help you create an emergency plan for you and your family. Practice that plan and always stay alert for weather threats.
Be prepared by downloading the FEMA app now.
Disasters don't plan ahead, but you and your family can.
And welcome back in. You are joining me live here in New York City. We are in Brooklyn overlooking Lower Manhattan, and look at the whitecaps now starting to pop up. Typically, it takes a lot of wind to be able to get this water riled up, and we are having that. Persistent winds, certainly up to tropical storm force, and have been that way for the last 30 minutes. This is the strongest sustained wind that I'm feeling. You may be able to hear it too. That's why I'm talking so loud, just because I can barely hear myself. But take a look at the water, the motion of it. We're starting to notice a bit of a rise. And over there in Lower Manhattan, that's the financial district. Can't even see some of the tops of some of the taller skyscrapers there because they've been cut off by the clouds. But that is where we're concerned about water level rise, especially with the push of water that will then continue up the East and West River on both sides of Manhattan. So that is an area certainly vulnerable, but they have taken precautions. As far as traffic goes and public utilities and transportation, I haven't noticed a lot. There's the Brooklyn Bridge, and at Tuesday afternoon, you could expect pretty much bumper-to-bumper traffic. The cars are moving freely there, okay? And there's only a few cars. Remember, too, Jackie, there's a travel advisory in effect, and I think people are heeding that. There were a lot of people out exercising freezing this morning, but the weather was actually pretty nice. That's how quickly things have gone downhill. So it's going to be one of those things, stay inside the next few hours, and then by tonight, this is out of here. It's over and done with, but we got to get through the next few hours without any more deaths. That's key.
Yeah, definitely. I think, 6-hour window maybe for a lot of the big cities into the Northeast. So it is certainly a quick hitter, but really packing a punch. Let's focus more in on those winds, Chris. We could really see getting blown around a little bit there. We did clock those 60-mile-per-hour gusts in New York City at LaGuardia and JFK both. The latest report here, this one's from Central Park, only 36 miles per hour. But still, that is nothing to sneeze at. So the winds will continue to stay strong and stay gusting, and they do spread far away from the center of the storm. There you can see a lot of the stronger winds have actually been to the south of where all the heavy rain has been. So that's something else to keep in mind. So D.C., Baltimore, you certainly had your fair share of heavy rain and flash flooding earlier today. Now we're looking at continuing to see some of those stronger wind gusts. The highest wind gusts we could find so far was Federal Point of 99 miles per hour. Now we also have the threat of a couple of tornadoes, and there is a tornado watch in effect across much of the Northeast and into southern parts of New England. And now we have a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued. And this is for Connecticut into Fairfield County here. Doppler radar showing a cell just making its way from the water up towards the coast. That's the area that we're going to be concerned about for that rotation. So this includes the city of Danbury there. And then we've got a second cell that we're watching there. This is in New York, just south of the Capital District. It does include Albany County, but not Albany proper just yet. But you could be in the path of the storm, at least the south side of town, as that moves on up towards the north. So East Greenbush is included in that area. So there you can definitely see where that green and that red are coming together. A bright little pop of the two of them. Tropical tornadoes are certainly fairly common as tropical systems make landfall. We've got a lot of vorticity. We've got a lot of shear in the environment. So these can catch up and develop very quickly without a lot of warning on them. And then they can also spin down almost equally as quickly. And we've got a lot of rain in this area too. So if indeed there is a tornado touching the ground here, it may be very, very difficult to see. So keep that in mind and trust the warning. Get to your safe place to the lowest level of your home away from doors and windows. So let's go ahead and put a tracker on this for you. Chatham, this would be arriving around 1:42 p.m. East Greenbush should be arriving around 1:56. Albany, if this holds together and we get an extension of that warning, that would move through about the top of the hour around 2 o'clock, and then Colony arriving at 2:05. So remember, this whole area under a tornado watch. We've had many tornadoes yesterday and today as well. We are in the midst of an outbreak, and tornadoes will be expected to continue to develop now as we head through the rest of the afternoon and even into the evening hours for tonight. So something else to keep in mind. So definitely an area where that rain may be impeding your view of that tornado. So don't go out your house and take a look and say, hey, I don't see anything. I don't need to worry about it. You do need to worry about it. This is a serious situation and it definitely could be life-threatening. So that rotation likely just off to the west of Interstate 87. Here's a look at the watches. So keep in mind, New York City, Long Island, you're under the tornado watch until 4 o'clock, and then farther up to the north, including the Capital District, into much of Massachusetts, Providence, even out onto the Cape. We could get a couple of these spin-ups that happen. So you are going to be under that tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. So that's going to be into the northern areas of this. So we've had kind of a bit of a calm over the last 2 hours between tornado reports, and now we're starting to see an uptick in that activity once again. So stay alert for the rest of the afternoon. We have multiple threats and multiple hazards. We've got tornadoes that we're concerned about, flash flooding, especially in New York. That's going to be the next area that I'm watching for this, and then just widespread tropical storm force winds that can and will cause damage. More trees down, more power outages will all be possible. So everybody stay alert, stay safe today. Just stay home.
The Lab, brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo,
I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Still fresh.
Unstoppable in-wash scent booster. Downy Unstoppables.
Cheez-It snapped.
How's it taste?
It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Oh, hello. Did you know that Coffee Mate is triple churn and 2 times richer than milk for one perfect cup of coffee? How do I know so much about Coffee Mate? I've had a cup or 200. Coffee Mate. Coffee's perfect mate.
Are you losing your hair? Capillus treats pattern hair loss with proven laser therapy.
Laser therapy is an FDA-cleared treatment for hair loss. What laser therapy does, it reboots that blood supply. It reestablishes blood flow, oxygenation. It's a very effective treatment for hair loss.
Using the cap is very simple. I sit pretty much right here, watch TV, and I have it on.
Call 888-307-0135 or visit usecapillus.com to save.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clear skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
You know the fellow who said you can't go home again? Well, he obviously wasn't from Bishop, Mississippi. Good to have you back.
He's different down here. It's hard to explain.
This family's part of the deep weave of this place.
It's stunning.
It's cursed.
He's keeping secrets.
There's no set path, no way you have to be. So why not do what you've been dreaming of? You've got the power, we've got the tools. Make a website with GoDaddy and put what you want out there.
Millions of people are saying yes to Allegra, including the experts. It's the #1 allergist-recommended brand for non-drowsy relief. Allegra works 2 times faster than Claritin, and while Zyrtec may cause drowsiness, Allegra won't. Say yes to Allegra.
This is epic!
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 77 degrees with rain and windy conditions. This afternoon, tropical storm conditions likely. Windy with showers and thunderstorms likely. High 81. Chance of rain 80%. Tonight, a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible early. Partly cloudy. Low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook. A tornado watch is in effect.
Breaking right now, we have some tornado warnings in parts of the Northeast. We've got one in Connecticut and one into New York. So we'll take you into Connecticut first. And Doppler radar indicating some rotation of this cell that's moving very, very quickly up to the north and towards the east. You can see that little bit of a hook appendage on that one. This is for Fairfield County. This includes you in Danbury, Norwalk, as well as Westport until 2:15 local time. Danbury, you are going to be seeing this within the next couple of minutes, so make sure you're taking your tornado safety precautions, getting the lowest level of your home away from doors and windows. We also have a radar indicated tornado here, including you in Albany County, Columbia, as well as Rensselaer. This includes East Greenbush and Shodak until 2:15 local time. These tornadoes may very well be wrapped in rain, so it may be very difficult to spot them. We were seeing a pretty good couplet earlier, still seeing some signs of rotation there, very near Interstate 90. So two cells that are dangerous and may be producing tornadoes. Certainly they are rotating right now. We've got a tornado watch in effect, including New York City and Long Island until 4 o'clock, and then to the north of there across southern New England, including Boston, until 9 o'clock tonight. Well, last night, Weather Channel meteorologist Jim Cantori was in Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina. Here's a look at his reporting as Isaias came ashore.
5 miles away, moving at 15 to 20 miles per hour. It's going to be here before you know it, and we'll see how our weather certainly reacts to that. Holy! Yeah, we're definitely in a hurricane eye wall at this point, Doc. I got the bracing down here with one leg in the back, one in the front, trying to parallel the wind to me and have it coming across me. Yeah, this is, I just had to get down. I just had to get down for a second. Doc, at least give me a landfall while I'm out here getting hammered.
National Hurricane Center has officially called landfall.
And the power outages continue to mount with Isaias as we are taking this northern and eastern eye wall. Pretty tough here at Wrightsville Beach in North Carolina. I don't think people were planning on these kind of winds, which I'm going to say have been over 80 miles per hour here where I'm standing. This is howling through here. Absolutely howling. And unfortunately, many have lost power. Wrightsville Beach, which is where I am tonight, now up through Sneads Ferry, Surf City, Topsail, all these areas getting hammered with this eastern eye wall. And unfortunately, with a center that is west of us, we are still in some of this energy. They say old fronts never die, and unfortunately, when they flare up again before a tropical system, they're really bad news.
Gosh, incredible winds that we're watching there as Isaias made its second landfall late last night. Now, we are watching Isaias very closely. Of course, it is taking headlines as moving across northern New England. But I want to talk about the tropics in general because we are getting close to the peak of hurricane season as we head into September. We're already into August right now. There's Tropical Storm Isaias, of course, that we're tracking right now. There is an area to watch behind it. Now, yesterday, this area to watch had about a 60% chance of developing from the National Hurricane Center. Since then, it has gone down to a 20%. So it has run into some dry air, has been kind of rotating around our Bermuda high that's just sitting there in the Atlantic. So again, over the next 5 days, not very likely that it will develop. But again, still watching all of these waves from Africa very closely as we head into the month of August. But of course, right now, Isaias top of mind. It is hammering the eastern seaboard. And from the beginning of the show up until now, wow, Chris, the conditions in the Big Apple have certainly changed.
Yeah, and you can see those conditions here. You know, one thing I have noticed, Colleen, thanks for pointing that out, the rain has subsided a little bit, but the winds have picked up. And just because the rain is done, we are not anywhere close to being over. In fact, winds will get stronger, especially over the next couple of hours as we head through the remainder of the afternoon. It's all because of Isaias. We're going to have full continuing coverage coming up next. But watch the Whitecaps here on the East River and Lower Manhattan. We'll be back.
You like off-roading in nature, but you don't like getting stuck in nature. That's a conundrum. Psych! These tires have mud scooping and rock crawling technology. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! I haven't said psych in a while.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
We asked our customers, what do you like most about Consumer Cellular?
Definitely, it's a great value.
The great customer service.
There are no contracts.
The price, the plans.
You can get talk, text, and data for just $20 a month from Consumer Cellular.
You can have more data, you can have less data, you can have more minutes, you can have less minutes.
It's flexible, and it fits my lifestyle. I can change my plan whenever I want to.
Our flexible plans save you money. The average customer pays less than $25 a month for everything they need.
By moving to Consumer Cellular, my cost is 50% less than it was.
Consumer Cellular provides the same reliable nationwide coverage as bigger carriers for less. And AARP members get exclusive discounts.
Customer service is just excellent.
Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service again.
Consumer Cellular fits me perfectly.
Switch today and start saving. Call 1-800-485-8390. Go to consumercellular.com or visit a Target store today.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed Crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Silver American Eagles have become some of the most desirable coins for investors looking to acquire precious metals. Investors who acquire this coin do so for the value and diversification that silver brings to an investment portfolio. And now, with help from Monex, you can begin investing in Silver American Eagles. Monex has account representatives standing by who will answer your question about investing in Silver American Eagles and any other silver coin available from Monex. Call Monex now or visit our website where you will see all of our silver products available for investors like you along with live up-to-the-minute prices. Call right now and discover how simple it can be to have your pure, high-quality Silver American Eagles delivered to you or stored for you in an independent third-party vault. Call, learn, and invest with Monex, one of America's trusted names in precious metals for more than 50 years.
Pampers, the #1 pediatrician recommended brand, helps keep baby's skin dry and healthy. So every touch is as comforting as the first. Pampers, the #1 pediatrician recommended brand.
It's about the humans. These humans, those humans, groovin' and golden. It's about getting more than health insurance and a partner who listens and acts. Humana calls it human care. It's talking to a doctor from your couch or helping you find a cheaper prescription before you ask. It's helping you fix the rugs so you don't fall and keeping you social, online or off. It's getting to know you so you can be your healthiest. That's our superpower. That's human care from Humana.
Well, Isaias moving fast right now into the northeast at a fairly hurried clip, moving at 40 miles per hour, and that is gusting winds all up and down the eastern seaboard, especially across the Jersey Shore right now, and moving now into New York City, where we have had gusts not far from Ocean City, Maryland, of up to 70 miles per hour earlier this morning. Now, the storm made landfall as a hurricane in North Carolina late last night near Oak Island, where there's been substantial damage. I mean, look at this. Here you see widespread damage in Bertie County. That's in the southeastern tip of North Carolina, kind of where the Cape Fear River meets the ocean. You can see debris stretching as far as the eye can see. And we've been getting in video after video Thanks for joining us here this afternoon. Of course, constant coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias as it's racing through the Northeast right now, pushed through the Mid-Atlantic the first half of the day and now approaching the tri-state area. Heaviest rain is going to be to the west of I-95. That is where we have the significant threat for life-threatening flash flooding, okay? 80% of all flash flood damage comes in these high-risk days, so that is something we're watching. And then the wind factor, which will be strongest east of I-95. That includes all of the New York City metro area, Long Island, much of the Jersey Shore, and those winds will be funneled even interior sections of New England. Boston, we're going to have a windy event out of this, and New York City, the worst still expected over the next couple of hours, even though the rain is winding down. It is dry out here right now. We're talking amongst ourselves, and from a New York City standpoint, it doesn't feel necessarily like a tropical storm necessarily. It's starting to become more mid-latitude, cyclonic and less tropical in nature. That's because it's kind of merged with our front. That's what's kicking it off at such a fast clip to the northeast. All of that energy now coming together, drying the core out, but still keeping that wind energy at a height. Okay, so we've got 60, 70 plus miles per hour that can still be expected in pockets that are exposed and are going to be high for the next couple of hours. So here's the latest as to what we know right now. 3 people in the U.S. have died during this storm. 1 person was killed in Mechanicsburg, Maryland this morning when a tree fell on a car. And 2 people were killed when a tornado hit a mobile home park early this morning in Bertie County, North Carolina. And right now, there are more than 31 million people under tornado watches right now, and tornadoes have been a big factor, including here in the city of Dover, Delaware, which says multiple crews are working to clear fallen power lines across roads, but they don't have a clear time frame for power restoration. And crews from other areas are on standby to assist. So we got some breaking news. We want to get into the studio now with our own meteorologist, Jackie Jaros. Jackie?
Yeah, Chris, we've got another brand new tornado warning. So, we had a little lull in the action for the last hour or 2, and now here we are with 3 tornado warnings. So tornado watches are in effect. This whole area, tornadoes are going to be favorable, and they're going to be fast moving and likely wrapped in rain. So it may be very difficult to see these. Most of these are going to be radar indicated then as a result. So Middlesex and Worcester counties in the state of Massachusetts. So this is north central Massachusetts that we're talking about, and this is the cell to the north and west of Fitchburg that we're going to be concerned about. This is moving so quickly at 55 miles per hour, so you don't have time to wait. You got to get to your safe place as soon as these warnings are issued, because these spin-ups happen very, very quickly. That warning stays in effect until 2:45 local time. All right, we'll take you down into Connecticut, where we had a little spin-up that happened near the shore, and that's been moving northward with time, and you can see just a sliver left of that tornado warning until 2:15, including you in Danbury. Let's go ahead and take you up towards Albany. This is just south the Capital District here, where we have a radar indicated tornado possibly there as well. We saw really good rotation on the radar about 5 minutes ago or so, and boy, it's tough to pick anything out here whatsoever. So often these will spin up very quickly, but they can also spin down very quickly, but they can and they do cause damage. Just like they did last night in North Carolina. And unfortunately, 2 people lost their lives. So please do take these warnings seriously here today, folks. We do have a tornado watch in effect. This still includes Long Island and New York, although I think that the tornado threat has really diminished now for you. And our biggest focus moving forward is going to be north of there into upstate New York, into Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, southern parts of Vermont, New Hampshire, and that tornado risk will be ongoing until 9 o'clock. So we do have torcons of a 3 and even a 4 here for today. If there's a number, there's a risk. This is on a scale of 1 to 10. So this is going to be a concern moving forward. Now, the winds, let's give you an update here. The new advisory just in from the National Hurricane Center. Notice the maximum sustained winds with Isaias has gone down a little bit. So that's good news, but still not a whole lot. It's still 65 mile per hour tropical storm. Can you believe it made landfall in North Carolina? Here we are are in Pennsylvania, New York, where the center of rotation is right now, and we're still talking about a very healthy tropical storm, at least in terms of winds, but it is taking on some non-tropical characteristics, and eventually it's going to get absorbed with an area of low pressure that's up into Canada and become non-tropical. But this is ripping to the northeast. Look at that forward speed at 40 miles per hour. So this is going a little bit faster than we anticipated, which is good news just in the sense that the window of opportunity for damage is going to be a shorter time frame. But hopefully folks not getting caught off guard that this is already ripping through Massachusetts and into parts of New England. We still have tropical storm warnings, believe it or not, up from the mid-Atlantic stretching all the way into New England. That goes all the way across the entire Maine coastline with watches in effect for the interior and Caribou and Bangor, mostly because you're going to be seeing some of those strong winds with that. So going ahead and putting the cone on it for you, you can see it will work its way through New York State for the rest of today into this evening, and then it will very quickly move into Canada overnight tonight. Tomorrow, this thing is going to be out of here and no longer really a problem. We may still have some rough surf and we may have some gusty winds, but nothing compared to what we're dealing with right now. So, Chris, I do think that tornado threat is lowering pretty significantly for New York City, but still some of those gusty winds yet could cause additional damage or some spotty power outages in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and then things improve very quickly. Thankfully, this is a fast-moving system. So, yes, bear with us the next couple of hours. Things are going to go downhill and stay strong and then improve fairly quickly by dinner time tonight. All right, we're going to head down to the coast a bit. We're going to go back to North Carolina. That's where we find our own meteorologist, Jim Cantori. Jim, I saw the live shots last night. You guys were getting just beaten there in Riceville Beach, but you're now on Ocean Beach Isle near landfall. Walk us through what you're seeing and the type of damage, a Category 1 hurricane can cause.
Yeah, almost Category 2. Ocean Isle Beach, Chris Bruin, that's exactly where we are. And the only way we could access this beach is by boat. So we actually got in a boat and took a 30-minute ride to actually get here. And if you remember hearing about the fires last night, we're kind of at the heart of where those were. Potentially 6 homes that you see behind me here. This is an island that's not incredibly high. You have 4 areas that are obviously beachfront, get as high as 14 feet in some spots. So with a 7+ foot total water rise, we had surge come in some cases from the sound side, which is lower than the beachfront, exactly where I'm standing here. But don't know what the cause was, but you can still see some smoke coming out of this. But this is just complete loss. And I mean, think about this. You had an east wind, right, which comes from this direction, and one house, lit potentially this one, and then ignited all the others. Until potentially they could get to this and put it out. Don't know a lot of the details in through here, but you can see these houses here and the one house right across the street, which obviously the top part of that, maybe a couple of floors, actually sustained extensive damage due to the burning in through here. So this thing came in with the winds. We were watching this band, remember, just off the coast before landfall that had winds anywhere from 80 to 105 miles an hour, but that was at about 1,500 feet. So remember, the radar goes up, the beam width is a half a degree. So from where that radar is in Charlotte all the way up to the top of where that wind was seeing was about 1,500 feet. That doesn't always translate down to the surface, but we did see winds at Wrightsville, where I was, gusting 85 miles per hour. Oak Island, which took a big hit. Chris Bruin just showed you some of the pictures there with heavy overwash. 3-4 foot of sand in the roads. We've got that on the east end of the island, and after I'm done in this location, we're going to try and show you that as well. Some good news, though, and don't miss this. All right, so we're in Brunswick County, and I was talking to the Brunswick County Electric folks, and they started off the day with 40,000 customers without power. They now have 19,000. That includes all of them here at Ocean Isle Beach, which is population about 600, but inflates big time, obviously, in the summer months to about 20,000 people. They're going to shut that down, obviously, for the week to let people get back up and running. Talking to a gentleman, actually, when we got off the boat, a lot of these homes that live on the canals that surround this had water in the first floor of their homes. And depending, obviously, on the elevation of that, whether it was 4.5 feet or 5 feet, some folks had as much as 30 inches of water in their first floor. So they've been taking out stuff, putting that in the street, trying to dry it out with the sunshine in through here. But this is obviously, just a huge scar from Isaias. Isaias still smoldering in many places as we get out and through here. Have no idea what the cause were. We don't believe there was anyone in these homes from what we've heard, so thank goodness for that. But either way, total loss for all of these that you can see in through here. They're going to have to start over. So a sunny day, a day where the wind's hardly even blowing, which is amazing. And Jackie mentioned how fast this has advanced off to the northeast. So now we're seeing the high pressure build in behind this, and a day obviously for a lot of cleanup, but a good day for power crews to get out. And remember, we were talking to Duke Energy yesterday that you're not going to see these huge armadas of power companies. You're going to see a lot of smaller groups, and that's exactly what we saw on our way from Wrightsville down here, which is about a 40-mile drive, okay, from where we were. So a lot of crews already up and running. New Hanover County, Pender County, Brunswick County, which is where I am as well, and all the way down Horry County, which is down toward Myrtle Beach, where along the coastline they had some stronger winds and obviously some record storm surge there. Third highest high tide on record there at Myrtle Beach. So guys, we'll keep you posted here. Again, we're just getting here. We're just hearing from some of the residents as to exactly what happened. But when this thing came in, it came in fast and furious. Think about it. We had high tide coupled with an astronomical high tide, and you were on the right front side of the actual landfall, which was off to our west, just near Ocean Isle Beach, just off to the west of here. So that maximized the storm surge. So Jackie, heck of a hit here they took on the southeast corner here of North Carolina, and obviously this thing's not over yet. It's moving on to the north where you are, Chris Bruin, up there in the northeast.
Yeah, and thankfully timing here is to our advantage. Unfortunately, it's just a matter of timing that ended up being a worst-case scenario for Isaias there in Ocean Isle Beach. Jim, I know you just got on site really quickly. Is everybody accounted for? No injuries or any other people maybe missing on the Isle? Or is everybody accounted for and people are at least safe?
From what we've heard, this is also a spot where a lot of people have second homes here. So, they may have not been here in the first place because, it came in, obviously in the middle of the week. So they're going to be gone, not here on the weekend. But from what we understand, yeah, everybody's accounted for at this point, Chris. So if that changes, obviously we will let you know. But like I said, I just got here. We had to get here by boat. It was about a 30-minute boat ride. And seeing obviously a lot of, on the way out here, seeing a lot of docks that were pushed up. Of course, you remember you get the pilings where these docks float when the tide goes in and out. And if the storm surge and the tide are coupled, unfortunately, if those pilings aren't high enough, sometimes the dock itself actually comes right off the piling, and you see it kind of tip to one side or floated away. We talked to a lady that we met who wanted to get back and check on her cats, but she knows that her dock is gone. It actually floated away. So she's looking for parts, if you will, of that dock to bring it on back. Pretty tight-knit group out here, Chris Bruin, and they'll help each other out in the best way they can. Back to you.
All right, thanks for that update there, Jim. We'll continue to check back in with you from Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina. As far as the weather here in New York City, things going downhill, but manageable, and we're drying out, Jackie, so we've got a little bit of a pause, which is nice, but we know there's some tornado warnings, so let's head back in with the latest on breaking tornado warnings.
Yeah, and I think the big concern going forward is going to be to the north and off towards the east of New York City for the threat of some tornadoes, and we do have some brand new warnings, and this one is out on Long Island, so Middlesex and Suffolk counties, including Hampton Bay, Southampton, until 2:30. Doppler radar is indicating some rotation right at the coastline right now. So this is just south and west of Southampton. This is moving very quickly up to the north. You do not have time. Take immediate tornado precautions, as this could be a water spout, which then turns into a tornado as it makes its way onshore. We also have a new tornado warning here in Massachusetts, and now extending over the state line into New Hampshire. So this is Middlesex and Worcester counties in Massachusetts. Possible rotation right here to the north of the Fitchburg area. And then there's actually a second cell that looks a little bit suspicious to the north of there. So we may very well have two different areas of rotation with these two different cells right here. So this is Cheshire and Hillsborough counties in New Hampshire. There you can see Manchester, just to put it in perspective for you. Keene is over here, and it's just off to the east of Keene, kind of sandwiched in between those two. So Jaffrey, Peterborough, as well as Ringe. Tornado warning until 2:30 local time, and those are moving about 55 miles per hour. So think about you driving down the interstate, how quickly that happens. So you can't outrun these things. You just got to go to a safe place. We do have tornado watches, which will remain in effect maybe another hour or two at most for New York. I think it's going to be a little bit more likely to see those rotators coming in off of Long Island than maybe over New Jersey and New York any longer, but still a watch. So be alert until 4 o'clock here, and then from Connecticut on up into Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire until 9 o'clock tonight.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles that take us back to the people we've missed, and to those who could make this summer mean more than ever before. Get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance event.
Constant hand washing causes hands to dry and crack. Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 hand cream for guaranteed relief of dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's for healthy feet. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked feet.
How do we stuff Reese's peanut butter, pretzels, caramel, peanuts, and chocolate into Reese's Take 5?
Wait a minute. How do we do it?
I'm tired of being left off company email. Can someone tell me how we do it? Not sorry. Reese's.
Fine. No one leaves the table till you're finished.
Fine. We'll sleep here.
It's the easiest because it's the cheesiest. Kraft for the win-win.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much in my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard Packaging.
At Dish, we took our voice remote and added the Google Assistant. Why? Because sometimes you need to control the temperature, the lights, and the TV. Dish, tuned in to you.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. And since we've all been spending so much time with our families at home, we asked one of ours to make this commercial from home. And enjoy safely feeding a family of 4 for about $3 per person when you get specialty chicken, stuffed cheesy bread, medium 2-topping pizzas, or any 2 or more mix and match items for just $5.99 each.
From Domino's! Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired?
Why does it feel like I'm still dreaming when I wake up? What could be causing this?
Hey, Luke, wake up. You fell asleep again.
Why do I always fall asleep on the bus after school? Why am I so tired?
It turns out we're more than tired. We have symptoms of narcolepsy, like the uncontrollable urge to sleep during the day, sudden muscle weakness during laughter or emotions.
Dreamlike hallucinations, or feeling paralyzed when falling asleep or waking up.
Or waking up frequently during the night.
If you or your child has any of these symptoms, it's time to do something about it. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Learn more at morethantired.com. Take the narcolepsy symptom screener now and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Visit morethantired.com today. Don't wait any longer to take action.
Cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Stay tuned for your Local on the 8s, brought to you by Prevagen, the #1 pharmacist-recommended memory support brand.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Currently in our area, 73 degrees under cloudy skies with windy conditions. This afternoon, windy with a few showers. High 82. Chance of rain 30%. Tonight, a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible early. Partly cloudy skies. Low 74. Wednesday, plentiful sunshine. High 90. Here's our 7-day outlook. A tornado watch is in effect.
All right, breaking right now, we are in the midst of a tornado outbreak because of what's now a tropical storm, Isaias, and we've got multiple warnings that are in effect as we speak. These are all radar indicated, but they're going to be tough to get visuals on because a lot of them could be wrapped in rain. Want to give you an update on the tornado warning for Middlesex and Suffolk County. This is out on Long Island. This started out as potentially a waterspout here and then moved through Southampton and continues to push on up towards the north. We saw a distinct signature a little bit earlier, maybe a little something still hanging on in that area, well to the south and west of Southold, but still take this warning very seriously. Sometimes we'll get these to kind of cycle down and then spin back up again, so take your tornado precautions there. This is now into Massachusetts, Middlesex County in Massachusetts, as well as Worcester County until 2:45. Looks like that cell is pushing up towards your north, so that should be allowed to expire pretty shortly. And we've got three different, what it looks like, cells potentially rotating right there within this warning for Cheshire and Hillsborough counties. This is in southern parts of New Hampshire. That includes Jaffrey, Peterborough, and Rindge until 2:30 local time. So we may have multiple areas with rotation within those storms. So these little supercell storms are going to continue to spin up. That will happen very quickly. They may touch down and cause damage, and then they could lift right back up again. But this is going to be a threat that we're going to have to watch over the next several hours still. New York City, I think your threat is going down right now in terms of tornadoes, but we still have a watch there, including Long Island, until 4 o'clock. And then everybody else to the north of there, your tornado threat is actually increasing now with more favorable conditions, especially with the heating of the day that's taking place, adding to the instability. We've got a strong jet that's been ripping through there, really enhancing some of the strong winds too, by the way, with Isaias. So that includes you in Boston over towards Albany into southern parts of Vermont, New Hampshire until 9 o'clock tonight. Now we do have torcons of a 2 and a 3 generally in that area. If there's a number, that's a risk, which I think is pretty obvious. We've had a lot of warnings already, even as of 10 o'clock this morning. Since yesterday, we had more than 100 tornado reports across 10 different states, and that number is continuing to go up. Isaias is moving very quickly, 40 miles per hour, Chris. So this is moving through very fast, but boy, it certainly is packing a punch, and wind really the big deal now still.
I believe it,
in New
Jackie.
York. Yeah.
Totally do. In fact, take a look at the conditions here. Boy, have things changed. Remember when we started, how wet and windy it was? Now, we still got the wind, but we are done with the rain. That's it, guys. The flash flood potential here in New York City is pretty much near zero. If we have any flooding, it'll be because of coastal flood issues, low-lying areas. Take a look at the skyline. You can see the dark clouds. That's the direction the rain has been moving, and things are clearing out. In fact, we're trying to get some hazy, milky sunshine coming out over the horizon. So there's lower Manhattan. Now, we're still going to get a wind shift, and that's going to push some water up the east and west rivers here, the Hudson River Junction, right near the Statue of Liberty. So we're going to watch that, of course, for flooding there in lower Manhattan. But boy, were things strong earlier today in Maryland. Take a look at Mike Seidel's journey right along the boardwalk and coast.
Right now in Ocean City, our winds are gusting 20 to 25 miles an hour. They'll be increasing over the next few hours. But again, it's a quick hitting system for us. It's all about the wind here on the beaches, not so much about the erosion. We're going to have Protog spin around here and take a look at the wind and the rain whipping up the street here, looking back towards Ocean Pines and across the bay here. You can see the rain, the sheets of rain blowing down the street and the vegetation being whipped by winds. These are gusting over 40 miles an hour now. As expected, we knew this was going to happen. It was going to ramp up very quickly just by looking what was happening upstream in the Virginia Beach area. Back here in Ocean City, visibility down, looking out over the Atlantic as these cells rotate in. Wow, this is a pretty stiff wind right now. 35, 40 miles an hour. Very, very windy weather here. Ocean City, Maryland. We've got the tornado warnings continuing. Some of these till 8. They'll likely be extended because these same cells are going up north and northwest, up towards the eastern area and up towards the Bay Bridge. The worst of Tropical Storm Isaias rolled through here in Ocean City, Maryland in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. We got hammered by a very ferocious squall, winds gusting over 60 miles an hour, and horizontal rain. I couldn't even see from here to Baltimore Avenue, which is just a block away. That's how hard it was raining and how hard it was blowing.
All right, quite the journey. Thankfully, the sun's already coming out and improving conditions just because of how fast Isaias is moving. I want to do a quick visual and show you kind of some things I'm noticing. Rain has died down, certainly, but I have seen some, there's a sign floating in the water. It looks like a construction sign kind of blown into the water. So we're seeing that. And then if we look at one of these tall construction buildings that's currently being built, you can see some tape that gets blown off. There's a lot of buildings under construction. There's a lot of construction sites. So there were some things that probably were loose, and we're even getting word of a building collapse in Brooklyn. We'll have much more continuing coverage here of Isaias as it pulls rapidly into the northeast.
You like off-roading in nature, but you don't like getting stuck in nature. That's a conundrum. Psych! These tires have mud scooping and rock crawling technology. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! I haven't said psych in a while.
Good morning. More treatment.
We're going to try something different today.
Oh, it's so pretty.
Dogs bring out the good in us. Pedigree brings out the good in them.
If you love hard-boiled eggs but hate watching water boil, then tediously peeling off shells, you need Egg Pod, a new kind of microwave egg cooker that does all the work for you. Fresh eggs go in, perfectly cooked eggs come out with the shells detached from the egg. Just slide and enjoy. Simply add water, place your eggs, then cook in the microwave. Next, simply shake in the egg pod and the shell slides right off. The secret is the microwave-safe design that creates steam convection, so your eggs cook evenly and consistently. Then, as you shake, the textured dome gently releases the shell from the white, so it slides right off. That's right, you just steam, shake, and slide for ready-to-eat eggs anytime. An egg pod is faster and easier than traditional stovetop cooking. No broken egg whites, no peeling, and no watching a pot boil. Now you can easily make hard-boiled eggs for a delicious egg salad, or slice them for a hearty chef salad. Prepare tasty deviled eggs with ease, and sliced egg sandwiches that are sure to please. Egg Pod is great when you're in a hurry. Just pop it in the microwave and enjoy a healthy breakfast on the go. So why make eggs the old-fashioned way when you can quickly prepare them the new way with Egg Pod? You just steam, shake, and slide for ready-to-eat eggs anytime. Fresh eggs go in, perfectly cooked eggs come out.
Egg Pod does all this, and it's yours for just $19.99 through this special TV offer. Compact and lightweight, Egg Pod is easy to clean, easy to store, so don't delay. Call or click to get your Egg Pod today.
Call 1-800-351-2506. That's 1-800-351-2506 or go to tryeggpod.com. So call 1-800-351-2506 or order online at tryeggpod.com.
I like Liberty Mutual. They get that no two people are alike. And customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. What do you think?
I don't see it. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pods Child Guard packaging.
Every day is sweet when we're serving you Blizzard treats. Like M&M's, cookie dough, and new Oreo fudge brownie. Thanks for being our fans for all these years. DQ, happy tastes good.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
It's grilled cheese time, yeah, it's time for grilled cheese. After we make a grilled cheese, then we're eating grilled cheese because it's time. Yeah, time for grilled cheese.
Breaking right now, we are still tracking tornadoes at this hour due to Tropical Storm Isaias. Got a tornado watch in effect across much of the Northeast and parts of New England right now, with several cells that are clearly rotating, as being indicated by Doppler radar. We're watching Middlesex and Suffolk counties. This is right here on the Long Island, and we had one cell that pushed through Southampton. This came from the ocean, worked its way up. This is the area where possibly we're still seeing a little rotation with that one. I think that cell, that warning will likely be allowed to expire at 2:30. But the other thing I'm watching is, look what's happening down here. They are all lined up. So we've got an outer band of Isaias with multiple storms that are rotating offshore that are going to be working their way across eastern Long Island and likely working their way into parts of Connecticut. So that's one of the things that I'm worried about. We were seeing some really good rotation in that one right there. So that continues on a beeline that way. Heads up East Hampton, you may undergo a warning here in short order. Now, we did have an expiration of a tornado warning here into parts of New Hampshire just at the bottom of the hour, but boy, I have to think that they may be reissuing a new warning, especially on that middle cell right in there. You can kind of see that little appendage there and a little bit of a hook. Unfortunately, Boston's Doppler radar is down, so I can't quite get a great look at velocity on it right now, but just a heads up, you may not be out of the woods just yet to the east of Keene. We've had multiple reports of tornadoes. We've had more than 100 warnings since yesterday. So this is a bona fide outbreak. And these are all the reports that we've just had here since 7 o'clock this morning. So that's about 20 different tornado reports. Now, they could be reports of the same tornado potentially, but we know that we've seen damage. And unfortunately, last night, overnight in North Carolina, a tornado was deadly. It moved through a mobile home park and 2 people lost their lives. Tornado conditions will still be favorable for the rest of the afternoon and into the evening hours. I think it's lessening in New York, but Long Island, I think you're still in it. That watch in effect until 4 o'clock, and then to the north of there, you can see we've got a tornado watch that includes you from Hartford up towards Boston and into southern Vermont and New Hampshire until 9 o'clock tonight. Now, another big component still of Isaias is the wind, and those winds are still very strong. Maximum winds in Isaias all the way to New York State right now, still 65 miles per hour. So more power outages can be expected. Got about 2.5 million people in the U.S. right now without air conditioning. Usually we'll say in the dark, but today I would say without air conditioning. A lot of those folks happen to live in the state of New Jersey. That's where we've got about 1.2 million people where those winds have been clocked well over 60 miles per hour here. I want to head out to our own Jim Cantori. He is live in Ocean Beach, Isle, North Carolina. Much calmer compared to yesterday there, Jim, but unfortunately so much damage.
Yeah, no question, the worst of Isaias down here in the southeastern corner of North Carolina. You're talking about New Brunswick County. You're talking about, New Hanover County. A lot of these areas, huge power outages. And, of course, we took the surge as well as the wind and the heavy rain in through here. And, unfortunately, probably parts of 6 homes remaining still smoldering here as a fire came in. Think about it. If the ocean's this way and we had east wind with the storm going to my west, the wind pretty much lit and helped ignite all these homes downwind of this till it finally stopped. It looks like it stopped at that last home there, but extensive damage, all these obviously a total loss. And even across the street, we actually have a fire that was here. So we understand there's about 6 homes that sustained damage, obviously heavily damaged, and in some cases will have to be totally torn down and repaired. No power here on Ocean Isle Beach. Residents number about 600, but we swell to about 20,000 as we get to the summer vacation season. They don't really want any visitors out here at all. and there's no way to drive onto this island today. We actually came here by boat. Which we appreciate. We actually got out to see some of the damage. And even on the way out, you get out here through a lot of canals and whatnot. A lot of the docks, with the water coming up 7-8 feet, came off their pilings and are either gone or tipped over on one side of that piling. So damage in that respect, and obviously no power here at this point in time. I do not see a breach here, but we understand on the east side of the island, it's a 6-mile long island. Okay, it's about a half-mile wide. It's the barrier island. There is extensive overwash and damage, extensive structural damage as well because of the storm surge component there. It's a much lower side of the island. So you go from sea level to a high point of about 14 feet where, there's no damage in through there. But you can certainly see behind me here what happens when you have a fire. Like this, and it spreads with wind-driven fire. Guys, we'll keep you posted here from what we find out. Again, a lot of this breaking. We understand, we can't confirm if anybody's been killed or if there's been any loss of life or even missing persons at this point in time, because we are just getting out here and this is all still breaking as well. We will keep you posted here, guys, from southeastern North Carolina, taking the worst wind with the eye wall from Isaias last night at high tide.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Do you remember your first kiss?
It was a long kiss.
So I wouldn't say it was that long.
Did she know it was coming? I think so.
The first kiss was a shocker. I remember being pretty caught off guard.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
I wanted my hepatitis C gone.
I put off treating mine.
Epclusa treats all main types of chronic hep C. Whatever your type, Epclusa could be your kind of cure.
I just found out about mine.
I knew for years. Epclusa has a 98% overall cure rate.
I had no symptoms of hepatitis C.
Mine caused liver damage.
Epclusa is only one pill, once a day, taken with or without food for 12 weeks. Before starting Epclusa, your doctor will test if you have had hepatitis B, which may flare up and could cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have had hepatitis B, other liver or kidney problems, HIV or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor today if Epclusa is your kind of cure.
It's Velveeta shells and cheese versus the other guys. Clearly, Velveeta melts creamier.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Light can come to you.
And you'll get a text when we're on our way. Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service.
Schedule at safelight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Ever wonder where the capital A in Chick-fil-A came from? It started with grade A, top-quality chicken. But we believed everything, not just the food, should be grade A.
A is for above and beyond.
An extra level of care.
A game.
From caring for our guests and our community to cleanliness and safe service with a My Pleasure. A is for all the little things we do to bring you our best every day.
A little funky dance.
And that too.
We love our new home. There's so much space.
We have a guest room now.
But we have ants.
You're slouching again, Ted.
Expired. Expired. Expired.
Thanks, Aunt Bonnie.
It's a lot of house. I hope you can keep it clean.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Which helps us save a lot of money.
Oh, Teddy, did you get my friend request?
I'll have to check.
Aunt Joni's here.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
All right, check out some of this new video into us here at the Weather Channel. You're looking at one of the possible tornadoes spotted during an outbreak triggered earlier today by Isaias. This is coming from Ocean City, New Jersey. It's just south of Atlantic City, and you can see the ominous funnel there over the ocean, okay, and nearing land. And we've had numerous tornado warnings. In fact, over 90 plus tornado warnings just in the last really 24 to 36 hours. So officially calling it a tornado outbreak, and certainly something that we have seen with Isaias. Remember, too, that tornado watch in effect tonight for 6 states in the Northeast, including here in New York, as well as Connecticut, Rhode Island, and all the way into New England. All right, more new video. This is proof now of how destructive Isaias has been as it charges up the eastern seaboard. This is a big tractor trailer that was blown over on a roadway in Newcastle County, Delaware. And we know areas near Dover have been hit especially hard, especially with down power lines blocking numerous roads, and crews don't know necessarily a timing on when some of these roads will reopen. So it's best to kind of stay put. There's a lot of tornado damage across the mid-Atlantic right now, from Virginia and also down into North Carolina, and something we want to watch very closely here into New England as we head into the next few hours. Well, thanks for joining us here on the Weather Channel Tuesday afternoon. Pretty quiet here. One thing you haven't noticed is any sort of watercraft. Typically, you'd have ferries and water taxis coming back and forth. The water has just been too choppy, so things have kind of been on hold through the afternoon. Things may reopen this evening, especially if weather continues to improve, which right now I would definitely say it has. We are dry. We are not going to see any more rain, so that is some good news. However, the winds are still going to be a factor, and it's starting to get a shift too as the core now starts to pull north of New York City. Still off to our west, but that rotation from the south and west is going to eventually maybe push some more water in. But thankfully, Jackie, we timed this out during low tide, so it's keeping coastal flooding, at least here, at a minimum, which we are thankful for.
Absolutely. So still some winds there in New York City, but we are concerned about tornadoes potentially on Long Island as well as into parts of New England. And this is really going to be the big area, I think, over the next couple of hours to watch for that tornado threat. We've got some bands where tornadoes could develop, or water spouts actually could develop and make their way onto the shoreline. And then we also have some favorable areas here into parts of Vermont as well as into New Hampshire. So our latest new tornado warning includes you in Bennington and Windham counties, including Arlington, Dover, and Wilmington. And this is the cell that we're most concerned about that's just off towards the west of Marlborough right now. That warning in effect until 3 o'clock local time. But boy, you can really pick out that couplet. So we are definitely seeing some very strong rotation here on Doppler radar. A tornado is very likely occurring or about to occur. So get to your safe place here in Bennington and Windham County. Want to put a little storm tracker on this for you and time it out. Put that on there for you. And there you can see this would be moving towards Wilmington at 248. Stratton at about 304. Manchester, if this holds together and moves outside of that box, a new warning then would need to be issued at 318. Dorset at 327, and then Hebron just after that at 337. So just the one warning right now, but we've had so many already just in the last hour and a half that we'll get these very quick spin ups. So the warning time and the lead advance time on these is a little bit lower than normal because these spin ups happen so quick. They can also dissipate pretty quickly, but they have caused damage today. So take the warning seriously. Plus, there's a lot of rainfall with them, so you may not actually be able to see the funnel. So trust the warnings today. Get to the lowest level of your home away from doors and windows. A tornado watch remaining in effect for southern New England and parts of the Northeast, including you in Boston towards Hartford and Bridgeport. That will last until 9 o'clock tonight. So tornadoes just one of the big concerns here, Colleen. We also have a lot of strong winds causing damage and leaving 100 millions actually now, I guess, without power.
Yes, Jackie, so many without power right now. First, I want to take you to Chesapeake Bay. This was this morning. Look at this, the winds Just tearing through Norfolk right now. That was earlier, though. High winds toppled trees and power lines. Of course, we're tracking over 2 million customers right now without power. And a church also was badly damaged when part of the wall collapsed. So a lot going on. That was around the Chesapeake Bay. And then as we move up into portions of New Jersey, getting into New York, and as we extended to northern New England, that's where we've seen many downed trees and power lines. New Jersey, over 1 million customers without power right now. So we know the winds are so strong, but also the rain. That's something that we got to focus on as well. We do have flash flood watches that blanket the New England area all the way from Dover up through Philadelphia, still including Albany, up through Burlington, Vermont. This is the core of the track of Isaias. So again, this is where we're going to see the strongest of the rain and the heavy rain that's going to be pouring down. And of course, that could have these flash flood problems all the way into tomorrow morning for some of these spots. Also across the coastline, including the Chesapeake Bay, also the Delaware Bay, we do have those coastal flood warnings as well as coastal flood advisories that go up through New York, as well as even parts of Massachusetts and Connecticut. So again, still watching the waters as those levels continue to rise with all the rain that has fallen. And through tomorrow morning, there's the area with the most risk for flash flooding. That's going to be right around the border of Pennsylvania into New Jersey, as well as the southeastern corner of New York. We continue to track Isaias as it just continues to pack a punch across the New England area. Keep it right here with the Weather Channel.
At Dish, we took our voice remote and added the Google Assistant. Why? Because sometimes you need to control the temperature, the lights, and the TV. Dish, tuned in to you.
Ta-da! Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
I should get a quote.
Do it.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Managing type 2 diabetes? You're on it. Exercising often and eating healthy? Yep, on it there too. You may think you're doing all you can to manage type 2 diabetes and heart disease, but could your medication do more to lower your heart risk? Jardiance can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease, so it could help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And it lowers A1C.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis or have severe kidney problems. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar,
lower A1C, and lower risk of a fatal heart attack?
On it with Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
When you eat Reese's for dessert, is it over too fast? Well, then chill your Reese's. You'll eat it slower. I wouldn't know. I swallow mine whole. Like a duck. Not sorry. Reese's.
Yeah. Oh, straight, we ain't stopping, believe me. Go straight till the morning, no lie, we won't wait. And we're taking everything we wanted, we can do it. Oh, straight. Oh, sweat.
Every day is sweet when we're serving you Blizzard treats. Like M&M's, cookie dough, and new Oreo fudge brownie. Thanks for being our fans for all these years. DQ, happy tastes good.
Hey, come on down to our Flash Superstore. We got the best deals on refrigerators, microwaves, gas ranges, and grills. And if you're looking for
Real people are realizing there's a better way to mobile.
My carrier probably has a lot of fees I don't even know are there. Basic phone line access, federal universal service charge, I don't even know what that is. Why am I paying these fees?
At Spectrum Mobile, there are no added taxes and fees. What you see is what you pay. $45 a line with our unlimited data plan or $14 a gig with our Buy the Gig plan.
The calculator said that we would save $600 a year. We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $350
$650 a year.
$650 a year.
It's true. Most customers who use our calculator find they could save hundreds every year. Don't wait. Find your savings at SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115 and get it all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts.
I'm ready to switch.
Get more for less with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Plus, get the flexibility to mix and match plans. Visit a Spectrum store. Go to SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115.
Is almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up. We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 72 degrees under cloudy skies with windy conditions. This afternoon, windy with a few showers. High 82. Chance of rain 30%. Tonight, a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible early. Partly cloudy skies. Low 74. Wednesday, plentiful sunshine. High 90. Here's our 7-day outlook. A tornado watch is in effect.
All right, everybody, we're still tracking tornadoes at this hour. Isaias has been a prolific tornado maker. We've had a lot of warnings already today, and that's ongoing this afternoon and will continue into the evening hours for tonight. So I'm most concerned about parts of the Northeast and southern parts of New England. We've got one warning still in effect right now, but this one showing very solid signs of rotation. This is in Vermont and southern parts of the state, just to the north and east of Marlborough, including you in Bennington and Windham counties. This includes the city of Arlington, Dover, and Wilmington until 3 o'clock local time. So there you can clearly see the area that we're concerned about. So kind of in the outlying areas, but if this holds together, this is going to be heading towards the Manchester area. So you need to be taking your immediate tornado precautions right now because the cell's moving fairly quickly, around 45 miles per hour. This would be arriving in Searsburg at 2:54. Glastonbury at 3:07, making its way towards Manchester if it holds together around 3:19, and then working its way towards Dorset at 3:28. We've got a tornado watch across the region until 9 o'clock tonight. This includes major metropolitan areas like Boston and Hartford and Providence, and then New York City and Long Island still under the watch until 4 o'clock here for tonight. Looks like we just got a brand new tornado warning. Thanks so much, Erica. Producer Erica Lopez doing a great job helping out here today as well. Cheshire and Sullivan counties here. We've got a tornado warning. This is just to the east of Interstate 91. Claremont, Newport, all included within this warning, and looks like perhaps right in there would be the spot that we're watching for that rotation. So Springfield, this is to your south and west, or south and east rather, excuse me, south and east of Springfield, and it's heading in that northerly direction. So again, tornado warning, Cheshire and Sullivan counties now until 3:15 local time. We've got some new video just into the Weather Channel. Isaias' high winds and rain causing some serious problems. Wow, did you see that? Whew, this is a transformer explosion on Bushwood, Maryland. That's about an hour south of Washington, D.C. Right now, there are over 2 million people across the U.S. right now who do not have any power because of Isaias. So some of that has been because of tornadoes. Some of that has been because of damaging winds. And there you can see the big concentration of that. A lot of these, in fact, I believe about half of them, yeah, here it is, in New Jersey. So almost 1.5 million without power just in the state of New Jersey. We want to give you more information right now on the tornado warning. So here we've got another one into Connecticut. Boy, these are popping up really, really quickly. And that's something to keep in mind today, folks. This is Middlesex County, is that there will be very little advanced warnings or notice on these warnings today because they spin up very, very quickly. Sometimes they can dissipate just as quickly, but once that warning is issued, don't take the time. The cells are moving quickly. They're spinning up quickly. Cromwell, Middletown, Portland, all under that warning until 3:15. There's the spot that we're talking about here in Connecticut. To put it in perspective for you, there's the Hartford area. So Hartford potentially could be in the line of that storm if that holds together and continues to pull up to the north. So this is one of the areas that I'm concerned about here into Connecticut, over towards Long Island, because we've got a lot of little individual storms in these outer bands that are out over water right now. And there you can see, as Erica, thank you for expanding that out for me. Those are going to be two of the big areas to watch in the hours going forward as these make their way towards land. We get increased friction. Water spouts become tornadoes when they go over land. So we'll watch that. Providence, I know you're under the watch. You haven't had any warnings just yet, but you could watch your activity really ticking up here in short order. So keep that in mind. Boston, things have been off to the west of you, at least so far, but we're seeing signs of that expanding here. So Boston, you may get into play here in the next hour or so. So something to keep in mind, boy, Colleen, these are really going up really fast today.
Yes, and Jackie, that's a great reminder for everyone. You just need a way to get weather alerts today because you're not going to have a lot of advance notice with any of these tornado warnings. We just see them popping up like popcorn as Isaias makes its way through the northern part of the New England area. Now, I do want to show you the broad picture of the tropics because we're not even halfway through hurricane season. It's already been very active. You may be wondering, okay, so what's on the heels of Isaias? So there's our tropical storm right now, of course, taking headlines as it rolls through the New England area. But here's our next area to watch. However, yesterday, this area of watch, National Hurricane Center, had about a 60% chance of developing. Unfortunately, it's been ingesting a little bit of dry air, or fortunately, because then it means it's not going to develop. It only has a 20% chance of developing now as it's kind of rotating around that Bermuda high. So still watching this in the Atlantic. And of course, all eyes will continue to stay on the Atlantic as we get closer and closer to the peak of hurricane season. But next, we have live coverage on the Weather Channel, all covering Tropical Storm Isaias.
And we've upgraded her with the sonic shield and holographic mapping drones.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver and get a discount just for signing up.
Well played, Jake from State Farm. As usual.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Is there a power struggle in your home? Fighting to charge phones, tablets, or game consoles? Because there's never enough plugs. Or worse, you end up without a charge. Now there's Spin Power, the ultimate smart charging station. Brought to you by Bell & Howell. Bell & Howell Spin Power lets you conveniently charge all of your electronics. And with our rapid smart charging technology, devices are charged in a flash. It has a 360-degree swivel design. And Spin Power is a smart charging station. Our smart control ports detect your connected devices for rapid optimal charging without battery stress. Spin Power Smart Charging Station is also a surge protector with 4 outlets and 6 smart USB ports. Charge 10 devices at once. Digging for extension cords? That's a tangled mess. Spin Power by Bell & Howell has a sleek and convenient 40-inch extendable cord. Reach any outlet with ease. Keep power at your fingertips and rapidly charge up to 10 devices at the same time, anywhere in your home. But there's more. Our cord's retractable. Just turn the top and it wraps inside the base. Tighten it up so it looks sleek on countertops or tables. Use it right near the wall. Finally, charge everything on your desk without crawling underneath it. Its tough design is great for your workshop or garage. Charge all your power tools at one time. Stop crawling around with tangled cords to find a plug. Spin Power's vertical design easily fits plugs of all shapes and sizes. With Spin Power by Bell & Howell, you'll always have a charge. You'll wonder how you lived without it. Call or go online to get your Spin Power by Bell & Howell with a low price of just 2 easy payments of $14.99. Spin Power comes with a 10-year warranty. But wait, you can double the offer. Just pay a separate fee. And shipping is free. That's right, free shipping. You get it all while supplies last. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-458-4122. That's 1-800-458-4122 or go to buyspinpower.com. So call 1-800-458-4122 or order online at buyspinpower.com. Call now.
Jack was one of 6 million pets in animal shelters in need of a home.
he found it in a boy with special needs who also needed him. As part of our love promise, Subaru and our retailers host adoption events and have donated $28 million to support local animal shelters. We're proud to have helped over 230,000 pets so far, changing the lives of dogs like Jack and the families who adopt them. Subaru, more than a car company.
At Dish, we took our voice remote and added the Google Assistant. Why? Because sometimes you need to control the temperature, the lights, and the TV. Dish, tuned in to you.
The story of the Kind Mini. We took the full-size bar and cut it in half. So the next time it's 3 o'clock and you want some delicious dark chocolate, grab a dark chocolate nuts and sea salt mini with whole almonds and just 90 calories. It's a kinder way to satisfy.
Isaias is still moving at a rapid clip right now through the Northeast as we speak, with gusty winds whipping all the way up the coastline. Take a look at this squall that came through Ocean City, Maryland earlier this morning, where we had winds, get this, near hurricane strength. 70-plus mile-per-hour gusts there in Ocean City, Maryland. Also into parts of the Jersey Shore, we saw similar scenes. And 70-mile-per-hour gusts at both JFK and LaGuardia here around New York City. And the storm making landfall as a hurricane in North Carolina late last night. Here you can actually see some of the widespread damage in Bertie County. Debris stretching for as far as the eye can see, and we know tornadoes have been a big threat with Isaias. We have seen an actual outbreak with numerous tornado warnings and even confirmed tornadoes through North Carolina, Virginia, and now into the mid-Atlantic as well, with some in New Jersey, and eventually going to get more confirmations as the National Weather Service gets out there and assesses the damage. Well, thanks for staying with us here all weekend and week long now, as we've been tracking Isaias for what has seemed like so long, right? We've been tracking it through the Caribbean, had a hard time getting his act together, seemed like it was strengthening, then it would die apart. Same thing happened near Florida, and then it strengthened back to a hurricane, almost Cat 2 hurricane winds it recorded in North Carolina last night, in some areas slightly above ground level, and now it's on its last heels as it's racing through the Northeast, and that is the good news. It is out of here as fast as we've seen tropical systems move out of here. We're live in New York City. We're in Brooklyn. There's lower Manhattan, and we fared fairly well. I am impressed with some of these gusts, though. Official observations here around New York City. We had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust at JFK and in Jackson Heights. That's in Queens. Also a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust at LaGuardia, and also out towards Breezy Point. So we're talking strong tropical storm force winds. There's been a report of a building collapse. Not sure the full story on that in Brooklyn, but probably something under construction or sorts. It is causing some road issues. We know New Jersey Transit is shut down system-wide until further notice because of technical issues, downed wires, and just service connectability. So that's something we're watching too. Notice visibility is improving. We may even squeeze out a little bit of sunshine. I bet the sunset tonight, guys, is actually going to be fairly nice. Still going to be breezy the next few hours. And remember that travel advisory remains in effect through this afternoon. Let's get the latest now on what we know of Tropical Storm Isaias. One death now just confirmed in Queens, New York, bringing the U.S. death toll to 4. One person was killed in Mechanicsburg, Maryland this morning when a tree fell on a car, and 2 people were killed when a tornado hit a mobile home park early this morning in Bertie County, North Carolina. There are also more than 31 million people who are under tornado watches right now, most of that still extending into New England. And the city of Dover, Delaware says multiple crews are working to clear fallen power lines across roads, but they don't have a clear time frame for power restoration. Crews from other areas are on standby to assist. So impressive wind gusts here across the board, and we're still tracking that tornado threat. As far as we've seen, Jackie, we have a great vantage point. You can see New Jersey, you can see Governor's Island, Lady Liberty, you've got lower Manhattan, and you've got Ellis Island there off in the distance. I did notice some lower cloud formations, but nothing, no water spouts, thankfully. So we fared fairly well here in New York City. Still breezy the rest of the day, but other areas in the Northeast, get ready. It's coming quick.
Yeah, even just off to your east, Long Island is going to be an area that could potentially be a hot spot for waterspouts and or tornadoes. And we're watching that happening right now in Connecticut as these bands bring storms onshore and then they begin to rotate. So we've got a new tornado warning just issued right now. This is really an extension of the previous warning I told you about in Connecticut that includes you into the Middletown area. But now Hartford, that cell is headed in your direction. We've got a tornado warning until 3:45 here. So this is east, west, and just regular old downtown Hartford, all under the line and path of this possible tornado. So we put a tracker on this one for you to time it out. Rocky Hill at 3:07, Newington at 3:10, and there you can see right here, Hartford looks like it should be moving through around 3:14, 3:15. So these are moving very quickly, and you don't have a lot of time to get to your safe place. So remember, lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. Try and stay calm. It will pass very quickly, but do take these warnings seriously today. Don't wait for visual confirmation on them. Trust that the radar is seeing the right thing and that damage could occur, so that you need to take shelter and seek that safe place. So we're also watching things here into New Hampshire, Cheshire, and Sullivan counties under a tornado warning right now. This is for Claremont, Newport, and Unity counties until 3:15 local time. So there you can see the cell that we're worried about. And just something else to keep in mind is look at this line outside of there. Boy, a lot of those look really suspicious, and I wouldn't be shocked as those continue to rotate up here that we could see those storms turn in as well. We've got a tornado watch in effect across that entire region. That's until 9 o'clock tonight. It includes the capital district of New York and Albany. It includes you in Boston. It includes you in Hartford, Providence, out towards the Cape and Long Island, where most of these are likely to occur. And so we've got a number of hours to go here before the watches have expired and the threat is over with. We still have that sliver of a watch here, including you in New York City, until the top of the hour. But I really think that threat is going to be greater off towards the east of you. All right, every hour when we got a tropical system that's over land, every hour we get a new update on its position, its intensity, from the National Hurricane Center. So here we are with a new one at the top of the hour, 65 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. Tropical storm over land. Remember, this made landfall last night over North Carolina, and we have not seen a lot of the intensity decrease with that. So part of it has to do with the interaction of an upper level jet, that trough that we've been talking about that's been steering this thing, and the location 15 miles away from New York City. It's still moving so fast at 40 miles per hour. So, Chris, I guess one of the good things out of all of this, the impacts, are rough, that's for sure. But at least this is kind of a quick hitter. This isn't stalling. This isn't slowing down. This isn't prolonging these threats. We're going to be done with this thing by tomorrow.
Yeah, you said it. You could have said it better myself, Jackie. It's a quick-moving system. I mean, really, if we're reanalyzing what just happened here in New York City, I mean, we're only looking at about a 2-hour span where we had those tropical storm force winds. So it was an extended severe thunderstorm, essentially, if you're trying to put it in lamest terms. So that's what we've been dealing with. Of course, that has damages and dangers of its own, unfortunately. They're in Queens, not too far, just up the East River, okay? You've got a fatality because of a tree that fell on a van. And we've seen that in the mid-Atlantic as well. And, of course, numerous reports of tornadoes. Let's kind of walk and talk and show you what we're looking at and some observations that we've been noticing. Winds have shifted. It's been dry, okay? So that has certainly helped us out. We haven't seen a lot of flooding in and around the city. We know how easy the city of New York can flood, especially given how much concrete and asphalt there is. Thankfully, the rain was short-lived, and we knew that was going to be the case. The heaviest of rain was going to be well to the west of us. So that's good news. The wind was certainly strong. We had reports 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Jackson Heights. That's not even on the water, guys. That's in Queens, and that's an inland location. So impressive wind speeds all across the New York City metro area. LaGuardia gusting in the high 60s, as well as Breezy Point near Coney Island and Rockaway Beach. They had 60-mile-per-hour gusts and a 70-mile-per-hour gust at JFK. Starting to see a few showers. Again, breezy weather can be expected the rest of the afternoon. And if we look out over on this end, this is the bay. I see the Staten Island Ferry. It looks like they're up and running again. They were supposed to be closed. Don't know if there's people on it, but they may be getting back out. That is honestly the first boat I have seen on the water since the worst of the weather pushed in. So things may be slowly getting back to business as usual, and I do think businesses may even get to reopen what's left of the evening tonight, because outdoor dining is really the only option unless you're doing takeout. So be mindful of that, but kind of hang tight. There's that travel advisory in effect, and that will remain through much of the afternoon. It's going to be windy, and driving on some of these bridges, guys, is going to be tough. You got the Brooklyn Bridge right here. Of course, when you're elevated, your wind speeds, they're going to be higher, and you can even see the flag on the top of the mid post right there, flying pretty quick. So winds still, I would say, sustained in the mid 20s, and then gusting maybe 30, 35 miles per hour. We could have a brief gust of 40 or so, but the core is now quickly moving to the north of us, and that's going to put it into the wind here fairly quickly. We still have some gusts from time to time, and still expecting those power outages. Millions without power right now across the country, the majority of those in the mid-Atlantic and in the Northeast. And we're going to watch those power outages continue to increase north of here into New England and getting into the upstate and areas across Massachusetts, Boston. We're going to have live reports coming from our own Justin Michaels as well on what's going on across Massachusetts and southern parts of New England with Isaias and what it means for areas down the line. So it's something we're going to be monitoring very closely. Timing here, again, a brief passing shower. It's still going to be windy. I'm not going to lie. It's still going to be windy the next couple of hours, but manageable, similar to what you're seeing right now. So things are going to improve fairly quickly here. And that, I think, is the best news, Colleen. We didn't have a ton of rain with this, so we're not seeing, an extensive amount of trees down because the ground was dry. We actually needed rain. If we're going to do it, a tropical system is certainly the way to go. It can really replenish the ground moisture, and a lot of the Northeast has not had a lot of rainfall. We don't have a lot of rain in the near future to come. Once this clears out of here, things dry out quickly. So the rain, if we're looking at any benefits to this, the rain is certainly needed and welcome across this part of the country.
Yes, and Chris, this is why the timing is so crucial because, around lunchtime today, there in the Big Apple, you wouldn't be sitting outside enjoying lunch. And now by dinner time, things slowly starting to clear up. It's just an entirely different story.
Yeah, and that's a great point. So for people wanting to know, okay, are we going to get, 3 to 4 hours? Some of these businesses need as much, revenue as they can get. So opening up outdoor dining this evening, it will certainly help so many businesses that when you get a day like today and you can't eat outside for safety reasons, it can really be hard financially. So hopefully that's the case. It still is going to be breezy. I'm not going to promise you're not going to lose your napkin, but at least things should improve here over the next couple of hours.
Yes, hold on to your hats today in New York City. And speaking of New York City and timing, I want to talk about some of these cities and what to expect as we head through the rest of your Tuesday night. So first off, there's a live look at the Big Apple. So again, still the clouds hanging there. You've seen Chris out there over the last several hours, and certainly the wind is still going to be a problem as we head through the rest of this afternoon and evening. Now, looking at the radar, the rain is essentially over for New York City. So again, other than maybe just a little bit of drizzle, most all this is pushing up to the north. And so areas around Massachusetts, getting into central New York, that's where we're starting to see some of those problems with the rain, as well as, of course, the wind as Isaias continues to move north. Now, New York City is still under a tornado watch up until 4 o'clock, so that's going to be expiring really soon. Again, I do believe the threat is essentially over for them. This is going to start to move still up into the Connecticut area and then Massachusetts, where we've been tracking additional tornado warnings. And again, those are just popping up super quick, and then some of them die out very quickly. So you're not going to have a lot of advance warning with these tropical spin-ups. Now, the wind, watch, New York still could see some wind gusts up to around 40 to 50 miles an hour until things start to lighten up a bit after about 6 o'clock. And then kind of the core of the wind starts to roll up into portions of Hartford and even Boston. You're going to be in for it. So right as New York starts to move out, then it's going to start to move into the Boston area. So let me take you live to Boston right now, show you what's going on. Actually, we're going to transition to North Carolina right now and take a look at this.
At our Southport and Fort Fisher ferry facilities, and our staff is working to assess that damage. Our Wilmington and Morehead city ports sustained minimal damage, and they are reopened this afternoon for employees and commercial operations. The storm has also impacted our division of motor vehicles. The storm disrupted many of their DMV services, so please visit myncdmv.gov for updates. Governor.
Thank you, Secretary Boyette. Also with me today is Major General Todd Hunt, the Adjutant General of the North Carolina National Guard, Colonel Glenn McNeil, the Commander of the State Highway Patrol, our Secretary of Public Safety, Eric Hooks, and Cody Kensley, Deputy Secretary at the Department of Health and Human Services. Jeff Greer and Monica McGee are our sign language interpreters, and behind the scenes, Jackie and Jasmine Mativier are our Spanish language interpreters. We'll now take questions from the media. If you can identify yourself and your organization. We'll take the first question.
Our first question is from Michael Perchik with WTVD.
Good afternoon, Governor. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Will any coronavirus testing sites or have any coronavirus testing sites been impacted by Isaias? And what impact could this potentially have reopening plans?
I know that some of the sites slowed down because of the weather and the evacuations that were occurring, but I'm going to have Cody Kensley, Deputy Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, to give you a little overview of that. Cody.
Thank you, Governor, for your leadership and for continuing to stay focused on the pandemic in the midst of this disaster. We have had to close several of our testing sites for weather in the eastern part of the state. It was several dozen sites. We've immediately started to work to reschedule those to continue to make sure folks have access to testing. And in fact, now is a great time to remind folks that if you do need to be tested, go to find your testing site on our website to go ahead and make that appointment and go get tested today. And that is it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Our next question is from Paul Wolverton with the Fayetteville Observer.
Hi, this is Paul Wolverton with the Fayetteville Observer and the USA Today Network. My impression, Governor, is that the public wasn't expecting the storm to be as strong as we saw, particularly in Brunswick County. What level of storm was expected, and were you surprised at the strength of the hurricane, and how well were the public and government prepared for it?
We always anticipate the worst, and that's how you can be prepared. I said at the beginning of this that we wanted to look back and to say that we
All right, we will continue to bring you the latest information out of North Carolina and how they're recovering after Isaias as that becomes available. In the meantime, we want to break in because we have more tornado warnings that are happening here, just extensions of previous warnings, really, as these cells are moving so quickly on up towards the north. We'll start out in Connecticut right now because we've got that tornado warning that does include you in Hartford. Looks like the rotation has pushed just up to your north, but we still have some danger here, areas north of Hartford as this heads up towards the state line with Massachusetts. And in Burlington, Connecticut, which is on the west side of Hartford, somewhere over there, we've got reports of some wires down potentially from tornado damage. So trust that warning. Take it very seriously. Going to have to move. Oh, you got it, Erica. Thank you. Move the cone to extend that out for you as that rotation now is clearly to the north of Hartford and near the Bloomfield area. Bloomfield need to be in your safe place right now. Granby at 326, Southwick at 333, and if this holds together beyond that as we head towards Massachusetts, Westfield, Russell at 338 and 344 respectively. We'll take you on up into New Hampshire now, and this is where we have the extension of that warning. So this is the new information just coming in for Sullivan County. This is for Claremont, Cornish, and Plainfield under that warning. This cell is to the east of Interstate 91. It's moving just east of, or just west of north, and that warning remaining in effect until 3:45. So keep in mind that this whole area is under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. We've had numerous, oops, there's that watch. Until 9 o'clock. This includes all of Massachusetts, Hartford, Providence, out towards the Cape, still Long Island under the watch today as well. We want to head out to our Chris Bruin, who's in New York City. And Chris, we had some really strong wind gusts reported at LaGuardia as well as JFK just a couple of hours ago, as much as 70 miles per hour. How are the winds doing now?
You know, in the last 5 minutes, Jackie, they have really started picking up, and I think that's because we're getting a wind shift, and I'm noticing a lot more white caps here on the bay and up the East River. Take a look at this. Let's bring over Matt Safer and show you. It's pretty hard to get white caps on these type of waterways because they're protected by so many bodies of water, but the wind is coming from our left, okay, from the open waters, pushing that up from the Atlantic up into the bays and then up the West River and East River. All right, so this is where the kind of the Hudson River kind of juts out into the bay as it works its way over towards the Atlantic. And you can see now we're getting some pretty choppy conditions. These have noticeably been picking up, and you're starting to get some waves now under the Brooklyn Bridge. It's dry, so that may be deceiving to people. They're like, okay, the rain's done. When you think of a tropical system, you think of the worst of the weather being near the core, and that's always got the rain with it, right? Some of the heaviest rainfall rates too. But this is becoming less and less tropical now as it's being kind of eroded by our mid-latitude system, our cold front. That's all kind of injecting that energy. It's a strong cold front. I mean, in the Midwest, we're dealing with temperatures in the 40s and 50s. So you had a lot of wind energy with that. Combine that with a tropical system, and now you've got just a full-fledged wind event here across the Northeast. And that's what we're going to continue with. That's what cities like Boston and Providence, as well as Hartford and Bridgeport, can expect as we continue on. And we've already had those gusts over 70 miles per hour at times, and JFK, also up near Jackson Heights and Queens, and getting down towards the Jersey Shore. So we may not be done with those tropical storm force winds. In fact, these winds probably gusting close to tropical storm force right now, and could it get even stronger, especially as the core now passes to the north and west of New York City. Nothing, though, like what they saw on the Maryland coast with Mike Seidel earlier this morning. Let's recap what his adventure was like earlier today.
Right now in Ocean City, our winds are gusting 20 to 25 miles an hour. They'll be increasing over the next few hours. But again, it's a quick hitting system for us. It's all about the wind here on the beaches, not so much about the erosion. We're going to have Hertog spin around here and take a look at the wind and the rain whipping up the street here, looking back towards Ocean Pines and across the bay here. You can see the rain, the sheets of rain blowing down the street, and the vegetation being whipped by winds. These are gusting over 40 miles an hour now. As expected, we knew this was going to happen. It was going to ramp up very quickly just by looking what was happening upstream in the Virginia Beach area. Back here in Ocean City, visibility down, looking out over the Atlantic as these cells rotate in. Wow, this is a pretty stiff wind right now. 35, 40 miles an hour. Very, very windy weather here. Ocean City, Maryland. We've got the tornado winds continuing. Some of these till 8. They'll likely be extended because these same cells are going up north and northwest, up towards the eastern area and up towards the Bay Bridge. The worst of Tropical Storm Isaias rolled through here in Ocean City, Maryland in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. We got hammered by a very ferocious squall, winds gusting over 60 miles an hour, and horizontal rain I couldn't even see from here to Baltimore Avenue, which is just a block away. That's how hard it was raining and how hard it was blowing.
All right, so quite the journey there. Thankfully, things have improved drastically in Ocean City, Maryland, and also improving conditions now on the Jersey Shore. Atlantic City, where Reynolds Wolf was, improving conditions there. In fact, some sunshine will likely make an appearance as we go into the next few hours. Same can be said here in New York City. Visibility has improved. I want to briefly pan over here to Lady Liberty, and you see all those ports and those, industrial, huge structures there off in the distance. That's New Jersey, and this is really the first time we've been able to see that far across the water. So you got Governor's Island right here, and Lady Liberty and Liberty Island, and then you've got the Staten Island Ferry. That's the only boat that I have seen, and man, that's going to be not for the weary, for sure, if you're on one of these ferries. The ferries and water taxis likely are still kind of on halt right now until the conditions, at least the water, subsides a little bit. But quite the chop here out across the East River, and this is all pushing up river, okay? So we're getting that extra push of water. The one thing that's helped us is the high tide cycles. high tide is not until tonight at 9:50 or so. So we've got quite some time before we even see those water levels come up naturally, especially with the astronomical high tides. But then you've also got low tide, which is happening right about now. So we've already got the lower tides. This is when we're getting the strongest push of water inland. So I think it's going to keep any coastal flooding at a minimum. Not to say we won't have any areas near Coney Island and some of those vulnerable spots out across Jersey City and Hoboken, and areas also in lower Manhattan. That's a notorious spot for flooding. We'll have to keep our eyes out for it. But the city has put a lot of preparations in place to not have a repeat of what we saw with Sandy. But the conditions were a lot worse to our south. That's where timing didn't play to their favor. They had high tide and the heart of the eye of Isaias come right overhead late last night. We sent our own meteorologist, Jim Cantori, on a boat to check out the latest from the location.
The only way we could access this beach is by boat. So we actually got in a boat and took a 30-minute ride to actually get here. And if you remember hearing about the fires last night, we're kind of at the heart of where those were. Potentially 6 homes that you see behind me here. This is an island that's not incredibly high. You have 4 areas that are obviously beachfront, get as high as 14 feet in some spots. So with a 7+ foot total water rise, we had surge come in some cases from the sound side, which is lower than the beachfront, exactly where I'm standing here. But don't know what the cause was, but you can still see some smoke coming out of this. But this is just complete loss. And I mean, think about this. You had an east wind, right, which comes from this direction, and one house, lit potentially this one, and then ignited all the others. Until potentially they could get to this and put it out. Don't know a lot of the details in through here, but you can see these houses here and the one house right across the street, which obviously the top part of that, maybe a couple of floors, actually sustained extensive damage due to the burning in through here. Some good news, though, and don't miss this. All right, so we're in Brunswick County, and I was talking to the Brunswick County Electric folks, and they started off the day with 40,000 customers without power. They now have 19,000. That includes all of them here at Ocean Isle Beach, which is population about 600, but inflates big time, obviously, in the summer months to about 20,000 people. They're going to shut that down, obviously, for the week to let people get back up and running. Talking to a gentleman, actually, when we got off the boat, a lot of these homes that live on the canals that surround this had water in the first floor of their homes. And depending, obviously, on the elevation of that, whether it was 4.5 feet or 5 feet, some folks had as much as 30 inches of water in their first floor. So they've been taking out stuff, putting that in the street, trying to dry it out with the sunshine in through here. But this is obviously, just a huge scar from Isaias, still smoldering in many places as we get out and through here. Have no idea what the cause were. We don't believe there was anyone in these homes from what we've heard, so thank goodness for that. But either way, total loss for all of these that you can see in through here. They're going to have to start over.
Incredible to see the damage there in Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina. Of course, Wrightsville Beach was hit hard and many other spots across eastern North Carolina. And then the tornadoes that we've been seeing elsewhere in the mid-Atlantic and also now into the Northeast. So it's something we're still not quite done with, frankly, and this storm is still on the move and impacting areas to our north. We're going to watch the strongest of winds only get farther north into New England as we head towards this evening. And right now we've got a shift in our wind direction, and that is now pushing water up the east and west rivers on either side of Manhattan. Will we see flooding? We'll answer that question and more next.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Constant hand washing causes hands to dry and crack. Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 hand cream for guaranteed relief of dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's for healthy feet. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked feet.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
I wish I could shake your hand.
Granted. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not an injection or a cream. It's a pill that treats differently. For psoriasis, 75% clearer skin is achievable with reduced redness, thickness, and scaliness of plaques. For psoriatic arthritis, Otezla is proven to reduce joint swelling, tenderness, and pain. And the Otezla prescribing information has no requirement for routine lab monitoring. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla. Show more of you.
Still fresh.
Unstoppable.
In-wash scent booster.
Downy Unstoppables.
Try Drive Up at Target. Contactless delivery right to your car, designed for your day. Your moves. Your style. Your taste. So quick and easy. Just download the Target app today.
Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you're healthy. Naked.
Do you know why I love Coffee Mate? Well, it's triple churn and 2 times richer than milk for one perfect cup of coffee. Think I love Coffee Mate too much? No, impossible. Coffee Mate. Coffee's perfect mate.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you?
Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
Quite the storm Isaias is bringing to much of the eastern seaboard. This will certainly be one remembered for this year's hurricane season, especially in states like North Carolina, up into Virginia and New Jersey, where we've had very strong wind gusts and some structural damage, significant damage there near Ocean Isle Beach, not far from Wrightsville Beach. And power outages are mounting and continuing to climb at a rapid rate. We're up to over 2.5 million customers here across the country without power. Now remember, a customer can be a household, so those numbers are likely exponentially larger. So we're looking at millions of people likely going to be in the dark tonight. And until the winds calm down, we're not going to be able to get those crews out safely to restore power as quick as some would like. Now in some areas the winds have died down and power crews will work as fast as they can to restore power to some areas where the damage was minimal. But in hard hit areas like eastern North Carolina, it may be several days before power is fully restored. And we may still see more power outages here in New York City. Thanks for joining us here on the Weather Channel this Tuesday afternoon. Maybe you're checking back in from this morning, or if you remember watching last night when Isaias made landfall, you saw how strong some of those winds were. We just got a latest wind gust report from earlier this afternoon of a 78-mile-per-hour gust out across Long Island, okay? That's strong. That's hurricane force. It's category 1, and we had 90-plus mile-per-hour gusts reported in eastern North Carolina. So quite the storm. We've had hurricane-reported gusts for several states here from the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast now as we speak. One thing I want to note, take a look at the Statue of Liberty. That's right here to the left of Lower Manhattan. It's silhouetted nicely because you've actually got clearing skies. There's blue sky beyond Governor's Island, just beyond the horizon. So we're on the south side now of the circulation. However, our winds have shifted, and they're pretty much coming right off the water at our location. So there's nothing to really slow them down. So this is the most persistent wind we have at least seen here in Brooklyn and across Manhattan. The problem is this water is being pushed up the river, and so if we're going to have any coastal flooding issues, especially in those usual hot spots like Lower Manhattan and areas up towards Long Island City and Queens and even up towards the Bronx, low-lying spots, if we're going to have coastal flooding, Jackie, this is when it's going to be. But thankfully, the rain has stopped, and we are at low tide right now. That's keeping these water levels already down, even though we're seeing them higher than normal because of that push of water. Thankfully, it's low tide and not high tide.
Yeah, and it's hopefully that, it's not catching folks off guard that the rain stops and they think, oh, everything's fine outside, because the strongest of winds have really been coming in behind the rain outside of the tornadoes and the warnings that we've been having. And we've got more warnings that we're continuing to track at this hour. And, this is really going to be kind of the sweet area still for the potential of tornadoes. I'm watching these bands and lots of cells that are offshore that are going to be working their way over parts of Long Island into Connecticut, as well as into Rhode Island, and eventually work their way into Massachusetts. And so those are kind of the bands that we're tracking for the greatest potential of rotation. So we've had a lot of warnings the last 2 hours or so, and now we've just got one on the table. Of course, knock on wood when I say that, because the second that you say that, it seems like they pop up. And these today have been popping up really, really quickly. So there's not a lot of advance warning on the tornadoes today compared to normal days. So once the warning is issued, you definitely want to take cover. So Sullivan County still under the tornado warning. That's until 3:45. Claremont, Cornish, and Plainfield all within the line of this. So these are accelerating very quickly. Some of them have been moving as fast as 60, 70 miles per hour. So we'll continue to track the threat for tornadoes with a watch in effect until 9 o'clock for tonight. So tornadoes, we still have winds. We still have lots of people without power right now. Colleen, what are you tracking right now?
Yes, I want to take you to Albany, New York, because Jackie, we've been talking about some of the cities that are seeing the biggest impacts from Isaias, and Albany is one of them that is under the gun right now with a lot of rain. This is more closer to the core of the track of Isaias, and you can see right there a lot of rain rolling through, and of course the wind starting to pick up, just starting to gust up to around 30 miles per hour. So quickly want to take you to radar and show you all this rain that's moving through. So we're going to have several hours of some rain in Albany. They are under a flash flood watch as well as a tornado watch as we head through this evening. We'll be talking more about the track of Isaias, where it's going, and what the rest of the New England area should expect as we head through tonight. Keep it on the Weather Channel.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Look, this isn't my first rodeo. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't be here if I thought reverse mortgages took advantage of any American senior. Or worse, that it was some way to take your home. It's just a loan designed for older homeowners, and it's helped over 1 million Americans. A reverse mortgage loan isn't some kind of trick to take your home. It's a loan, like any other. Big difference is how you pay it back.
Find out how reverse mortgages really work with AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage guide. Eliminate monthly mortgage payments, pay bills, medical costs, and more. Call now and get your free info kit. Call 1-800-231-7626.
Other mortgages are paid each month, but with a reverse mortgage, you can pay whatever you can when it works for you. Or you can wait and pay it off in one lump sum when you leave your home.
Discover the option that's best for you. Call today and find out more in AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage loan guide. Access tax-free cash and stay in the home you love.
You've probably been investing in your home for years, making monthly mortgage payments, doing the right thing. And it's become your family's heart and soul. Well, that investment can give you tax-free cash just when you need it.
Learn how homeowners are strategically using a reverse mortgage loan to cover expenses, pay for health care, preserve your portfolio, and so much more.
Look, reverse mortgages aren't for everyone, but I think I've been around long enough to know what's what. I'm proud to be a part of AAG. I trust them. I think you can too.
Trust AAG for the best reverse mortgage solutions. Call 1-800-231-7626 so you can
retire better.
Ever wonder where the capital A in Chick-fil-A came from? It started with grade A, top quality chicken. But we believed everything, not just the food, should be grade A.
A is for above and beyond.
An extra level of care.
A game.
From caring for our guests and our community to cleanliness and safe service with a My Pleasure. A is for all the little things we do to bring you our best every day.
A little funky dance.
And that too.
Life doesn't give you many second chances. But a Subaru can.
You guys okay?
Eyesight with pre-collision braking. Standard on the Subaru Ascent. The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
All right, and welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage here of Tropical Storm Isaias. We talked about, guys, this is the strongest winds we've had here at our location all day, and it doesn't even come with rain. I want to show you the sky and this direction. It's gonna be a little bumpy as we face the wind, but look at the blue sky. All right, so we're near the strongest winds of the core. You have the tightest gradient here, and that's what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing here in Lower Manhattan. Okay, I mean these are sustained, certainly over 35, maybe 40 miles per hour, and they're getting stronger. Okay. That would take the breath out of you, but it's not. It's a dry wind. I mean, it's really just like some of those bigger wind events that we get in the Northeast. You think in the spring and sometimes in the fall and even in the wintertime. That's kind of like what we're dealing with here because we're done with the rain. And I think people have that false sense of, okay, the rain's done, the sun's coming out, things are getting better, but yet the winds are some of the strongest that we've seen here in Brooklyn and then also in Lower Manhattan. And look at the water. Look at the water. This is what we talk about when we talk about the water coming in. All of this water is being pushed in from the Atlantic, coming up the Hudson River and coming up the East River and West River right there. You got the bay, and then you have the West River on the opposite side of Manhattan and the East River right here. And look at the white caps. It's not too often you get white caps right there under the Brooklyn Bridge, okay? Very interesting weather site. I mean, Isaias from the start has been a storm of its own. It has had its own things that we're going to remember. It's very different from other storms that you can think about, especially with its intensity kind of going up and down, the whole dynamics, the weaknesses of it, and then just the dry air it's had to contend with. So while the rain may be done, the sun's coming out, the strongest winds we have felt here in Brooklyn are being felt right now. And it will continue likely for the next hour or two, and then we'll clear things out. But this was nothing like what we were dealing with in North Carolina, where they had landfall. In fact, let's take you to some of the aftermath on Ocean Beach Isle with Jim Cantore.
Yeah, no question, the worst of Isaias down here in the southeastern corner of North Carolina. You're talking about New Brunswick County. You're talking about, New Hanover County. A lot of these areas, huge power outages. And, of course, we took the surge as well as the wind and the heavy rain in through here. And, unfortunately, probably parts of 6 homes remaining still smoldering here as a fire came in. Think about it. If the ocean's this way and we had east wind with the storm going to my west, the wind pretty much lit and helped ignite all all these homes downwind of this till it finally stopped. It looks like it stopped at that last home there, but extensive damage. All these obviously a total loss, and even across the street, we actually have a fire that was here. So we understand there's about 6 homes that sustained damage, obviously heavily damaged, and in some cases will have to be totally torn down and repaired. No power here on Ocean Isle Beach. Residents number about 600, but we swell to about 20,000 as we get to the summer vacation season. They don't really want any visitors out here at all, and there's no way to drive onto this island today. We actually came here by boat. Which we appreciate. We actually got out to see some of the damage. And even on the way out, you get out here through a lot of canals and whatnot. A lot of the docks, with the water coming up 7-8 feet, came off their pilings and are either gone or tipped over on one side of that piling. So damage in that respect, and obviously no power here at this point in time. I do not see a breach here, but we understand on the east side of the island, it's a 6-mile long island. Okay, it's about a half-mile wide. It's the barrier island. There is extensive overwash and damage, extensive structural damage as well because of the storm surge component there. It's a much lower side of the island. So you go from sea level to a high point of about 14 feet where, there's no damage in through there. But you can certainly see behind me here what happens when you have a fire like this, and it spreads with wind-driven fire.
Sad to see some of that damage there in Ocean Beach Isle, North Carolina. Improving weather, and hopefully they can get those homes fixed up here quickly. But Jackie, I got to say, I have never seen a tropical system like this. Sunny with the strongest winds right now. I'm not complaining, no rain, but man, these winds are strong, and look at the wave action.
They're going to stick around for another couple hours, Chris, so hang in there. And folks should be prepared because of those strong winds to still lose power. Jim was just talking about all the folks without power in North Carolina. So we're talking about over 2 million people who have lost their air conditioning today. And power crews tell us, it might be longer than normal before it's put back on because of COVID-19, and they're working in smaller groups. The tornado threat still ongoing. The good news right now, we don't have any warnings in effect. We do have some flash flood warnings here in parts of Pennsylvania and into New York State. I really think this is going to be the next big focal area for that threat of flash flooding. So make sure you don't travel today and just don't drive into any water-covered roadways. And then this is the area I'm going to continue to watch for more tornadoes to develop. We do have a tornado watch remaining in effect until 9 o'clock for tonight. So stay alert with this. And those winds are continuing to stay strong. And that's something we're going to have to watch going forward. The strongest gust so far of the storm was 99 miles per hour. That was in Federal Point, North Carolina. Look at all of the wind damage reports and winds 60 miles per hour or more.
The Lab, brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
You like off-roading in nature, but you don't like getting stuck in nature. That's a conundrum. Psych! These tires have mud scooping and rock crawling technology. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! I haven't said psych in a while.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on, uninterrupted, because you'll have power when you need it the most.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
Get the safety, security, and peace of mind your family deserves with a home standby generator from Generac. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99. And special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment, and you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call or go online today. Power your life with Generac.
Don't you just love the look on the kids' faces?
Yeah, that look of pure terror.
No, the smile.
And that second right before the first tear comes.
What?
Pizza on a bagel. We can all agree with that.
Do you want a hug?
What's the secret to natural bliss? We choose perfect, simple ingredients. Farm fresh milk and cream, pure cane sugar, and Madagascar vanilla.
That's one tasty secret.
Natural bliss. Keep it real, make it simple.
Constant hand washing causes hands to dry and crack. Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 hand cream for guaranteed relief of dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's for healthy feet. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-807-5730. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-807-5730. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-807-5730. That's 800-807-5730.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. We are live on the ground.
Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 75 degrees under cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible early. Partly cloudy and windy. Low 73. Wednesday, mostly sunny skies. High 90. Wednesday night, mainly clear skies. Low 71. Here's our 7-day outlook.
If you're just joining us right now, I have never seen a tropical storm with this type of weather. We're talking the strongest winds that we have seen, sustained easily over 40 miles per hour. Yet, as blue skies as you can imagine. Let's show you. I look at all directions. There's the Statue of Liberty. Look at how vibrant those skies are. Yet, the winds are so strong because we're near that core. There's been so much dry air wrapped around in it. I want to pan up really quickly and look at these little clouds, if you can see them. So you got the high clouds. Those ones aren't moving, but look at these little clouds. They are racing through. We've had a complete 180 in our wind direction. Now it's coming totally upriver, and this is the concern for if we're going to have any coastal flooding. It's going to be right now. You can see the silhouette of Governor's Island, and there's Lady Liberty. There's the Staten Island Ferry. I don't know if there's people on it because they had suspended service at 1 p.m. this afternoon, and yet I now have seen it come back and forth, but yet the wind, look at these waves. Hey, look down at these waves. This was like glass earlier today, and now you've got quite the white cap action here just outside of Lower Manhattan. There's the financial district. The skies are as blue could be. And then we pan up this way. You got the Brooklyn Bridge. You got the leftover cloud deck. That was what was over us for so long. But now that is racing off towards the north and east. And it's the most vivid color you can imagine. I'm trying to paint this picture for you guys. Even if we look at Brooklyn, pan over this way really quick. Look at Brooklyn. Look how blue those skies are. That's that dry air that's rapidly coming in behind our front. The weather's actually going to be very nice tonight. And I'm trying to capture this for everyone watching, just so you can see it through my eyes. I've never been in a tropical system like this where I am dry, but yet we have the strongest winds happening with the dry weather. A very unique system. Of course, it wasn't like that in North Carolina yesterday, but here in New York, these are the kind of winds that can still cause damage. I know it seems idyllic and clear, the weather's improving, yet the winds are at their strongest, especially in areas that maybe it wasn't as strong earlier today. Now you're getting those stronger winds. I want to bring in Jackie to the conversation, and maybe, Jackie, you kind of been following along with me. Is there anything that maybe you're seeing or that points out to you?
Well, you know, the main thing I've been tracking is actually what's been north of you, Chris, and that's been all the tornadoes. We have a little lull in the action, expect that back. But, you know, it's so interesting to me, Chris, to see conditions so changeable in a tropical system, in the sense that a lot of times we'll get the strongest winds right within the strongest of storms within the tropical storm or hurricane too, right? Yeah. So as the rain is beating down on you, you're getting the strongest winds. But to see blue skies, it's deceiving, because you look out your window and everything looks pretty, but the wind is one thing that you can't see unless you're looking at trees or you're looking at the flags which are flapping. You know, Chris, you've been out there just doing yeoman's work all day today. I know you've been live for us for about 8 hours, so thank you for staying with us, because you're in a place where we still have a lot of dangers and where so many people live. Can you kind of walk us through the changes that you had in New York City today, and include, you know, some of those peak wind gusts that we had a little bit earlier?
Yeah, that's a great point. Let me do that for you really quick. So this morning we are out near Coney Island. It's about 13 miles to our south, okay? This morning it was quiet. We had a little breeze. The beach, that was actually on the beach. The beach was pretty still. We had 1 foot waves on the ocean, okay? And it was pretty quiet through about late morning. Then we noticed some spotty squalls come in, and as those squalls came in, the wind steadily picked up. Now the winds were coming from this direction, from the east and the southeast, okay? So they were coming downriver, pushing all the water back out to the ocean, and Jersey was dealing with any coastal water rise. That would have been the area to focus on. But now we have seen a complete 180. Now the wind is coming from Jersey and right up the bay and into the East River. So that's why you're getting your white caps, and the waves are going up towards the Brooklyn Bridge, up towards Queens and Long Island City, and all the way up. And so that does pose some concerns, especially in areas like Lower Manhattan that are a lot quieter. Now, we did have some heavier squalls with heavy rain come through, I would say around noon to about 2 p.m. And then it stayed cloudy but dry. We didn't have a lot of rain. We actually had a little bit of a lull. Then we noticed clearing. We could see New Jersey, and the skies cleared. I mean, it happened within 20 minutes. And as that was happening, then the winds picked right back up, and that's what we're dealing with right now. Tropical storm force winds and the most beautiful skies I've seen in quite some time, especially after a tropical system. And I'll tell you, the rest of the week, the weather looks great, but we've got to get through the dangers, because New England, you're next in line. What you see here in New York City is what you're going to get. And just because the rain's over with, don't think the storm is done. The winds are the biggest danger with this, especially along I-95 and east of the I-95 corridor. And let's not forget the heavy rainfall we've been dealing with well to the west of here, across eastern Pennsylvania, the tri-state area, and now moving into upstate New York.
Find your keys. Find your get up and go. Find pants that aren't sweats. Find your friends. Find your sense of wonder. Find the world is new again. At Chevy, we'd like to take you there. Now during the Chevy Open Road Sales Event, get up to 15% of MSRP cash back on select 2020 models. That's over $5,700 cash back on this Equinox. It's time to find new roads again.
Commander, the wheel shark loves light, flaky, buttery club marines, and he's ready to snack. Oh no! Commander, Kyle.
Deliciously simple Club Minis. Mini crackers for big imaginations. It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard packaging. Natural Bliss Almond has turned the creamer world upside down with almond milk creamers that are deliciously creamy, made with real almonds and Madagascar vanilla. So good, it's simply nuts. Natural Bliss. Keep it real, make it simple.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person.
And since we've all been spending so much time with our families at home, we asked one of ours to make this commercial from home. And enjoy safely feeding a family of 4 for about $3 per person when you get specialty chicken, stuffed cheesy bread, medium 2-topping pizzas, or any 2 or more mix and match items for just $5.99 each.
From Domino's!
At Dish, we took our voice remote and added the Google Assistant. Why? Because sometimes you need to control the temperature, the lights, and the TV. Dish, tuned in to you.
At Safe Flight, we're committed to taking care of you and your car.
We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safe Flight.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
I see you're about to turn 65.
You know what that means. Medicare. It doesn't cover dental what high bills you'll have.
Actually, we're getting a Physicians Mutual.
Oh, great. She'll be covered.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
All right, Isaias moving fast right now all the way through the Northeast. It'll be in Canada before the end of the night tonight. And it has brought so many people gusty winds. In fact, take a look at this squall that was in Ocean City, Maryland. Wind gusts here reaching nearly 70 miles per hour at one point. And now the weather has certainly cleared out very quickly. And the worst of the weather well to the north. The storm actually making landfall as a hurricane in North Carolina late last night. Here you can see the widespread damage in Bertie County and debris stretching as far as the eyes can see. So we have seen our fair share of damage from the Carolinas, even some beach erosion across parts of Florida, to right on up into the tri-state area where we are right now. We're live in New York City. Thanks for joining us here on the 4th hour of Weather Center Live. If you've been with us all day, things have been all over the place weather-wise here across New York City and New Jersey. We've got sunshine now and strong gusty winds. We're still gusting over times 40 to 50 miles per hour, even though the skies have cleared. It is the most beautiful blue I can imagine. Now, we've got a couple more clouds coming in, so we'll be in and out of the clouds right now, but look at the current right now pushing up river here along the east side of Manhattan. So there's the Freedom Tower. The top of that was just enveloped in clouds much of the day, but now you can see it as clear can be. And all of the whole skyline here in Manhattan, working our way up towards Midtown and then Central Park. I can even see the Chrysler Building there just under the Brooklyn Bridge. There's the low-level cloud deck off in the distance, and those clouds are quickly racing off towards the northeast. Let's get the latest here on what we know right now. Unfortunately, one death just confirmed in Queens, New York, bringing the U.S. death toll to 4. One person was killed in Mechanicsburg, Maryland this morning when a tree fell on a car, and 2 people were killed when a tornado hit a mobile home park early this morning in Bertie County, North Carolina. And there are more than 31 million people who are under tornado watches right now. And the city of Dover, Delaware says multiple crews are working to clear fallen power lines across roads, but they don't have a time frame yet on power restoration. And it may take a couple of days, especially given the fact how windy it has been today. So that's something else, too, that we are monitoring. All right, winds are slowly starting to quiet down. That was quick. I mean, those winds whipped up, within 10 seconds, they went from, a breeze to knocking you off, kind of pushing you around around a little bit, just with those strong tropical storm force gusts. So still expecting power outages. The rain was needed, and we fared fairly well as far as rainfall goes. We're not seeing significant flooding, thankfully, at least here in New York City. We know that the same can't be said heading over into Jersey, where they had a lot more of the rain. Again, west of I-95, you're on the rainy side of things. So those are where we had the 5, 6, 7, 8+ inches of rain and counting. And we may still get it as we go up into upstate New York, into the Adirondacks and into New England. You're still going to be dealing with that heavy rain shield, which you're dealing with right now. The wind story was the main factor here in New York City, and we're still in the midst of it. Even though the weather is clearing up, the wind has always been the biggest factor. And Jackie, still gusting, but starting to come down a little bit from what we were dealing with, say, about 10-15 minutes ago, but still brisk and still going to be breezy. I know businesses are going to want to get it out there and try and get in some dinner, but it's going to be hard to set things up when conditions are like this. Yeah, wait till tomorrow would be a good piece of advice, because those winds are still going to stay strong. So we've got a new update in from the National Hurricane Center on the location and intensity of Tropical Storm Isaias, and it's hard to believe, this thing made landfall last night just after 11 p.m. Eastern time. So here we are, 4 o'clock now in the afternoon, and we still have a tropical storm with maximum winds of 65 miles per hour. That's only dropped 20 miles per hour since it initially made landfall. Now, there are a couple of different reasons for that. Some of it has to do with its fast forward speed. It has to do with the upper level winds getting injected into that and keeping it very strong. Eventually, this is becoming a remnant low, and it's going to hook up with an area of low pressure up into parts of Canada, and it's going to be out of here. But it's just incredible to see how fast this thing is moving at 40 miles per hour. And that's been a little bit of good news in keeping some of the flood threat down, though we have been seeing some of it. It's about 50 miles to the south and west of Albany, New York. So Albany, you're going to be feeling those really strong winds along with the steady rains. And Chris alluded to this there in his live shot about where the threat of the heavy rain and flooding is going to be in upstate New York. I am looking at you. Capital District, I am looking at you. Your rains have been very persistent. They're very heavy. They're coming down with good rainfall rates. So additional flash flood warnings will likely get issued. And then over in this area, in some of these outer bands, that's going to be kind of the sweet spot that we'll look at for more rotating storms. We've had a lot of tornadoes already today. Knock on wood, we don't have any tornado warnings right now, but conditions are still favorable, and that's going to be ongoing into the evening hours for tonight. So a tornado watch, meaning conditions are favorable for tornadoes until 9 o'clock. Boston, Hartford, Providence, you're in it. But notice New York City and Long Island, finally, you've been dropped out of the tornado watch. Just a quick update on a couple of the warnings, flash flood warnings here into parts of New York, Pike and Wayne County until 7:15. Just to the north and east of there, we have one for Delaware County until 8:15, and then just south of Albany as well. Some of the worst of the rain did come into southern Maryland and stretching on up into southeastern parts of Pennsylvania. Doppler radar indicating a huge swath in here between 7 to as much as 10 inches of rainfall. We had high water rescue in Charles County, a lot of water in St. Mary's County, and even west of Philadelphia, we had some high water rescues. The flood alerts from this area have now been dropped, so that's a little bit of good news, but still extended here from Albany up towards Sugarloaf. We still have tropical storm warnings and alerts in effect from the mid-Atlantic into the Northeast, because we still may see some of those strong tropical storm force winds. More than 3 million people now without power, Chris. This number is just staggering. When I started the show at 1 o'clock, we had just moved from about 800,000 to 1 million, and here we have tripled that at more than 3 million. So those winds certainly doing a number. Jackie, and again, those are customers. But there's probably millions more if you look at the population-wise who are going to be sleeping in the dark tonight, or at least part of the night. Because once we get to the evening, I think power crews are going to be able to restore, especially from south to north, as the wind then starts to subside. I can assure you, power crews cannot get out there around New York City right now trying to fix down power lines or trees or limbs that may have come down, because it's just too dangerous to be going up and in these types of winds. Right? This is going to continue probably for the next couple of hours, and then we'll see things improve. Things improving, at least in North Carolina. It's a day of recovery. An ocean Isle Beach, or Ocean Beach Isle. It's a tongue twister, and I forget it. Excuse me. But in Ocean Beach Isle, there on the southeastern shore of North Carolina, you can only access it by boat. Jim Cantori and his team made their way out to kind of assess the situation. An island who holds a population of only about 600, and where significant damage was reported. Take a look.
The only way we could access this beach is by boat. So we actually got in a boat and took a 30-minute ride to actually get here. And if you remember hearing about the fires last night, we're kind of at the heart of where those were. Potentially 6 homes that you see behind me here. This is an island that's not incredibly high. You have 4 areas that are obviously beachfront, get as high as 14 feet in some spots. So with a 7+ foot total water rise, we had surge come in some cases from the sound side, which is lower than the beachfront, exactly where I'm standing here. But don't know what the cause was, but you can still see some smoke coming out of this. But this is just complete loss. And I mean, think about this. You had an east wind, right, which comes from this direction, and one house, lit potentially this one, and then ignited all the others. Until potentially they could get to this and put it out. Don't know a lot of the details in through here, but you can see these houses here and the one house right across the street, which obviously the top part of that, maybe a couple of floors, actually sustained extensive damage due to the burning in through here. Some good news, though, and don't miss this. All right, so we're in Brunswick County, and I was talking to the Brunswick County Electric folks, and they started off the day with 40,000 customers without power. They now have 19,000. That includes all of them here at Ocean Isle Beach, which is population about 600, but, inflates big time, obviously, in the summer months to about 20,000 people. They're going to shut that down, obviously, for the week to let people get back up and running. Talking to a gentleman, actually, when we got off the boat, a lot of these homes that live on the canals that surround this had water in the first floor of their homes. And depending, obviously, on the elevation of that, whether it was 4.5 feet or 5 feet, some folks had as much as 30 inches of water in their first floor. So they've been taking out stuff, putting that in the street, trying to dry it out with the sunshine in through here. But this is obviously, just a huge scar from Isaias, still smoldering in many places as we get out and through here. Have no idea what the cause were. We don't believe there was anyone in these homes from what we've heard, so thank goodness for that. But either way, total loss for all of these that you can see in through here. They're going to have to start over.
Crazy to see how quickly power's been restored there in parts of eastern North Carolina. So that's something that's encouraging, even though power outages are only climbing here in New York City as the winds continue to whip. I want to go up farther north. Let's bring in our own Justin Michaels. You're in Worcester, Justin, and I have to say, we were seeing the rain and wind earlier, and then we had a pause, and then it cleared, and then we got walloped by strong winds, and that's what we're still dealing with here with whitecaps across lower Manhattan. What are you dealing with right now in Worcester?
I'll tell you what, Chris, for the last few hours, we've been dealing with some pretty intense winds, maybe sustained 10, 15 miles per hour, upwards of 20 mile per hour gusts. I did clock a 38 mile per hour gust, and truth be told, it did take me off my feet a little bit. I was not prepared for it, and it knocked me into my my rental car because it came out of nowhere. Luckily, I had my anemometer up, and right now, to give you some perspective, right now we're 13, 15, 17 mile per hour, 18 mile per hour. There's a 20, 22. So it's pretty strong, pretty intense winds. There goes my hat. Thank goodness I have it on a tether. But yeah, the winds have been pretty nasty here. We haven't had a ton of rain here in Worcester, Massachusetts, but the expectation, I was looking at the radar, over the next maybe hour or so, we are going to get some rain. In fact, there's some nasty stuff coming directly from the south, coming north, and it's coming right at us. Some really, really nasty parts of a final burst of rain coming from Isaias here in Worcester, Massachusetts. We were actually scheduled to be live in Plymouth, maybe looking at Boston. We came west to get to Worcester because Boston and Plymouth aren't going to be getting what Worcester is getting, and of course a lot more rain off to the west of where we are right now. To give you some perspective on where we are, we're right outside of City Hall. You can see Worcester City Hall right now, and the flags are kind of all over the place at this point. We've seen them, kind of standing straight up and down, and now they're kind of laying there. We seem to be in a bit of a wind tunnel where we are right now, but the winds have been intense, and it's certainly something to look out for. As far as the watches and warnings we're dealing with right now, Now, we are dealing with a tropical storm warning right now, Isaias, of course, and we're also in a tornado watch at this point. So make sure you're paying attention to the forecasts coming from the Weather Channel, because you've seen those tornado warnings pop up, those little red boxes pop up on and off all over the place throughout the afternoon. So, guys, we're going to continue to watch things here in Worcester. We know the rain is coming at us, but after that, probably some more winds for the rest of the evening, but then it's going to die down. But I think we're going to get wet before we get dry again for sure. I think it's coming at us pretty intensely here in the next hour or so. Into you.
Yes, and Justin, there's a lot of those bands that are still moving in your direction. Also want to just move to the east of you to Boston, because this entire area under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. So what has been moving from New York and New Jersey now is starting to move farther north. And so now you will be under the gun for Isaias. You can see right now cloudy skies, not much in the way of rain yet, but we do have those bands coming off the Atlantic that we're watching closely, because Boston, you're in that area where we've been seeing those tornado warnings that pop up very quickly. So there you go. There's where Justin Michaels is seeing some gusts around 40 miles an hour. Boston, even though it's not raining there, you've had some gusts up to around 35 miles per hour. And zooming out a little bit, here's all the rain that's still on the way. So as it continues to move north, these bands, especially these specific cells that we see, could have some of those tropical spin-ups. And there's the active watches. We have that tornado watch going until 9 o'clock tonight. And that does include most all of Massachusetts there as we continue to watch Isaias move to the northeast. And look at those winds. Now here in New York City, you've been seeing the conditions change so much with Chris Bruin out there, around 35, 40 mile per hour winds. But then as we head through tonight, this starts to move up into the Boston area. And by 8, 9 o'clock, even after sunset, you'll be seeing those tropical storm force winds. So really howling through tonight. Another spot I want to take you is Albany. A little bit of a different story. Again, they are getting the wind, but Albany, closer to the center of that track, has really seen some intense rainfall under a flash flood watch right now, as well as a tornado watch. You can see visibility essentially zero there, just rain blanketing Albany. And so they've had some flash flood warnings that have been issued throughout the afternoon. You can see one right for the city of Albany currently, and you can see all the way up through Rutland and just to the north. This is just a big swath of rain and will be continuing over the next several hours, along with the wind as well as the tornado threat. This does include Albany there, and then east of the Hudson, still looking at that tornado watch until 9 o'clock. And there you go, flash flood watches in place as well. So Albany, it's going to be a rough night for you, as well as those surrounding neighborhoods. Now, Chris, want to toss it back out to you. It has just been wild to watch the weather change there in the Big Apple today.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm in a wind tunnel. I'm in the wide open waters here. There's the East River, there's Lower Manhattan, and look at the waves. The clouds, too, they're moving so fast. It gives you the idea of the energy. We're not far from the center of circulation. This is where you have the tightest pressure gradient and thus your strongest winds. Even though we're kind of devoid of any shower and storm activity, it's still got all that wind energy aloft that's being dragged down. And this is all headed into the northeast. We'll continue with the latest coverage here of Isaias when we return.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Delivering. Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
What do we want for dinner? Burgers! I want a sugar cookie! I want a bucket of chicken! I want...
It's the easiest because it's the cheesiest. Kraft for the win-win. If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clearer skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be.
Oh, Tesla, show more of you.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Meet Function of Beauty, the custom shampoo the internet can't stop talking about.
Love the formulas. My curls are on fire.
This is the first time I've worn my hair naturally in years.
This has literally saved my hair. It was a hair-changing experience.
One-of-a-kind formulas created just for you. Just take the quiz. Choose your hair goals, scent, and color, and find out why Function of Beauty is the internet's #1 custom hair care brand. Get 10% off your first custom formula at functionofbeauty.com.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Still fresh.
Unstoppable.
In-wash scent booster.
Downy Unstoppable.
It's Mattress Firm's Summer Save and Sleep event. Hurry in and don't miss savings of up to $300 on our top-rated brands. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattress purchase of $6.99 or more. Or get up to 50% off select mattresses from our best-selling brands like Beautyrest, Serta, and Sleepy's. Don't wait. Shop in-store, online, or by phone with a sleep expert for these amazing deals. Only at Mattress Firm.
Hey, Luke, wake up. You fell asleep again.
Why do I always fall asleep on the bus after school? Why am I so tired?
That's what we always wondered. But then he was diagnosed with narcolepsy, so he was more than tired. Narcolepsy can affect anyone, children and adults. We waited too long to take action, but you don't have to.
Visit morethantired.com now. Learn about the 5 symptoms of narcolepsy, take the narcolepsy symptom screener, and find a sleep specialist. Don't wait. Visit morethantired.com today.
Cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 76 degrees under cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy, showers early, low 73. Chance of rain, 30%. Wednesday, sunshine, high 90. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Wednesday night, mostly clear skies, low 71. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Right now in Ocean City, our winds are gusting 20 to 25 miles an hour. They'll be increasing over the next few hours. But again, it's a quick hitting system for us. It's all about the wind here on the beaches, not so much about the erosion. We're going to have Protog spin around here and take a look at the wind and the rain whipping up the street here, looking back towards Ocean Pines and across the bay here. You can see the rain, the sheets of rain blowing down the street and the vegetation being whipped by winds. These are gusting over 40 miles an hour now. As expected, we knew this was going to happen. It was going to ramp up very quickly just by looking what was happening upstream in the Virginia Beach area. Back here in Ocean City, visibility down, looking out over the Atlantic as these cells rotate in. Wow, this is a pretty stiff wind right now. 35, 40 miles an hour. Very, very windy weather here. Ocean City, Maryland. We've got the tornado warnings continuing. Some of these till 8. They'll likely be extended because these same cells are going up north and northwest, up towards the eastern area and up towards the Bay Bridge. The worst of Tropical Storm Isaias rolled through here in Ocean City, Maryland in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. We got hammered by a very ferocious squall, winds gusting over 60 miles an hour, and horizontal rain I couldn't even see from here to Baltimore Avenue, which is just a block away. That's how hard it was raining and how hard it was blowing.
Well, visibility not an issue here in New York City, but the winds are. And boy, it may be sunny, but we are still dealing with the repercussions here of the wind aspects with Isaias, okay? Still tropical storm force winds in the heart of Brooklyn and Manhattan. That's what we're dealing with. And all of those skyscrapers create canyons. And these winds are funneling through all of Wall Street and Fifth Avenue and all of those streets kind of paralleling the direction the wind's coming from and just kind of speeding it through. So I'm sure it's like a wind tunnel in there. I can only imagine what it sounds like in Manhattan right now. If you're in your apartment or you're on your balcony, I mean, it may be hard to even stand on the balcony, especially as you go up, higher up, you get less friction, stronger winds. And we've had hurricane force gusts, even here in New York, especially out towards Long Island. Earlier today, we had a 78 mile per hour wind gust. JFK coming in at 70 miles per hour, as well as Jackson Heights. And these are the strongest winds that we've seen really in the last hour here in Brooklyn because of the shift, because originally they were coming from the southeast and now they've come from the southwest. So what we're dealing with, if you're coming from this direction, you've got a lot more land and buildings the wind has to come through, so it's not as strong. But if you come from this direction, you have open water. And so you're getting that full brunt of wind. So it really can be, it comes down to location. I'm sure in other parts of New York City right now, it's a lot quieter, but it was a lot worse earlier. And now, because of that shift, areas that are more exposed, that were kind of guarded earlier when we had the rain, Jackie, are now getting hit harder with the winds. It's all because of that wind shift, and it's crazy how quickly it happened. Yeah. But that's the nature of a fast-moving tropical storm.
Yeah, definitely. And that long fetch, that huge open area, Chris, makes such a big difference. Although sometimes those winds can really accelerate as they kind of get funneled between the buildings. So folks in Manhattan and in downtown need to keep that in mind as well, as the winds are going to continue to stay strong here. Now, New York pretty much done with the rain and the tornado threat, but that's still ongoing to the north. Upstate has heavy rain along with flash flooding, and then you head over towards Connecticut into Rhode Island and Massachusetts, and those are going to be the sweet spots that we're watching for the potential of some tornadoes. Now, I just want to mention, here's our Justin Michaels is in Worcester right there, and these storms all within this area and the ones that are coming on shore, those are the main ones we really need to watch very closely for any signs of rotation. I did just check velocity. I'm not seeing a lot of that right now, but just a heads up, if you're in Providence, if you're up towards Worcester, down closer to the coast, you're going to be a little bit more likely to get in on that, and that band will swing eastward with time. So we've got a tornado watch in effect across that region from Albany to Keene to Hartford to Springfield over towards Boston out onto the Cape and Providence. That watch is going to continue until 9 o'clock tonight. Now, the main area that we're watching is really the Capital District, honestly, for the threat of additional heavy rainfall. It's really been raining to beat the band the last couple of hours, and because of the additional rain still in the forecast, the National Weather Service then issuing the flash flood warning. Doppler radar is estimating the heaviest of rain has been just down towards your south, as much as 3 inches there, but in Albany closer to 1.5 inches, but you could get another inch or more. We've got flood alerts and flash flood watches in effect from Scranton stretching up towards Sugarloaf, and those will stay in effect until late tonight. Chris has been talking about those winds just howling. New York City now reporting gusts around 40 miles per hour out on Nantucket. Those winds still increasing here as well as into Boston at 35 miles per hour. And keep in mind, those winds will increase in some of these stronger thunderstorms as those roll their way onshore. Our power outage numbers have just gone up exponentially all day. Before the lunch hour, we were in the hundreds of thousands. Just after 1 o'clock, we got up to 1 million. We got up to 2 million. And here we are now, and more than 300 customers without power. About half of those are in the state of New Jersey. Isaias moving very quickly, will be out and into Canada tomorrow morning.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles back to those who can make this summer mean more than ever. We can help you get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance Event.
Right now, get $1,250 bonus cash on the 2020 Ram 3500. Go to ram.com to shop and buy today.
Look, this isn't my first rodeo. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't be here if I thought reverse mortgages took advantage of any American senior. Or worse, that it was some way to take your home. It's just a loan designed for older homeowners, and it's helped over 1 million Americans. A reverse mortgage loan isn't some kind of trick to take your home. It's a loan, like any other. Big difference is how you pay it back.
Find out how reverse mortgages really work with AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage guide. Eliminate monthly mortgage payments, pay bills, medical costs, and more. Call now and get your free info kit. Call 1-800-231-7626.
Other mortgages are paid each month, but with a reverse mortgage, you can pay whatever you can when it works for you. Or you can wait and pay it off in one lump sum when you leave your home.
Discover the option that's best for you. Call today and find out more in AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage loan guide. Access tax-free cash and stay in the home you love.
You've probably been investing in your home for years, making monthly mortgage payments, doing the right thing. And it's become your family's heart and soul. Well, that investment can give you tax-free cash just when you need it.
Learn how homeowners are strategically using a reverse mortgage loan to cover expenses, pay for health care, preserve your portfolio, and so much more.
Look, reverse mortgages aren't for everyone, but I think I've been around long enough to know what's what. I'm proud to be a part of AAG. I trust them. I think you can too.
Trust AAG for the best reverse mortgage solutions. Call 1-800-231-7626 so you can
retire better.
How do we stuff Reese's peanut butter, pretzels, caramel, peanuts, and chocolate into Reese's Take 5?
Wait a minute. How do we do it? I'm tired of being left off company email. Can someone tell me how we do it? Not sorry. Reese's.
At Dish, we took our voice remote and added the Google Assistant. Why? Because sometimes you need to control the temperature, the lights, and the TV. Dish, tuned in to you.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather. Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
At Safe Flight, we're committed to taking care of you and your car.
We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safe Flight.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
You're watching the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. I'm Justin Michaels live for you in Worcester, Massachusetts, where the winds have really kicked in over the last maybe 15 or 20 minutes. We did have about a 40-mile-per-hour gust earlier, and of course, just like that, TV timing, the winds die out. How do you like that? They'll be back. Don't worry about that. What is also coming in right now for the first time in earnest is some really intense rain. In fact, I was looking at the radar right before we went live, and we have a really nasty band of rain coming through right about now. So after this, it's really going to die down. We've seen Chris Bruin in New York City with intense wind, but no rain and blue skies. It's been beautiful there with the exception of the wind. Have to wonder if that might be coming for Worcester later this evening. But for right now, Isaias is certainly breathing its last breaths here in Worcester, Massachusetts. We have this intense rain coming in. We have the intense winds, and that's expected to continue here for a little bit. I was looking at the different warnings. We do, of course,
have that tropical storm warning in effect until about, well, actually, that doesn't expire until they tell us it expires, but the tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. So make sure you're taking all the precautions you can, because you don't know when one of those watches is going to turn into a warning. And when it turns into a warning, you need to really, really take precaution and make sure you're keeping yourself safe. We've seen those tornado warnings pop up all over the place, all over New England this afternoon, and then they come and they go. They come and they go. In fact, there was one earlier today just north of the city of Worcester, still in Worcester County. That has since expired, and we now have the watch that remains right now. So the good news is, after all this blows through, quite literally, like I said, we should maybe see some blue skies. And in fact, we've actually seen breaks of blue sky in the clouds and in the storm as it's going through over the course of the afternoon. Of course, we're not in one of those breaks right now because we are getting probably the worst of Isaias here in Worcester, Massachusetts. Jackie, this is the worst we've seen it so far. Like I said earlier today, I tracked that 40-mile-per-hour gust. That was no rain associated with that at all. Now we've got the rain and also some intense winds as well. So Isaias is again breathing those last breaths here in Worcester. Jackie, into you.
Right. So, Justin, some of those winds have been strongest in the squalls, but we've also seen a lot of strong winds even after Isaias pulls up to the north of some of the locations into the northeast. So I can see the rain coming down in sheets. Talk to me about what it's been like with the difference in the winds now that it's raining pretty hard compared to earlier, because I liked your little tether that I saw earlier on your hat, Justin, because it was windy before the rain started.
It was. It certainly was windy before the rain started. In fact, that's when I tracked the strongest gust we had, Jackie, and that was probably about an hour ago. And I have to tell you, when you're not expecting a nearly 40-mile-per-hour wind gust, it will knock you off your feet. I am 6'2", 260, and it actually knocked me off my feet and blew me back into the car I was standing in front of. Otherwise, I would have fallen over. Was not ready for it at all. So it might not sound like a lot, a 40-mile-per-hour gust. When it hits you, believe me, it is strong, and it will knock you off your feet. That's the strongest one we tracked so far, but we've been sustained winds, regardless of the rain, Jackie, sustained winds 10, 15, 20 miles per hour for the better part of this afternoon. So the wind has been a bigger story here than the rain. The rain is coming through right now, but this has not been the story for the most part. It's been the wind. Jackie? Have you seen any evidence of ponding of water? The rainfall rates are pretty intense right now. In fact, Joel, can we show just the road here in front of City Hall? Not real ponding that I'm seeing here in front of City Hall, but you can see, I mean, it's definitely a rainy time here in Worcester. The flags are blowing, the rain is coming down. It has been pretty intense, but we haven't seen any ponding or flooding. In fact, Joel, if we can, look, you can see it right along the gutter, right along the curb. It's flowing into the storm drain. So, I mean, of course, yes, can their system handle this? Obviously it can. So nothing that bad, Jackie, but I have to believe if the rain continued to come down, we could have a little bit of an issue. But again, so far, the wind is the bigger story here in Worcester than the rain. All right. Thanks so much, Justin. I'm keeping an eye on you and the conditions there in Worcester, because it is one of the areas that is under the risk that a few of the storms could be rotating and produce some tornadoes. So I want to go to the radar here. Going to zoom in on the Worcester area, and there is a cell down towards your south that does have a little bit of an appendage on it. No warning on it right now. Not seeing any real strong signs on velocity mode of that, but it's something that we're keeping an eye on. It's not just Worcester. It's really this whole area right through here that extends down towards the Providence area. Will a lot of times get rotation in these storms off the shore, and then they'll work their way northward with time. Boston, just know that that's headed your way. That's going to be heading out towards the Cape with time. So tornado watch is in effect across the area until 9 o'clock tonight. We'll be watching for that. The flash flood risk is going to be a little more likely now in the interior. We do have a flash flood warning in effect for Albany, with watches that extend into parts of Maine as Isaias continues to move very, very quickly up towards Canada.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard Packaging.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. This is our moment to build a new American economy for our families and for our communities. When we spend taxpayers' money, we should use it to buy American products and support American jobs. It's time to help small businesses. We'll purchase clean energy technologies to fight climate change and enhance national security. We have to invest in what the jobs and industries of tomorrow are going to be. We have a great opportunity to build back and build back better. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
If you want to do a little fishing, you don't buy a yacht. And if you want to take a bath, you just fill up the tub, not a swimming pool. So if you don't use your cell phone that much, why pay for more than you need? For as low as $20 a month, you can get talk, text, and data from Consumer Cellular with no contract and connections on the nation's largest wireless networks. It's easy to switch. Activation is free. And if you like, you can even keep your phone and number. You'll also receive award-winning customer support. Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service 8 times in a row. And you get a simple, easy-to-understand bill with no surprises. Plus, they've been an approved AARP provider for over 10 years, so members get exclusive discounts. Start saving with Consumer Cellular. You can get talk, text, and data for as low as $20 a month. Switch today. With our 30-day guarantee, it's 100% risk-free. Call 1-800-918-4712. Go online or find us at Target.
Managing type 2 diabetes? You're on it. You may think you're doing all you can to manage type 2 diabetes and heart disease. But could your medication do more to lower your heart risk? Jardiance can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease, so it could help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And it lowers A1C.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis or have severe kidney problems. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a fatal heart attack?
On it with Jardiance.
We're committed to making Jardiance available and affordable. With our savings card, eligible patients pay as little as $0.
Thank you for staying with us for Tropical Storm Isaias coverage here on the Weather Channel. We've been live for you. We'll stay live for you as well until this storm is a long gone memory, a piece of weather history. And that's still a couple hours away, probably. Here in Worcester, we have had winds for the better part of several of the hours here. I tracked a 40-mile-per-hour gust over the last 2 or so hours. We had some rain come through, and in fact, the rain's coming through again. It has not been a beautiful about last hour of our lives here in Worcester. But the good news is, if we have Chris Bruin and his crew as a guide down there in New York City, we have to believe that not long after all this pushes to the north, well, that's the north. As long as it pushes, well, here comes some rain now, pushes to the north, we could even see some blue skies. And we've actually seen blue skies here in Worcester, little patches as the clouds have been careening across the sky. It has been remarkable to look up and see the clouds, how quickly they're moving off to the north and northwest as this storm continues to move through the area. So earlier today, really not much weather at all here in Worcester, but then as Isaias came through, we have seen the winds pick up, and then we got the rain that we're experiencing right now. But this is truly the last little bit of rain, the last little bout of rain, the last little breath of rain coming from this tropical storm here in Worcester, Massachusetts. So we do have a tropical storm warning in effect here in Worcester right now. That extends until they cancel it. We also have, and almost more dangerously, you have to remember, even though it's just a watch, you still have the potential for some problems. A tornado watch is in effect here in the better part of this entire area here in Massachusetts. So make sure you're paying attention, because we've seen these watches go from a watch to a warning instantaneously, and then they die out again. But the National Weather Service is staying on top of it. Their computer systems are keeping us abreast of what's going on to keep you as safe as possible.
All right, Justin, I think we lost a little audio at the end there. But Justin was making a really good point about those tornadoes that have been whipping up very quickly and then dying out very quickly. So keep in mind, if you're in that risk area today where we have the watches in effect, that the warnings aren't going to have as much advance notice as normal. All right. So once the warning is issued, immediately take shelter. Don't wait for any extra confirmation. Just trust the warning. The good news is right now, even though we've had literally over 100 tornado warnings since Isaias began, we don't have any warnings for tornadoes at this time. But it's really this area in here with the outer bands that I'm going to be most concerned about for that potential moving forward in the next couple of hours. And we got to watch you out here, too, over Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and over towards the Cape, that any of those could get a little intense from time to time. The flood risk then remains across much of upstate New York through the Capital District, where we still have those warnings in effect right now. And here's Worcester, and you can see that Justin was getting in on some of the most intense rain that they were going to get through the entire storm. So that is lifting northward Worcester, but don't take that as a sign that you should be getting outside after that, because our winds are going to continue to stay strong. It's just one of those nights where it's not worth that risk. Just stay home. We do have tornado watches that are going to remain in effect until at least 9 o'clock tonight. We'll have to see how we continue with the forward speed and whether or not any of this will have to be extended northward as we head into the evening hours. But we do have torcons of 2 and 3. So if there is a number, there is a risk. And we have had confirmed tornadoes today and last night, unfortunately, one of which was deadly. Stepping you through here hour by hour, there you can see all that rain lifting northward through Vermont, New Hampshire, and into Maine through 9 o'clock tonight. But notice, look at that little sneaky stuff moving back into New York City. Keep in mind, we still have a cold front off towards the west, and that's what's been helping to guide Isaias so quickly on up towards the north and to the east. All right, we've been able to get back with our Justin Michael. He's live in Worcester. And Justin, oh, look at that. I think I see a little sunshine. You got to look for the rainbow.
Oh, Jackie, the rain it was amazing here for about the last 2 minutes because the sun was coming out. Look to the north. You can see Isaias moving off to the north. Now follow me to the south. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the bottom side of Isaias, blue sky. How do you like that? Just like we thought it was going to happen, it certainly is happening. We are literally right above us. The edge of the storm is right above us right now, above Worcester, Massachusetts. Take a look at how beautiful, Joel, right over here if we can. Look how beautiful it is with those big puffy white clouds moving off to the north and northwest and the blue sky. That quite literally is the edge of Tropical Storm Isaias moving over Worcester, Massachusetts right now. And it was really remarkable as the sun began to break through the clouds. They continued to push north, and we had the rain that was still coming down and blowing in our faces, but we had the beautiful blue skies. I mean, just take a look. In fact, look over City Hall right now. You know, the tower here on City Hall is the dividing line. You can see how quickly the clouds are moving off to the north, northwest, and that tower is like right on the edge. It's just a remarkable experience to be here right now. The wind is really whipping through right now as well, but the rain is coming to an end. I have to tell you something. Working with the Weather Channel for the last, 4.5 years, I've never experienced quite literally the end of a storm. It's been pretty wild. Now, the wind is going to stay with us. Don't worry about that, and make sure you're taking precautions because of that wind. But my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we just got ourselves a lovely windy summer afternoon here in Worcester, Massachusetts. You can't complain about that. So, of course, Isaias, the story is not over. The Weather Channel has been covering it. We will continue to cover it. So please stay with us right after this commercial break. We have continuing coverage. You'll want to stay tuned.
Look, Limu, someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Capillus treats pattern hair loss with proven laser therapy.
Laser therapy is an FDA-cleared treatment for hair loss.
I just put it on when I watch the TV. I got my hair back.
Call 888-307-0136 or visit pickcapillus.com.
Life doesn't give you many second chances. But a Subaru can.
You guys okay?
Eyesight with pre-collision braking. Standard on the Subaru Ascent. The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Cheddar, jalapeno, and sour cream and onion. The spicy nacho stack.
I wish I could stack Pringles, but I don't have hands or a mouth.
Cool, play my dance playlist.
There's a flavor stack for everyone, sort of.
Still fresh.
Unstoppable.
In-wash scent booster.
Downy Unstoppables.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not an injection or a cream. It's a pill that treats differently. For psoriasis, 75% clearer skin is achievable with reduced redness, thickness, and scaliness of plaques. For psoriatic arthritis, Otezla is proven to reduce joint swelling, tenderness, and pain. And the Otezla prescribing information has no requirement for routine lab monitoring. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
Things are starting to look up for small businesses. Your doors are open, customers are calling, orders are picking up. So now, more than ever, your business is going to need reliable internet and phone solutions for less. That's why Spectrum Business is proud to offer new customers the best internet, phone, and TV services for free for 1 month when you switch. Call 888-839-9449 today, and your business will get the best value available. With our faster internet speeds that start at 200 megabits per second for only $49.99 per month. Add our reliable business phone service, and you'll get unlimited local and long-distance calling. Plus over 35 calling features to help you stay connected at work or away for just $19.99 per month. At Spectrum Business, we're here for you because you're here for all of us. Get 1 free month of internet, phone, and TV when you switch to Spectrum Business today. Call 888-839-9449.
Almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up. We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Tonight, windy, showers early, low 73. Chance of rain, 30%. Wednesday, sunshine, high 90. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Wednesday night, mostly clear skies, low 71. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, continue to track Isaias and the new advisory just in from the National Hurricane Center, and no major changes in intensity with Isaias right now. It's just incredible to believe that our winds are still 65 miles per hour. This thing made landfall just after 11 o'clock last night and has been over land since that time. So that's only a 20 mile per hour difference in intensity from when it hit to where it is right now. It is ripping along at a very fast speed still to the north-northeast at 40 miles per hour. It's 20 miles west of Albany, New York. So somewhere right in that area is where we have the center of Isaias. So those winds now beginning to come in from more of the west-northwest, moving through parts of Pennsylvania and into New York City, while we're still looking at those winds ripping in this way into parts of the northeast. And that's where we're going to continue to watch for heavy rain and the threat of tornadoes. And still, control. Those damaging winds and a lot of the strong winds not related to the thunderstorms have been on the south side of Isaias today, and that's why New York got hit so hard, I think, earlier this afternoon. This is probably the most intense area of rainfall and strongest storms right now that's working its way across parts of Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Providence, this is finally pushed just to the east of you, and you took away about 1.5 inches of rain with that individual line. We've been watching our Justin Michaels in Worcester, who also had a very intense storm that just trekked off towards your east, and then seeing the clearing skies. We're also watching a couple of storms working their way over Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, and over towards the Cape. A few of those could potentially rotate, so that's an area to watch. We've got a tornado watch, meaning conditions are favorable for more tornadoes to develop through 9 o'clock tonight. So just be alert for those, and when the warnings happen, take cover right away, because they happen very, very quickly in this type of a situation. You might not have a lot of advance notice on them. Flood alerts remain in effect from northeastern Pennsylvania all the way up into parts of Maine. That's going to be the big spot to watch for a couple of inches of rainfall. And just if you haven't seen it in a while, we just wanted to update you on what happened with Isaias when it made landfall at Ocean Island Beach, Category 1 with 85-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Boy, this has been a hard hitter, but it's been a fast hitter. We want to go back out to our Justin Michaels, who's live in Worcester, and you're seeing some of that sunshine. Boy, that was my favorite moment all afternoon long, Justin, I think, to see your storm and see your skies clear just so quickly.
It was just remarkable, and in fact, Jackie, just continuing this experience, look how quickly these clouds are whipping through the sky. I'm just going to be quiet for a second and just let you watch this. I mean, it's just amazing to see them, how quickly they're moving, and the beautiful blue sky behind them. If you would like to still see the southern edge of Isaias, I can show it to you. Just look right up Main Street to the north, and you can see still the back edge of the storm is right there. You can see the blue sky.
Well, we've lost a little bit of audio there with Justin, but man, Justin and Chris, both in Worcester and then in New York City, has just been incredible to watch their live shots and how all those conditions have changed so rapidly with Isaias. As Jackie said, it's just been a quick hitter. So you get a lot of strong wind, a lot of heavy rain, and then this has started to move out and you have the blue skies. Unfortunately, though, with the wind have come numerous power outages. Right now, we are over 3 million across the eastern seaboard, with the most being in New Jersey. You can see over 1.4 million there in just the state of New Jersey alone. So again, the wind has been really the biggest factor on that eastern side of Isaias. So again, all along the eastern seaboard there, that's where we've seen the winds that are the greatest. And even though we have had some rain, it's really been the winds that have been the problem. Here's a closer look here. There's New Jersey. This extends all the way up through New York, Bridgeport, and Hartford. So even as the rain starts to clear, even as the sun starts to come out, unfortunately, we are still going to see the effects of Isaias with these power outages. Here's a live look as we take a look there at Albany, New York. Albany, you are under that flash flood watch, also tornado watches in effect for that area. You can see visibility essentially zero. They have seen the heaviest of the rain, a couple inches of rain falling there very quickly in the last hour or so, and that will continue as we watch with the rain for Albany. They're a little closer to the center of Isaias, so that's why we've seen the rain. Even after the rain has been ending for many of these spots, as you've seen, the winds have still been a big problem in the wake of Isaias. So you may start to see some of the clearing and then the winds stick around. Right now, only gusting up to around 16 miles per hour around Albany, but again, we could see some of those gusts starting to increase as we continue through this afternoon and evening. There you go, flash flood warnings for Albany right now that continue. There's our active watches. We do have that tornado watch that is in effect, as well as the flash flood watch is in effect as Isaias continues to race to the northeast. But unfortunately, racing to the northeast also is keeping those winds very, very strong. We are going to have live updates all night long here with Isaias, and they're coming up next on Weather Underground.
It's about the humans. These humans, those humans, groovin' and golden. It's about getting more than health insurance and a partner who listens and acts. Humana calls it human care. It's talking to a doctor from your couch or helping you find a cheaper prescription before you ask. It's helping you fix the rugs so you don't fall and keeping you social, online or off. It's getting to know you so you can be your healthiest. That's our superpower. That's human care from Humana.
Would you spend $1 to help protect your family? Of course you would. And now it's just that easy with Protect Direct, a new service designed to provide you and your loved ones with the personal protective gear you need at prices any family can afford. Right now, you can get non-medical masks for just $1 each. That's right, just $1. The price is guaranteed and shipping is always free. The CDC's top recommendations for protecting yourself and others are wash your hands often, avoid close contact, and cover your mouth and nose. Now, it has never been easier or more affordable to follow those guidelines thanks to Protect Direct. And unlike those questionable masks from who knows where, these top-quality triple-layer masks come from Bell & Howell, a brand your family can trust. Each one features a moldable nose clip to fit every face comfortably, even when wearing glasses or sunglasses, and undergoes careful quality control testing before being shipped to your door. Best of all, you can order as many of these masks as you need and actually receive them right when you need them. No more shortages, shipping delays, or out-of-stock messages. Thanks to Protect Direct, you can feel comfortable going to the store, coming into contact with delivery personnel, or just spending time with cherished loved ones. Plus, you can feel good about ordering from Protect Direct because not only are you helping your family, you're also helping frontline medical workers and their families. That's because a portion of every purchase will be donated in support of our healthcare heroes. Act now to get started and get 20 non-medical masks from Bell & Howell for just $20. That's just $1 each. Larger packs of 50 and 100 masks are also available, and shipping is always free. Rush shipping is also available, so don't delay. Call or click today.
To order, call 1-800-671-4783. That's 1-800-671-4783, or order online at buyprotectdirect.com. That's 1-800-671-4783. Call now.
I like Liberty Mutual. They get that no two people are alike. And customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. What do you think?
I don't see it. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Commander, the wheel shark gloves, light, flaky, buttery club marines, and he's ready to snack. Oh no! Commander, Kyle.
Deliciously simple Club Minis. Mini crackers for big imaginations.
I'm Norm.
I'm Saz.
And we live in Columbia, Missouri. We do consulting, but we also write.
We take care of ourselves constantly. It's important. We walk 3 to 5 times a week, a couple miles at a time.
We've both been taking Prevagen for a little more than 11 years now. After about 30 days of taking it, we noticed clarity that we didn't notice before.
It's still helping me. I still notice a difference.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Wild scenes, no doubt. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. You're watching Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Alex Wilson. Hurricane Isaias made landfall near the North Carolina-South Carolina state line last night. It was around 11:15. I think a lot of you were watching. That storm, Mike, still rocking across parts of the Northeast, really New England now.
It's amazing. Over 3 million customers right now are without power, more than a third of those in New Jersey alone. So this thing has maintained some strength there and has knocked down a lot of trees. It's taken down a lot of power lines, unfortunately. Let's show you the images right now. That's a live look as Isaias continues to race its way up. That's Providence, Rhode Island. Again, it's a really, really cloudy, windy, just rough night for us, no question about that. A lot of trees coming down for us as well. So just want you to be aware of what that risk is going to be for us through New England for the remainder of the evening. There's a look, by the way, at Syosset, New York. Watch that tree just go right down. Oh my goodness, look at that. It goes right, pulls up the sidewalk and everything, goes right into that yard and right on to that house.
Oh my God! 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 I literally got it.
Wow, close call. It almost feels apocalyptic, like trees going down all over the place, right? People running for cover. barely being missed, hit by a tree there. And of course, the above ground power lines don't help at all. All right, so let's talk about a little bit more about what's going on here with Isaias right now, because there are some issues out there. You can see how the storm is pushing its way now through the Capital District. Winds still sustained at 65 miles per hour. North-northeast movement. This thing is cooking here, 40 miles an hour. So it won't be long before it's actually out of our hair, 20 miles just outside of Albany right now. Numerous flash flood warnings in effect here. We've got severe weather on the front end of this system and tornado warnings now across portions of Massachusetts. Philadelphia, we're better. New York, we're better. But now look, the heavy rain causing flood issues here across New York. Lackawaxen right now, residential flooding there in Horsham. A park in Horsham completely flooded. Water now nearing the main road here. But look at all the different little blue dots you see on this map here. Those are all flood reports that we're getting in. The heavy rain shield now from Albany up toward Burlington and Rutland right now, and in its wake, look at all the flood warnings that we have currently. We're going to show some of these warnings here along I-88 here, Oneonta up toward Otsego here, over toward Cobleskill, Delaware and Otsego counties, both under flash flood warnings right now. That goes until 8 o'clock this evening. Expect high water on the roadways. Do not travel, do not drive right now. Potter Hollow over toward Albany and Schenectady, Saratoga, and Albany counties all under flash flood warning. That goes until 7 o'clock this evening. So that's another 2 hours that we'll have that warning. The rain is now starting to exit, but still you're going to have remaining issues with water on the roads that'll continue. Any low-lying areas are going to fill up here. Let's show you the radar estimates here in the last 3 hours. Right in here, especially Albany and just south on 87 here, 2 to 3 inches of rain in just the past 3 hours. Again, the heavier stuff is now pushing its way north in Albany, so what we expect are the flooding issues to continue off to the north here. All right, look at the strong storms now ripping through, say, Keene, back toward Boston, back through Providence as well. Getting better, though, in Providence. Tornado warning for us right now north of Clinton here in Massachusetts. This is going to go just north there and maybe head up into New Hampshire. Middlesex and Worcester counties currently under a tornado warning. That's until 5:45. Could be right in here, sitting just north of Clinton. A little bit of rotation detected in that exact same spot, the southern appendage of that, but really moving fast. Some of these tornadoes could be moving 50, 60 miles an hour. So you have literally a matter of seconds to take shelter and protect you and your family. Really strong storm line now about to come through Boston. That's going to contain some really high winds. Would expect winds to gust here well in excess of 50, maybe even 60 miles an hour. So just be ready for that. And if you've got any exposure to the water, the winds might be even higher. Tornado watch continues for us this evening. This area that's highlighted in red, Albany, Hartford, Boston, Worcester, we're in that. That goes until 9 o'clock. So we've got about another 4 hours that we've got a risk for tornadoes. Although I think this is moving so quickly, that's likely going to push its way, farther north. At least the tornado risk could push its way a little bit farther off to the north here. So a lot going on this evening still, Alex, even though this thing made landfall late last night.
Yeah, let's get you caught up on the headlines right now. More than 31 million people are under tornado watches, parts of Massachusetts, Rhode Island included. This storm, Isaias, being blamed for the deaths of 4 people here in the U.S., including 2 in North Carolina, 1 in Maryland, and 1 in New York City. Service to the Long Island Railroad, that's been suspended due to high winds. I want to get the very latest on power outages ongoing in North Carolina. Jeff Brooks is a spokesperson with Duke Energy. Jeff, so good to talk to you. We seem to follow each other throughout these storms. You're in Wilmington now. What's the challenges? What's the very latest on the restoration efforts?
Well, we've had a good day of work today. The weather has been very cooperative. The storm moved out early, so we were able to get our crews into the field. We started with about 200,000 customers out across the state, and that has really gotten down to about 70,000 now. Of those here in Wilmington, it's about 45,000. So that's down from 100,000. So a good day of restoration, but we're down to the grind now. Lots of individual small outages. And it's probably going to take into tomorrow to get everybody finished.
When we see some of the images that we've seen here of some of the locations, Jeff, that there's a lot of sand covering streets or maybe some compromised streets here. What challenges does that pose to crews?
Well, certainly, accessibility is key, and we do have some areas that have been hard to get to. We sometimes have to use track vehicles or other equipment to get into there. Trees have been the biggest challenge. Hundreds and hundreds of trees down, big trees in this beautiful live oak area. And those have caused some challenges for crews. So, it's tough going, but they've worked really hard, and the weather's cooperated. We haven't had the rain and flooding that we saw in Florence, so that's really been helpful.
You know, you talk a little bit about the trees. Do you guys have crews go out and also look at the trees that may still be upright but could be compromised? I would imagine, you know, with all the wind we saw, it's not all as simple as every tree fell.
That's exactly right. You know, trees can get fatigued over time. And so we do look for those year round. We maintain trees. And then even after this storm, we'll be looking for trees that maybe need to be addressed in the short term that could cause outages later. But, you know, the challenge is when you're talking about a 70, 80, 90-foot live oak tree or some other type of big pine, it can be a good ways away from the power line and still fall across a road and cause an outage. So, you know, we do our best, but trees are part of the beauty of this state, and they're also one of the biggest challenges.
Jeff, when we talked to you yesterday, you were talking about the logistics of different crews from different states and what have you. What kind of assistance have you gotten with this hurricane?
Well, we've been lucky to be able to move crews from the western parts of our service area as well as the Midwest. We have utilities up in the Midwest. They've come down about 350 crew members working in Jacksonville and up and down the coast. So that has been a huge help. We obviously can't stage crews like we have in the past with thousands in one location because of coronavirus. So we've moved them in waves, tried to keep them separate, but try to keep them productive as well. And that's really been a big boost today, helping the local crews get power back on.
All right, Jeff Brooks with Duke Energy. Jeff, great to talk to you, and good to see that we're making some progress. Appreciate the update for us this evening. We also know that flooding caused by Isaias stretching from Maryland to Pennsylvania. A lot of issues for us here. Look at some of these images of just rushing water, big dumpsters that are floating downstream here. Huge issues for us, both with wind and with water here, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, some incredible rainfall rates have led to plenty of flooding reports. We've seen rainfall rates, or rather accumulations of rainfall as high as 8+ inches in spots. Take a look at the flash flooding potential as we get you into tomorrow morning. So still watching a lot of areas throughout the Northeast. We've got to talk about eastern sections of New York up into Vermont as well, with the likelihood of flash flooding in those areas where you see the yellow. But where we have the green, the potential exists. We have ongoing problems, say from Philly up to the Lehigh Valley, and it's going to take some time for the water in those small creeks and streams to go down. A closer look, Saranac Lake, Albany, Rutland, Burlington, Vermont. These are all communities that could be getting in on those problems. Of course, watching that tornado threat down into parts of Massachusetts, but gosh, look at all that heavy rain that continues to just soak portions of New York State, portions of Vermont, and flash flood warnings have begun to pop up there around the Capital District, down into the southern tier, down into parts of Northeast Pennsylvania. So this is going to be an ongoing issue as we finish off our evening and even head into the overnight. You can see Albany, Schenectady under a flash flood warning. It's Albany County, Saratoga County, and Schenectady County under that warning until 7 o'clock. So high water expected, anticipated on some of those roadways. And again, with that very wet soil and enough of a wind gust still ongoing, we could see trees continue to come down. Don't go out on the roads unless you absolutely have to. Oneonta, we've got you under a flash flood warning. It's Delaware and Otsego counties under the warning until 8 o'clock. Again, even if you got to head into work and you can wait this out maybe by an hour, wouldn't be a bad idea, because we've got water problems, we've got wind problems, and in some areas we've of course also got that severe weather threat. Timing this out through the remainder of today, you can see that storm begins to lift into portions of northern New England. So we're going to be watching northern Vermont, northern New Hampshire, parts of Maine by the time we get you into the evening hours. Now overnight, continuing to lift northward, with many areas waking up to a quieter morning. That includes Worcester, Massachusetts. And Mike, Justin Michaels is there. Things are very interesting in the state of Massachusetts right now.
I got to tell you, we've got a pretty good squall line there that's headed its way toward Boston. It just cleared you in Worcester, Justin. What was it like? Tell us, what the worst conditions were you saw.
Well, we had the rain. The rain was not the biggest thing. It was the wind. There was actually a gust of wind that was just shy of 40 miles per hour. And I have to tell you, it caught me off guard. It caught me off my feet. I actually fell back into the SUV I was standing in front of. Thank goodness it was there, or I would have been right on Main Street in Worcester, Massachusetts, which probably isn't a safe thing to do. So the good thing is that car was there. But yeah, the wind has been pretty nasty. And in fact, the winds I'm talking about, you can really see them as the clouds are coming over the city of Worcester, coming from the south is the direction you're looking at right right now, and of course going to the north. Just look at those clouds whipping through the sky. Now, I can tell you with the rain that came down, it came down pretty intensely. A few trees did come down. I just checked, and about 8,500 customers in Worcester County are without power right now. Talking with some police, we know about 3 or so trees did come down. That just shows you it doesn't take a lot of trees to come down and knock several thousand customers off their power grid. So you know that the power companies here are going to work hard to get that turned back on. As far as the ambulances you're hearing, it's fire trucks. So I don't think that has anything to do with what we're talking about, but there's a Worcester fire truck right now. So definitely, it seems like Isaias has moved off to the northeast, definitely away from Worcester right now. We are experiencing the winds, and we're going to experience the winds for the rest of this evening. Excuse me. Hopefully we don't have the gusting that we had earlier today. But I'll tell you what, Mike, for a while there, we were talking maybe 15, 20 mile per hour sustained winds is what we had here. And then those gusts upwards of 40. Hopefully that's behind us now as Isaias moves north.
Yeah,
Mike,
I think
into you.
Rapidly improving conditions are coming your way. That's Justin Michaels for us tonight in Worcester, Massachusetts. Justin, thank you. Alex?
All right, I want to also bring in meteorologist Felicia Combs. She joins us from Oak Island, North Carolina. Felicia, one of the hard-hit areas. You were on the air last night in Myrtle Beach, just up the road over the state line. That's where they saw the landfall of this system.
Yeah, so the landfall of the system was actually about 15 miles to the west of us in Ocean Isle, so not very far from us along the coast. And the interesting thing about where we are here in the North Carolina coast is this coastline actually runs east to west instead of north to south, and that's why I'm saying that Ocean Isle Beach, where we had the landfall last night, is west of us. So you can see definitely a hard-hit area. One of the things that you can really tell that was a problem here was the storm surge inundation. That was one of the key factors in the damage that we're seeing. I want to show you a common thing that we're seeing on a lot of these beach houses. What you're looking at is the remnants of a staircase that would have led up to the front of this house. Obviously that is gone, but that house not alone in that many of the houses are missing their front staircases. The house beside it also missing the front staircase. Now they do have staircases in the back to get in, but you know, this is a really common sight that we're seeing. And not just that, the damage is kind of spread out here. So you can see as we're looking, this car here definitely impacted by the storm surge. I'm guessing that it was kind of picked up by the flooding and maybe banged against those pillars there. So you can see certainly definitely damage from the water. One thing I'm not seeing quite as much of though is the roof damage that you typically see with the very strong winds. Now Oak Island did report an 87 mile per hour wind gust, but really a lot of the damage that I'm seeing here definitely came from storm surge inundation. The problem today is while it looks absolutely beautiful, it is hot. It's hot out here, and there's no electricity on Oak Island. There's also no water. So they have been encouraging people to evacuate the island because no electricity, no water, it being so hot, it gets very dangerous very quickly. Again, that's just an encouragement at this point. That is not an order. But I'll tell you, this is Oak Island got hit pretty hard. We've got sand built up on the roads. We've got debris everywhere. So it really is one of the areas that I'd say just absolutely took a pounding from that storm surge inundation, Alex.
After these storms is when people are left without power and those temperatures go right back up. You still have that tropical humidity. Felicia, thank you so much. We're going to be checking back in with Felicia throughout the show, getting us some reports there from some hard-hit areas. And we're going to continue to track this storm all the way up into New England. Our special extended coverage of Isaias continues as this storm now is battering the I-95 corridor. We've got high winds, flash flooding, even tornado warnings. We'll continue to track those storms on the radar, including our warnings as we get them.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They're teachers, retirees, vets, people committed to doing right by getting the count right. If you haven't responded yet, they'll be stopping by to ask some simple questions that will inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. So when they come knocking, say hi from a safe distance and do your part to support your community. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather. Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture.
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Find your keys. Find your get up and go. Find pants that aren't sweats. Find your friends. Find your sense of wonder. Find the world is new again. At Chevy, we'd like to take you there. Now during the Chevy Open Road Sales Event, get up to 15% of MSRP cash back on select 2020 models. That's over $5,700 cash back on this Equinox. It's time to find new roads again.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Light can come to you. And you'll get a text when we're on our way.
Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service.
Schedule at safelight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other? Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Mayomi. Flavor forward.
Life doesn't give you many second chances. But a Subaru can.
You guys okay?
Eyesight with pre-collision braking. Standard on the Subaru Ascent. The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Target's same-day delivery. Contactless delivery right to your door, designed for your day, so you can work out, join in, and game on. Just download the Target app and try it today.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Mama, Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired? I kept asking myself these questions. It felt like I was more than tired. Then I was diagnosed with narcolepsy. There are 5 major symptoms. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Visit morethantired.com now. Take the narcolepsy symptom screener and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Don't wait. Visit morethantired.com today.
Feeling stressed? Try new Nature's Bounty Stress Comfort. 3 unique gummies for your unique needs. Find peace, boost mood, sleep well. Stress comfort comes naturally, only from Nature's Bounty.
I'm 53, but in my mind, I'm still 35. That's why I take Osteo Biflex, to keep me moving the way I was made to. It nourishes and strengthens my joints for the long term. Osteo Biflex, plus vitamin D for immune support.
It's almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 80 degrees, under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible early. Partly cloudy and windy. Low 73. Wednesday, a mainly sunny sky. High 90. Wednesday night, clear to partly cloudy. Low 71. Here's our 7-day outlook. Away, moving at 15 to 20 miles per hour. It's going to be here before you know it, and we'll see how our weather certainly reacts to that. Holy! definitely in a hurricane eye wall at this point, Doc. I got the bracing down here with one leg in the back, one in the front, trying to parallel the wind to me and have it coming across me. Yeah, this is, I just had to get down. I just had to get down for a second. Doc, at least give me a landfall while I'm out here getting hammered.
National Hurricane Center has officially called landfall.
And the power outages continue to mount. With Isaias, as we are taking this northern and eastern eye wall, pretty tough here at Riceville Beach in North Carolina. I don't think people were planning on these kind of winds, which I'm going to say have been over 80 miles per hour here where I'm standing. This is howling through here. Absolutely howling. And unfortunately, many have lost power. Riceville Beach, which is where I am tonight, now up through Sneads Ferry, Surf City, Topsail, all these areas getting hammered with this eastern eye wall. And unfortunately, with a center that is west of us, we are still in some of this energy. They say old fronts never die, and unfortunately, when they flare up again before a tropical system, they're really bad news.
That was pretty crazy stuff. And Mike, it kind of reminds me of when you were in Irma's. I was thinking that Cantori's got to be hurting today, because you were saying that's a lot of work. I mean, you are sore.
The thing that is, I do recall, the quads were really sore because all you're doing is bracing the whole time. So your muscles are really tensed up the whole time. But you can take a huge beating, from those hurricanes. Hats off to him. But I got to tell you, there were a lot of different places that had really strong, maybe surprising to a lot of people, how strong the winds were and how far they reach.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to recap, and then we're actually going to show people some of the damage that we saw from those far-reaching winds. Of course, we take you back, last week. We had been watching this, our invest, our expected tropical cyclone, potential tropical cyclone. We had those advisories issued. And finally, on the 30th of July, we got Tropical Storm Isaias. So that was very close to Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic. The storm turned northward. We were, of course, all watching Florida. Would we get that landfall? Would we not? Would it strengthen? Would it not? It did strengthen to a hurricane as it made its way over the Bahamas. Then we saw this thing just skirt up along Florida. Now, Florida definitely did not get the worst of the effects. We saw plenty of winds in that 40 to 60 mile per hour range as it weakened to a strong tropical storm. But then we got into those Gulf Stream waters, and then this thing intensified, once again becoming a hurricane, made landfall near Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina. And then that jet stream energy really helped to kind of supercharge this thing, like amping it up. And we've seen it race through parts of the mid-Atlantic and Northeast today and offer up not just heavy rain, but really strong winds and a tornado outbreak as well. So there is our landfall yesterday. If you were watching the show, I know I was, right? 11:10 was landfall. It was category 1 with 85 mile per hour wind. So Mike actually saw that bump up a little bit. Thought we'd have, a 75 to 80 mile an hour hurricane. Ended up 85 mile an hour winds.
At one point there was a question, would it even become a hurricane, before landfall or not? But boy, just ticking up there at the wrong moment, really some of its max intensity of its whole lifespan happening right at landfall, unfortunately. Some of the ways that we really can get a perspective on what a hurricane does is from the air. Look at these drone videos here from Oak Island, North Carolina. Really took the brunt of the right front quadrant. Look at all of the cars in the street, the water, the sand, everything pushed in from left to right on the screen there, folks. And I got to tell you, just what a rough go that we had there. And again, as Felicia Combs been reporting, you know, a lot of the islands still without power, and you just can't get around. There are actually people to, you know, evacuate. But water and surge coming in from left to right on your screen here. You can see all the debris out there. And then look at all the vehicles. Likely at one point they were up into the garages here or in the driveways. And look how they got pushed. And look at this truck right here on its side, showing you the force of what the water was. So you're getting something pushed, and it probably ran into something, and the water kept pushing it and then flipped it over. Notice this. Boy, look at all the sand. Look at all the cleanup. And there's just cars and debris every single way you look here. That's tough to witness. There's the water, and the surge comes up through the bottom portion of these homes. They're all elevated. You live on the second and third floor, but not on the first, and designed to take the water and the sand. We're back.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other? Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Mayomi. Flavor forward.
On the road again. Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Find your keys. Find your get up and go. Find pants that aren't sweats. Find your friends. Find your sense of wonder. Find the world is new again. At Chevy, we'd like to take you there. Now during the Chevy Open Road Sales Event, get up to 15% of MSRP cash back on select 2020 models. That's over $5,700 cash back on this Equinox. It's time to find new roads again.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
At Safe Flight, we're committed to taking care of you and your car. We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safe Flight.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
The infamous off-limits room. Invented to protect vulnerable flooring from unruly behaviors like walking and standing. Until waterproof vinyl flooring came along, freeing households from the very fears that once rendered whole rooms unusable. They're called living rooms because they're for living. These are the floors homes are built on. LL Flooring. Try our floors on your floor with Picture It at llflooring.com.
I know people love the dish remote. It's great. So why build in the Google Assistant? I mean, who really needs a TV remote that can turn the thermostat up?
Change temperature to 72.
The lights down.
Dim the lights.
And still access their DVR.
Play Rio.
Actually, some people could absolutely use a remote like that. The new Dish Voice Remote. Dish, tuned in to you.
Hi, I'm Pat, and I'm 75 years old. We live in the mountains, so I like to walk. I'm really busy in my life. I'm always doing something. I'm not a person that's going to sit too long. In the morning, I wake up, and the first thing I do is go to my art studio. A couple came up and handed me a brochure on Prevagen. I've been taking Prevagen for about 4 years. I feel a little bit brighter, and my mind just feels sharper. I would recommend it to anyone. It absolutely works.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
ProPlan Live Clear, a breakthrough, 10 years in the making, that reduces allergens in cat hair and dander. Outstanding nutrition with the power to change lives. This is Purina ProPlan Live Clear.
We've always put safety first. And we always will. For people. For the future. And there has never been a summer when it's mattered more. Wherever you go, summer safely. Get 0% APR financing for up to 5 years on select models and exclusive lease offers.
There it goes.
Yep, feel like the big tents, the canopies, the trampolines, those are always the first to go, right? Winds from Isaias take down this huge tent in Wildwood, New Jersey. Parts of the Jersey Shore just getting smacked today by rain, wind, and of course, the waves. Our earlier crews today were showing us quite the scene there at the Jersey Shore, Mike. Nobody was getting in the water today. No. Rightfully so.
So I think a lot of people probably surprised by the strength of Isaias and how far it's traveled and sustained really intense winds. You know, some places here in the Northeast, winds have been 60, 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, especially after Faye. You know, we had Tropical Storm Faye. This definitely a different character, getting that extra oomph from the jet stream, and we saw quite a different story with this one.
Definitely, and a lot to go still. You know, we've got a smaller area. This thing's moving quickly, but we still got a few hours to go before we can finally say goodbye to Isaias. All right, let's talk a little bit more about a place like Boston. We've had a really intense squall that's come through here. This is probably the most intense squall that we'll have for the remainder of the night. 78 degrees, raining cats and dogs as the Isaias' front-end squall line races through eastern Massachusetts right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see winds gusting over 60 miles an hour with this squall. Now, the overall strength of Isaias, 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm still, and moving north-northeast really quickly here at 40 miles per hour. All right, we're going to show you the radar and what's happening here. A couple of flash flood warnings from Pennsylvania into New York and around the Capital District tonight, including around Albany. We've had several inches of rain just south of Albany. Upwards of 5 inches of rain has fallen for us here, and all those storms racing up 87 for us tonight. Storms in Oneonta here, right along I-80, Delaware County under a flash flood warning for us here. We get a flash flood warning. Really, they extend all over the place here. Otsego and Delaware counties also under flash flood warnings. In Albany and right in Albany County, Saratoga, Schenectady counties, all under flash flood warnings. That's until 7 o'clock. So we've got another hour and a half before that warning expires. And notice the heavy rain shield now moving north up 87 Burlington. We're going to get hit with really heavy rain tonight. Then watch this line that curls back. Keene, Boston, now right in the thick of it, and we see it there on the camera. Then headed back down toward the Cape, Martha's Vineyard. Not terrible right now, and even if you don't get a ton of rain with this, and you probably won't get a ton because it's moving pretty quickly, you're going to get really intense winds that are being forced out of that squall line there. So again, be on the lookout here for some trees that may topple, tree branches that may come down, power that may go out. Tornado watch also. Tornado is also a possibility. Tornado watch in effect here. Concord, New Hampshire, Boston, out even to Nantucket. We've got the tornado watch in effect, meaning conditions are favorable for tornadoes to form in that quadrant of the tropical storm. Winds still very gusty, gusting over 40 miles an hour in some spots. It'll stay very windy here for the next few hours. Most of the wind will be out of the south or the east for most of us. If you're on the backside, you'll get a little bit of a northwest or a west wind here, but still very, very windy for the remainder of the night. May not be until sometime, mid-morning where the winds really begin to back off. The sunshine comes back out, and it's a much better day for you tomorrow than today, that's for sure. And still probably tomorrow, Alex, we'll try to get power back on. We've got right now over 3 million customers in the dark.
Yeah, and once those temperatures warm up for places in the mid-Atlantic, makes for a very uncomfortable wait. Well, Justin Michaels is live for us in Worcester, Massachusetts. Justin, you talk about the gusty winds that you've experienced. One of the times I think you always get one of the gusts is when you're trying to get out of the car, and the car doors are just, a nightmare to work with.
Yeah. Yeah, and it breaks your shins. Yeah, and I've had that happen before. I'm sure you have too. I just heard about those power outage numbers, about 3 million customers. I can tell you, just in Worcester County alone, Worcester County, Massachusetts, more than 15,000 customers are without power. And every time I check the numbers, that continues to increase because we have some really intense winds here. In fact, we have seen upwards of a 40-mile-per-hour gust, probably higher when I wasn't able to track it. I've got the anemometer here, but every time the wind really kicks in, I try to get a reading, and I did track that 38 mile per hour gust earlier today. So really not a nice afternoon. We had an intense bout of rain come through there for a while, but now, as you can see, it's really just cloudy. We had some beautiful blue skies for a little while, beautiful blue skies as the storm went from the south to the north, and we actually watched, if we go look right up Main Street, we watched Isaias go right up Main Street in Worcester, Massachusetts. It was absolutely incredible as it went over the city. So, of course, Weather Underground is going to continue to track this. I'm sorry, guys, am I sending it back to Alex or to break? Okay, very good. So, of course, yes, Woo TV is going to come back live for you after this as Isaias continues to move to the northeast. We've got you full covered here. Stay tuned, all right?
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. And since we've all been spending so much time with our families at home, we asked one of ours to make this commercial from home. And enjoy safely feeding a family of 4 for about $3 per person when you get specialty chicken, stuffed cheesy bread, medium 2-topping pizzas, or any 2 or more mix and match items for just $5.99 each.
From Domino's!
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this.
Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other? Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Mayomi. Flavor forward.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
At Safe Flight, we're committed to taking care of you and your car. We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safe Flight.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When your V-neck looks more like a U-neck, that's when you know it's half washed. Downy helps prevent stretching by conditioning fibers so clothes look newer, longer. Downy, and it's done.
This is Ava. These are Ava's shoulders. They square off and bear it all. But now Ava's shoulders are stronger than ever. This is what Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield does for Ava. And with plans that fit your life and budget, you can count on us when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of blue.
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Starburst? Juice-Dradic equation. Super top secret mathematical formula they keep stored inside a safe, inside a vault, inside a volcano.
Oh, Juice-Dradics.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
Welcome back, and some video to show you here, folks, what's going on in Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. Check this out. Look at the water. All this because of Tropical Storm Isaias, which has just absolutely hammered the Northeast. Numerous flash flood warnings still remain in effect. We've got buildings that are taking on water here, roadways that are underwater, cars that have floated downstream or stuck in parking lots here. Look at the extent of the water here. That is something. Look at the roads that are just filled up here. Obviously, the road dips here, and look at that one box truck there on the left there that was just about halfway filled with water. Looks like the National Guard might be on hand there blocking the roadway, but boy, look at that nasty brown water. We certainly encourage you not to venture into this stuff, folks, unless it's a life-threatening situation and you've got to get out of it. But look at these businesses taking on the water too, and that's flowing water as well. That's not just tranquil water that's just sitting there. That is flowing water. So really powerful stuff here. Again, look at the bottom of the screen. Look at that box truck, halfway up that box truck. So that just kind of shows you the depth of that. So, you know, that's probably chest-deep water. Right there. But some of the live images we're getting out of Upper Darby, Pennsylvania as a result of the flooding from Tropical Storm Isaias. The threat is not over. That is for sure. We can see numerous communities that look just like Upper Darby. So let's update you on what's happening here tonight, because for a lot of you, it could be a life-threatening situation, even though Isaias is pulling away relatively quickly here. We've still got heavy rain to go here up into northern New York here, into Vermont, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire. And still, this part of the storm is going to race its way through Maine as well. 65-mile-per-hour winds with Tropical Storm Isaias, and it's moving at 40 miles an hour. So this thing is really booking here, folks. The really heavy rain that fell for us in Pennsylvania and New York is responsible for these flash flood warnings that we have tonight all around the Capital District. And so please be careful. If you're driving, you just stay on the dry roads. You come to high water, just find another route. Or if you don't have to drive at all, just stay off the roads. It's when we find ourselves in a lot of troubles, when we get behind the wheel of our vehicle and then drive to the danger. Some spots here of 2 to 3 inches, and some isolated spots of upwards of 5 inches of rain has fallen for us. I-81, I-88, I-87 are all highways you want to avoid. Delaware County, flash flood warning here and around Oneonta here, including Delaware and Otsego County. We're under flash flood warnings here. Albany County, Schenectady County, Saratoga counties, all under flash flood warnings this evening. Even though the rain has let up quite a bit here, you're still going to have the residual flooding, and the flood issues will continue off to the north here. Look at this squall line that's coming through Boston right now. Really intense rain that's fallen for us here, but also really intense winds as well. And those going out on the Cape, wouldn't be surprised if winds here gust to 60 miles an hour, and there could be some power outages that accompany that. Alex?
All right, I want to show you some flooding problems that we've seen. Places like Annapolis, Maryland getting in on the flooding. Not the only spot. We've seen really heavy rain through parts of the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast thus far today. Take a look at the rainfall totals that we have seen so far. I mean, there are areas where we have seen over a half foot of rain. So really problematic rainfall across parts of Maryland, getting into Delaware, extreme western New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania. There you can see that narrow corridor of, rainfall in the 5 to 8+ inch range. 45 reports here in this area of flooding. Water into buildings, water on roadways, you name it, we have seen it. Finally seeing the rainfall come to an end in a lot of these areas. But the rain's not over for the U.S. We still have problems ongoing across northern New York, parts of New England as well. And that rain has prompted even more in the way of flooding issues. So into tomorrow morning, where's the greatest likelihood for flash flooding? Well, these areas that you see in the yellow color. So eastern New York, North Country New York, and then getting into Vermont. I think that's where we've got the greatest risk of the flash flooding problems. You can see as we go through the remainder of today, that rainfall just lifts northward. So Mike, a few hours of still heavy rain.
So many states hard hit by this for sure. Let's take you to the ground with meteorologist Felicia Combs, who is in hard hit Oak Island, North Carolina. Felicia, seeing this from some of the drones here on the sand, the debris, the water that filled the streets here, give us a lay of the land, what's going on there right now.
It's an absolute mess here, I will tell you, Mike. And in fact, just word in within, say, the past hour and a half or so, we do have a mandatory evacuation for Oak Island going in effect starting tomorrow at noon. There are a lot of rental properties here, so they're kind of wanting to get that cleared out, the renters cleared out, and get, the people who could start fixing things in here. And then we also have a curfew that goes into effect at 6 p.m. This place is really hard hit by storm surge inundation. I want to show you something that is pretty interesting to give you just a visual of this wall of water traveling up the beach and toward these homes. Look at this. So this appears, now I'm going to say appears, I can't confirm immediately for you, but this appears to be the watermark all the way up here. Now it does go down as you progress up this hill. You can see it's certainly not as high there, but definitely you can tell there was a wall of water that came up this beach and impacted these houses, brought the sand, covered the roads, floated cars, just a ton of mess here on Oak Island that's going to take a lot of time to get, recovered. So, of course, we will be here. We're bringing you the stories of the people that went through the storm coming up a little later in the show. So make sure you stick with us here on Woo TV. We'll see you coming up a little bit later.
The Lab, brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Flight can come to you.
And you'll get a text when we're on our way. Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service.
Schedule at safelight.com.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
Find your keys. Find your get up and go. Find pants that aren't sweats. Find your friends. Find your sense of wonder. Find the world is new again. At Chevy, we'd like to take you there. Now, during the Chevy Open Road Sales Event, get up to 15% of MSRP cash back on select 2020 models. That's over $5,700 cash back on this Equinox. It's time to find new roads again.
From hardwoods doubling as dance floors to backyards primed for picnics, Terminix is committed to keeping pests like termites, rodents, roaches, and mosquitoes out to protect your home for all the love it holds.
Constant hand washing causes hands to dry and crack. Try O'Keeffe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 hand cream for guaranteed relief of dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keeffe's for healthy feet. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked feet.
Listen. That's the sound of organic beer being grown. Michelob Ultra Pure Gold. Organic by nature.
Fine. No one leaves the table till you're finished.
Fine. We'll sleep here.
It's the easiest because it's the cheesiest. Kraft for the win-win.
Real people are realizing there's a better way to mobile.
My carrier probably has a lot of fees I don't even know are there. Basic phone line access, federal universal service charge, I don't even know what that is. Why am I paying these fees?
At Spectrum Mobile, there are no added taxes and fees. What you see is what you pay. $45 a line with our unlimited data plan or $14 a gig with our Buy the Gig plan.
The calculator said that we would save $600 a year. We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $350 a year.
$650 a year. It's true. Most customers who use our calculator find they could save hundreds every year. Don't wait. Find your savings at SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115 and get it all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts.
I'm ready to switch.
Get more for less with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Plus, get the flexibility to mix and match plans. Visit a Spectrum store. Go to SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 82 degrees under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, a stray shower or thunderstorm is possible early. Partly cloudy and windy. Low 73. Wednesday, a mainly sunny sky. High 90. Wednesday night, clear to partly cloudy. Low 71. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thank you for staying with us here for our Isaias coverage here on the Weather Channel, specifically Weather Underground. I'm Justin Michaels live in Worcester, Massachusetts, and I keep checking the updated power outage numbers here just in Worcester County. I keep losing my hat, Isaias. Calm it down. About 20,000 customers are without power right now here in Worcester, Massachusetts, and that's because we keep continuing to have downed trees on power lines, downed trees on cars. Let's see what kind of winds we keep getting. I tracked a 40-mile-per-hour gust earlier. My most recent high gust was 28 miles per hour, a little low right now, but we're also kind of in an area where the wind keeps getting trapped. What do we got? There's 20. There's 25. 25 right there. So again, I'll tell you what, some of these gusts come in here in Worcester and it's so intense, it kind of takes your breath away. It makes you step back a little bit. It's really wild because they come out of nowhere. This is kind of the backside of Isaias as it continues to move to the northeast. We have these winds on the backside. We saw Chris Bruin earlier today in New York City, in Brooklyn. He was experiencing much of the same thing. The blue skies came out, the winds picked up, and they stayed. We're having that exact same experience here in Worcester. So again, remember, power outages are going to persist through the rest of the evening. We know more than 3 million customers throughout the better part of this storm's path are still without power tonight. And like I said, about 20,000 of them just in Worcester County, Massachusetts right now. Be very careful. The winds are very intense. Trees are coming down. The best thing you can do right now is try not to get something in your eye like I just did, but also stay inside. And the way you can not get stuff in your eye is by staying inside and keeping yourself safe, Mike, because I'll tell you what, these winds are coming out of nowhere. And like I said, we're getting reports. We have a Worcester police officer with us. He's getting a lot of reports on their CB radios that trees are coming down all over the place. And with that, Mike, as you well know, power outage numbers continue to rise. Back into you.
The numbers are truly stunning right now with more than 3 million customers still without power. A lot of those, by the way, in New Jersey, too. I want to take you to New Jersey. Justin, thank you. I want to take you to New Jersey. How about tornadoes spotted this morning in Stradmere? Check this out. Look at that thing just rolling along here. That is a sizable tornado, isn't it? Usually, that when we think about tornadoes from tropical systems, they're usually pretty small, really quick spin-ups of tornadoes. That is a legitimate large cone tornado. That is just stunning. But we've seen some images of some really intense damage. We have potentially a long track tornado that hit us in North Carolina too. But when you see them like that, you're like, wow, Isaias really a supersized tornado maker. Take a look at this thing as it came rolling in yesterday and then hitting right there at the South Carolina, North Carolina state line. The warning started coming in right before landfall, and then they just continued all through the night and all through the day. Most of the tornadoes happen in these kind of bands, the outlying bands, those outer bands. Those are the ones generally have the most upward force in them, the most shear that creates the spin in the atmosphere. But look at this. Look at all these tornado warnings. 96 tornado warnings across 10 different states. There was a huge cluster, by the way, right here in North Carolina and in Virginia, and they've continued right up into New York and New Hampshire and Massachusetts tonight. And we still have a tornado threat. This area that's highlighted in red, Torcon of 3 for you. So not a high chance of tornadoes, but it's certainly still there. Although a lot of this is going to start, I mean, the storm system is moving so fast, we have a hard time keeping up with our graphics. I'd really probably take out about all this section right here because the squall line itself is just going to kind of progress its way like this for the remainder of the evening. And it's moving 40 miles an hour. And the individual tornadoes themselves could be moving even faster than that. There's a look at the tornado watch area. It goes until 9 o'clock tonight. I don't know if they'll actually extend that a little bit farther north or not, if we're kind of running out of steam or at least enough dynamics in the atmosphere to produce tornadoes. But the line itself is about here now. So a place like a Worcester or Providence or even truly Boston, you're pretty much out of the risk at this point. You can see where that line goes right now. Could we get more lines that form back in here? Yes, but I don't think they're going to have the ability to produce tornadoes like this particular band here does. Strong storms coming through Manchester and up through Gloucester and in toward Portsmouth, eventually getting up toward the Portland area. So heads up here up toward Cumberland County. You could be dealing with some really intense winds, if nothing else. Winds that could gust, say, 60 miles an hour. But Boston, much better weather for you right now with the strongest storms on the north side. Alex?
All right. Well, coming up next hour, our coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias continues. We're going to break down where we could still see big effects, including dangerous flooding into the evening and also the possibility of tornadoes in the Northeast. We, of course, will be watching the radar. Very heavy rain right now moving through parts of New York and New England. And, of course, we'll show you the flooding scenes left in the wake of this storm that we've got from the ground. Take a look just outside of Philadelphia. This is Upper Darby, and gosh, you can see these small creeks and streams, so many of them across eastern Pennsylvania, just inundated with water out onto roads and into neighborhoods. We'll be right back.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
Heard you're retiring soon. My husband just retired. Figuring out how to stay covered was a real doozy.
Hey, look, Leonard's premiums are showing.
He doesn't even have a Medigap.
We're gonna say Jamal.
Anyways, we found Physicians Mutual. They made it really easy.
I'll give him a call.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Look, Limu, someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
ProPlan Live Clear, a breakthrough. 10 years in the making that reduces allergens in cat hair and dander. Outstanding nutrition with the power to change lives. This is Purina ProPlan Live Clear.
What's the secret to natural bliss? We choose perfect, simple ingredients. Farm fresh milk and cream, pure cane sugar, and Madagascar vanilla.
That's one tasty secret.
Natural bliss. Keep it real, make it simple.
Jack was one of 6 million pets in animal shelters in need of a home. He found it in a boy with special needs who also needed him. As part of our love promise, Subaru and our retailers host adoption events and have donated $28 million to support local animal shelters. We're proud to have helped over 230,000 pets so far, changing the lives of dogs like Jack and the families who adopt them. Subaru, more than a car company.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
The fighting spirit is one we all share. For Anderson .Paak, it's the story of a man who came from nothing, who found purpose and success in his passion for music. Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Stouffer's mac and cheese is made with 100% real cheese.
So creamy.
So cheesy.
It's too bad you're a dog. This is really creamy. You'd love it.
Stouffer's, the taste you love at a price you'll love.
The story of the Kind Mini. We took the full-size bar and cut it in half. So the next time it's 3 o'clock and you want some delicious dark chocolate, grab a dark chocolate nuts and sea salt mini with whole almonds and just 90 calories. It's a kinder way to satisfy.
Hi, everyone. Welcome in. You are watching Weather Underground as we continue to track Isaias. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. Yeah, Isaias made landfall as a hurricane last night near the North South Carolina state line. That was around 11:15 last night. Now, since then, the storm has taken a quick track to the north. And Mike, at this point, still pounding portions of New York and New England.
It is amazing to see the winds that have sustained with this thing and the number of people that have lost power. More than 3 million customers without power, about a third of those in New Jersey alone. But let's show you what's going on right now, because the legacy will be the wind and the water. Upper Darby, Pennsylvania right now, numerous streets that are underwater, a lot of cars that have been pushed around or are stalled in that water. So really dangerous flooding for us happening right now. This is going to be outside of Philadelphia. Please, 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 we urge you to be careful on these roads. There are a lot of different areas where roadways have filled up with water, a lot of low-lying areas that are now catching the water, and you're going to be in big danger when you get behind the wheel and you try to drive through some of this. You just don't know how deep that water is. And there's some brown, nasty, dirty water, too. So just be careful, extra careful. And if you don't have to leave your house, just stay home. That'd be the safe thing for you to do. Maybe you can venture out tomorrow when the weather clears and the water does as well. All right, what's going on with Isaias currently? It's still a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm. Isn't that something? Because it's interacted with land all day long today, and it made landfall at 85 miles an hour, so it's barely weakened. It's only weakened 20 miles an hour all day long today, moving northwest, north-northeast, I should say, at 40 miles per hour. So this thing is really moving along here. It'll be out of our hair before we know it. There's a look at the really heavy rain now across New York, Vermont, New Hampshire as well. Philadelphia, even though the rain has let up, you're still dealing with residual flooding there. You'll see that around New York as well. We had a large area of really heavy rain highlighted here on the map in the yellow and the orange, and all these dots you see on the map, areas where we've had numerous flood reports here. In Honesdale here, multiple road closures here, 3 to 4 homes affected by floodwater in Spring City, just outside of Philly here, water flowing in the roadway here in Spring City. And then you go up farther north now, the Capital District, the rain's letting up for you, still a little breezy for you, but the flooding remains, okay? So you take a look at I-88, 87, 81, all highways I'd probably avoid tonight. In Oneonta here, and toward Otsego here, Otsego and Delaware counties, both under flash flood warnings until 8 o'clock tonight. Schenectady, Saratoga, Albany counties also under a severe flash flood warning tonight. That's until 7 o'clock this evening, so it goes for about another hour. The heaviest of rain is off to your north now. By the way, in Albany, new daily rainfall record, 3 1/4 inches of rain, smashing your previous daily record, which was just about 1.5 inches. Del Mar, all lanes closed here near Route 335. In Nassau here, Route 20. In Nassau, all lanes closed at Jefferson Hill Road because of down lines there. And the water's going to be everywhere, too. I wouldn't be surprised if you've just got high water you're trying to navigate around all night long. Again, stay home if you can. This line right here has been a potent line with winds that will gust here over 60 miles an hour, but also some brief tornadoes have touched down with this particular line. We've had some warnings. Now, I think the weather is improving for you here, and I'm not necessarily sure that much of this area will still be at risk for a tornado, but our watch continues until 9 o'clock. I suspect they'll probably start dropping a lot of counties from this watch area. But having said that, keep in mind that, yes, these outer bands in particular, Alex, can be a big, prolific tornado makers, and we've had almost 100 tornadoes reported across the eastern U.S. over the last 24 hours.
Yeah, it has been quite an active, 24 hours, really less than 24 hours in terms of tornado warnings. Within that watch is Worcester, Massachusetts, and in Worcester, Massachusetts is where we find our Justin Michaels this evening. Justin, you're not getting soaked right now. It has been more of the, hit or miss nature there across Massachusetts, but you definitely have the wind.
Well, we got drenched earlier. That went away. In fact, I'll show you some video evidence of that just a moment. But something I'm tracking right now are how many power outages there are across Massachusetts. Latest numbers in about 98,000 customers without power right now across the state. Excuse me, there's lots of stuff blowing around in the air. Here in Worcester County, just shy of 20,000 customers are without power here in Worcester County. And that's because of the rain we had, but also the intense winds we're having right now. They keep coming through. We know there are trees coming down. But I'll tell you what, let me show you this video because it's really remarkable. Get a load of our experience, our team here in Worcester, the experience we had as we literally saw the back end of Isaias go right over Worcester. Watch this. I'm not hearing it. All right, so there it is. Isaias, literally the back end as it was flying from the south to the north. The storm cruising at more than 40 miles per hour away from the area, and it's continuing to do that now. And now what we have is this wind, and we were having a lot of it. In fact, you can see some of the trees, some of the flags in front of City Hall. It really has turned into, in fact, take a look at the flags. I mean, they're straight out right now because of the intense winds we're having. As far as the winds that I've been able to track with my anemometer, just shy of a 40-mile-per-hour gust, and I will tell you, it doesn't sound like a lot, does it? Oh, it's only 40 miles per hour, is Justin, only 40 miles per hour. Let me tell you something. When that hit, I wasn't expecting it. It hit me, and I fell backwards, and I actually fell into one of our SUVs. Thank goodness it was back there. I would have fallen into the road. So these winds are dangerous. They are knocking out power all across the state, all across this entire part of the country. More than 3 million customers, Alex, without power right now. Have to believe some of those numbers are going up because I will tell you, again, let me just look at this right now, Alex. Let me refresh this. Okay, so still right about 99,000 customers in Massachusetts now without power as of right now, and that number has consistently gone up every time I've checked. Alex, into you.
Yeah, it's a tough go for power. The power crews, they've been positioned, but doing their best trying to keep up with all the power outages that continue to come in. Falling trees have been, the norm that we've seen today. Here's what we know in regards to the storm at this hour. More than 11 million people remain under tornado watches from Massachusetts to Rhode Island. That storm being blamed for the deaths of 4 people in the U.S., including 2 in North Carolina, 1 in Maryland, and 1 in New York City. And service to the Long Island Railroad has been suspended due to high winds. Mike?
All right, so let's talk about some of the flooding that we're seeing. This is amazing stuff here. This is Muhlenberg Township in Pennsylvania. Look at the water is rushing down the streets here. This is nuts, isn't it? I mean, it's halfway up the tires in the cars here, but it's really swift moving water here. We've had so much rain. There have been corridors of 6 to 8 inches of rain. That would happen over maybe 6 to 8 hours. And so a lot of different neighborhoods that maybe are by creeks and streams that filled up very quickly or just in poor drainage areas. This was the result. I'm stunned, Alex, by just how fast that water is moving.
Mike, Muhlenberg College, not that far away. Muhlenberg Township, not that far away from where my parents are. They have had flooding problems all around parts of the Lehigh Valley today, whether it's these streets that are flooded. There's so many small creeks and streams, and so many times we see these just take on a ton of water, and it just rushes out. And exactly that's what you were looking at there in Muhlenberg. But that's a scene that's been, from Upper Darby, communities around the Philadelphia area, up into the Lehigh Valley, Macungie, Emmaus. We have had all sorts of problems. Now, these areas still dealing with that threat of flash flooding, but I think the greatest risk now moving forward up there into northern New York and northern Vermont. Those are the areas that continue to get the rain and have the greatest risk of seeing some of the heaviest rain here in the coming hours. Right now, look at that. All the yellow and orange. So that heavy rain that continues to come down for Burlington, for Saranac Lake, places like Syracuse, haven't seen as much, kind of stayed on that western flank, whereas Albany got soaked. And we still have plenty of those warnings around Albany and then to the south and west of the Capital District. So a lot of counties here within the Capital Region under warning still at this point. The rain's still coming down, not quite as heavily as it was before, but we've got Albany, Saratoga, Schenectady counties under the flash flood warning until 7 o'clock. So you can count on seeing water-covered roadways. Turn around, don't drown. Something to remember. Honestly, it's worth the hassle of not driving into it and, having the water inundate your engine. And then they've got a big car bill, too. So even if that water is not moving and you're like, I can do it, it can still cause problems. Trust me, I know people that have done that, where they went, it's not that deep, I think I can make it. You get stranded. Now you've got a couple $100 to $1,000 bill that you don't want to pay. Delaware, Otsego counties also under a flash flood warning. So the rain coming to an end now in Oneonta, but it takes some time for that water to go down after it rose so quickly. Still dealing with some showers across parts of Pennsylvania, and you can see our future radar picking up on that chance through the next few hours. The heaviest, steadiest stuff, of course, up there in New England. As we finish off the evening, eventually overnight, Mike, that rain begins to move up north. I think parts of Maine, including places like Caribou, still have some rain showers by tomorrow morning. But for a lot of us, finally turning off the spigot, right?
I don't know if I want to drive past that.
There goes, boys!
Did you hear that?
Yeah, look at that. That is what happens there, folks, when you get, debris that hits power lines. It just sparks and arcs and boom, just like that. Sometimes it'll make a pretty good noise, too. This is the threat we have when we've got a tropical system that's got high winds and the power outages that accompany it. This number is stunning. But when you have a whole lot of people in harm's way, maybe it shouldn't be surprising. 3.4 million customers, in essence, have lost power. Look at how many folks in New Jersey, accounting for more than a third of those numbers. In New York, more than 500,000 customers without power, and on down the line here. But when a storm system tracks over the most highly congested corridor in the country, I-95, this is what's going to happen for us, unfortunately. All right, New Jersey in particular, look at these numbers. I mean, just really alarming. And a few different counties here. Ocean County, more than 200,000 customers. Same for you in Monmouth, and in Bergen County, 141,000 customers right now without power. So tonight you will hear the hum of generators, no doubt. Please use your generator safely, outside, away from home, away from doors, away from windows, with the exhaust pointing away from the home. By the way, North Carolina, our power outage tracker here, really saw a big uptick, and then it came down. Then it's gone back up. I'm not exactly sure why the numbers have gone up like that, but recently. But current outages sit at 104,000. How about some of the top wind gusts that we've experienced here? Federal Point, North Carolina, 99-mile-per-hour winds. Oak Island, North Carolina, where our Felicia Combs is. She's going to show you what it looked like there. 87 miles per hour. Wrightsville Beach, Southport, Wilmington, all hurricane-force wind gusts reported there. Then we take it farther north. Boy, still some really strong winds. Stevensville, Maryland, hurricane-force winds. South Norfolk, Virginia. Nags Head, hurricane-force winds. Ocean City, Maryland, Virginia Beach, some big-time wind. The winds right now have backed off significantly. All the really strong stuff is farther to the north here, but exiting quickly. Probably going to be dying down here in the next, say, 3 to 4 hours as it exits into Canada, Alex.
All right. Well, in Oak Island, North Carolina, as Mike mentioned, Felicia Combs, our meteorologist, is there. Felicia, we've got standing water, but, you look at the sky so many times after these storms, temperatures go back up, sun comes out. It makes it an awful wait for those without power, though.
Oh, that's one of the things that we don't think about so much. When you're asked to evacuate or you're making the decision if you should leave, sometimes we don't think about after the storm as much, where you might not have power. Here, they also don't have water on Oak Island. Now, they're working vigilantly to get both of those things back, but we do have a curfew going into effect at 6 p.m. for that reason, and then also a mandatory evacuation for a lot of the renters that are here, because there are a lot of vacation rentals. That goes into effect tomorrow at noon. I want to show you some of the stuff that we're dealing with here. So behind me, you might think, well, that's just part of the beach, right? No, this is a street. This is West Beach Street here on Oak Island, and I would say we've probably got, I'd say, several inches of water, several inches of sand, and you can see, Marshall, can we just pan over there and see just how far we are from the ocean? Yeah, all of this sand traveling that far, so you can see the force of the water. We also have some drone video that you're seeing, and you can kind of see the aerial view of what you're seeing here on the ground, and it really is kind of spectacular to look at all of the sand that's been transported and really what we're dealing with here on Oak Island. I want to show you something that we were looking at earlier. So this is a ladder, and we were wondering, is it buried? What's going on? That ladder, the other part of it, the other side of the legs, completely buried under the sand. You couldn't move that ladder if you want to, and that is a great example of the projectiles, the dangers that are buried within that water that you can't see, and that's why we say stay out of that water. You don't want to be in it. Don't drive through it. That's also a really bad situation. So you can see here in Oak Island, definitely one of the harder hit places. The actual landfall was in Ocean Isle, and that is about 15 miles to the west of us. So just about 15 miles from the landfall, but still certainly a lot of impacts here in Oak Island. A lot of people that we talked to are actually here vacationing. We talked to some people from Michigan, and they said they had never been through a hurricane before. power ever, and they never want to do it again. So we're going to talk to some of those people coming up a little bit later in the show, have them tell you the story of what they went through. And for now, we're going to watch what we've been seeing, people driving through the puddles, trying to make their way around Oak Island at this point, Alex. And I'll tell you, it's not an easy go of it. One person, that would be me, got her car stuck already in the sand.
Yep. You know, it happens. And hey, so many times people say, oh, I want to see a hurricane. I want to see a hurricane until they've lived through it. And then they go, you know what? Never again, like Felicia said. So we're going to hear from some of those people with Felicia coming up. We've got much more ahead on our extended edition of Weather Underground. We've got more Isaias, tropical storm, bringing really, really heavy rain. This place, actually, not far from where I grew up. Big problems in the Northeast today.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other? Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Mayomi. Flavor forward.
At Safe Flight, we're committed to taking care of you and your car.
We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safe Flight.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
Ta-da! Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
I should get a quote.
Do it.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
ProPlan Live Clear, a breakthrough, 10 years in the making that reduces allergens in cat hair and dander. Outstanding nutrition with the power to change lives. This is Purina ProPlan Live Clear.
Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, I never felt this way before. Give us some more.
At Philadelphia, we know what makes the perfect smear of cream cheese. You need only the freshest milk and cream, that one, and the world's best, and possibly only, Chamelier. Philadelphia, schmear perfection.
Cinnamon Sweet Apple Jacks, classic Kellogg's Corn Flakes, and the crispy crunch of Corn Pops. Everyone's got their favorite, or maybe a few of them. Kellogg's, eat what you like.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope. Watch this. Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure, with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
Did you help build New York or New Jersey? Did you work in the building trades or military, or do industrial or automotive work where you were exposed to asbestos that led to a mesothelioma or lung cancer diagnosis? If so, you are a real hero, and Whiteson Luxembourg wants to speak with you and help achieve justice and compensation.
Call 1-888-411-LAWS. That's 1-888-411-LAWS.
The terror of public speaking. Getting stranded at sea. Gas station bathrooms. Poisonous snakes. Paying too much for a bed that isn't right for you. These are the most commonly cited fears in America. That's why Mattress Firm came up with the Rest Assured Promise. So you'll find the right bed at the right price, guaranteed. With help from a sleep expert in a poisonous snake-free environment.
almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 81 degrees under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 73. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 90. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Wednesday night, clear to partly cloudy, low 71. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Away, moving at 15 to 20 miles per hour. It's going to be here before you know it, and we'll see how our weather certainly reacts to that. Holy! Yeah, we're definitely in a hurricane eye wall at this point, Doc. I got the bracing down here with one leg in the back, one in the front, trying to parallel the wind to me and have it coming across me. Yeah, this is, I just had to get down. I just had to get down for a second. Doc, at least give me a landfall while I'm out here getting hammered.
National Hurricane Center has officially called landfall.
And the power outages continue to mount. With Isaias, as we are taking this northern and eastern eye wall, pretty tough here at Riceville Beach in North Carolina. I don't think that we're planning on these kind of winds, which I'm going to say have been over 80 miles per hour here where I'm standing. This is howling through here, absolutely howling. And unfortunately, many have lost power. Riceville Beach, which is where I am tonight, now up through Sneads Ferry, Surf City, Topsail, all these areas getting hammered with this eastern eye wall. And unfortunately, with a center that is west of us, we are still in some of this energy. They say old fronts never die, and unfortunately, when they flare up again before a tropical system, they're really bad news.
Yes, indeed. And he's probably feeling it today out there for a while in those wicked winds. We were watching their coverage late last night into the early morning hours. We did have that landfall, 85-mile-an-hour winds. And, we look back at the history of Isaias. Remember, we had our potential tropical cyclone 9. There was all that question of, when is this thing going to get a name? It finally did as we got into the end of July. So we had the potential tropical cyclone through the Lesser Antilles. Then it became Tropical Storm Isaias as it made its way around Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic. We remember through the weekend we were watching Florida so closely. The question of will or won't it make landfall there? Some of the forecasts, again, brought it very close to or making landfall across South Florida. Well, as it moved over the Bahamas, made landfall there as a Category 1 hurricane, then weakened to tropical storm strength, worked its way basically parallel to the coast of Florida. So in Florida, definitely not the worst of what we saw out of this storm, 40 to 60 mile per hour gusts. But then the storm once again became a hurricane, made landfall late yesterday around 11:10 p.m., very close to the North Carolina, South Carolina state line, and then got that shot of jet stream stream energy and just took off with wind and with rain through parts of the east. There's our landfall with winds at 85 miles an hour, pressure 988 millibars, moving into parts of the east and northeast, looking extra tropical as we got that jet stream influence. But again, strong winds, plenty of down trees, plenty of power outages, and Mike, a lot of tornado warnings and even reports of tornadoes coming in today.
This had a lot of aspects to it, no question about that. How about a look at Oak Island here in North Carolina? Look at what the surge did here, bringing the water and the sand, inundating the road. This is West Beach Drive, and look at the cars that are now in the middle of the street. Likely they were back into their driveways or into the carports. Look at the truck overturned there. This is a Category 1 hurricane, folks, and it left its mark. There is no question about that. Just stunning when you see those kind of views. It gives you more perspective of the overall scope of what the hurricane did. I want to show you again. Some of the images here. You see all the debris that's in there, some of that standing water that can be full of all kinds of stuff, but really just to force the water because it's coming in this direction, so it pushed these cars likely out of their driveways or their carports or the garages here. This truck probably hit numerous things and then ended up flipping over on its side. So we probably had several feet of water. We probably had minimum 2 feet of water in the street, but likely I'd say more than that, and then some wave action on top of that. And so that's why you'll see a lot of pieces of debris and wood and stuff like that. And obviously the water came rushing through this. The beach is down here and the water came rushing through, but it's designed to do that, right? Almost all of these because of local or state ordinances and building codes to protect property. The first floor is meant to have the wind and the sand come in. The living quarters go on the second and the third floor. But again, the ocean came right here and right up into Beach Drive here. But a tough go for us right now in portions of North Carolina. Still to come here, Tropical Storm Isaias fueling a significant tornado threat today in the I-95 corridor. Who still has that risk through the evening? We'll show you.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
I wish I could shake your hand.
Granted. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other? Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Mayomi. Flavor forward.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They'll be coming by to ask simple questions that inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
I wanted my hepatitis C gone.
I put off treating mine.
Epclusa treats all main types of chronic hep C. Whatever your type, Epclusa could be your kind of cure.
I just found out about mine.
I knew for years. Epclusa has a 98% overall cure rate.
I had no symptoms of hepatitis C.
Mine caused liver damage.
Epclusa is only 1 pill, once a day, taken with or without food for 12 weeks. Before starting Epclusa, your doctor will test if you have had hepatitis B, which may flare up and could cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have had hepatitis B, other liver or kidney problems, HIV or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor today if Epclusa is your kind of cure.
Frustrated that clothes come out of the dryer wrinkled? Next time, try Bounce Wrinkle Guard dryer sheets. The world's first mega sheet with 3 times more wrinkle relaxers. The Wrinkle Guard shirt has less wrinkles and static and more softness and freshness. Bounce out wrinkles with Bounce Wrinkle Guard dryer sheets.
Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, I never felt this way before. Give me some more.
With Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh, it's not just a sandwich. Far from it. It's a reason to come together. It's a taste of something good. A taste we could all use right now. So let's make the most of it and make every sandwich count with Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
ProPlan Live Clear, a breakthrough, 10 years in the making, that reduces allergens in cat hair and dander. Outstanding nutrition with the power to change lives. This is Purina ProPlan Live Clear.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
Here's Candace, who works from home and then works from home. But she can handle pickup even when her bladder makes a little drop-off. Because Candace has poise. Poise under pressure and poise in her pants. It takes poise.
Yeah, some debris flying through the streets of New York City. Not a surprise, you get those winds funneling through the buildings. So unfortunately, within these cities and all the stuff in the cities, they get the big winds and everything tends to go flying. Too many times, though, we've actually heard of people getting injured by this, whether it's scaffolding or pieces of signage or billboards or even things that are on balconies, say, chairs or small tables or other decorative items that might be out. So be careful out there. Just another thing to watch for, right? Welcome into our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. Made landfall. Mike, it felt like we were tracking this thing forever. It got that last second bump in intensity, and we had a Category 1 hurricane in North Carolina last night.
Indeed we did. Came ashore with 85-mile-per-hour winds, and it hasn't actually weakened all that much, even though it's been over land the entire day, right? Winds still 65 miles an hour. Very impressive to see the staying power this thing has had. Although it's exiting, why? Because we've got 40-mile-per-hour tropical winds. We've got 40-mile-per-hour forward speed, I should say. But for a lot of us here, what we're going to end up seeing for the remainder of the evening is improving weather. And that's a real positive for us here. Although, looking behind here, we've got some thunderstorms that are popping up here around the Ohio Valley. Let's talk about what's still to remain. That includes flash flooding. We've got a flash flood warning still in effect here around the Albany area. So the Capital District has seen anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of rain, generally speaking, some pockets more than that. Flash flood warning in Albany and in Schenectady and Saratoga counties right now with the heavier rain that's going north up by 87 tonight. Now it becomes a problem for us in northern New York and across northern Vermont tonight. Burlington really getting hit hard with the heavy rain. That squall line right in there has been a doozy, that's for sure. Could still see severe weather with that, although it seems to be waning somewhat. We did have a tornado warning just outside of Boston, but that doesn't seem to be necessarily a tornado producer anymore, but we could get wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour. I think the tornado threat is gone for us here in this location. Still, having said that, we've got a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight, but I think really that last band was the one. If there was going to be a band that produced tornadoes, that big outer band that we just showed you there. Still some pretty strong winds here and a good push of water up into Long Island, up to coastal Rhode Island, and then out toward the Cape as well. Martha's Vineyard in particular. But look at Nantucket gusting to 37. In Boston, our gusts at 40 miles an hour right now. The low sitting right in there, and it moves quickly out. By probably about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, the center of circulation is up into Canada. Winds will start to back off, but still gusting through about 10 o'clock in a place like Burlington and in Portland. And then generally through the overnight, those winds start to relax. Thank goodness, and we can finally say goodbye to Isaias. Alex?
Absolutely. But in the meantime, parts of New England getting that last act from Isaias. That's where Justin Michaels is this evening. He is in Worcester, Massachusetts for us. Hey, Justin.
Yes. Worcester. Put that AH on the end of that there, Alex. Worcester. So, yeah, it's been very, very windy here. And, in fact, some good examples of that. Follow me for a second. We've had trees kind of breaking up. And this is actually Officer Al Cosenza. He's here offering our security. Good guy. Thank you very much. But you can see all the debris here on the ground. This is just a little bit of what's happening. But worse what's happening right now, lots of power outages because trees are actually coming down. It's been pretty nasty. More than 20,000 customers are without power here in Worcester because trees have been coming down. Another thing we're noticing here around Worcester is some of the damage, like the construction site over there. In fact, I watched the top of that actually break free and flip up there. And when the wind really picks up, you can see it's kind of fluttering around up there. Also, Honeydew is a competitor locally for Dunkin' Donuts. They've got some good coffee too, I promise they do. And you can see their sign has come off. So we're seeing little bits of damage like that around the area. We did hear that there's actually a police cruiser under a tree right now. Nobody was injured, but it did come down on a police cruiser and a few other cars, and of course with power outages. So more than 3 million customers without power throughout the entire area because of Isaias. Here in Worcester County, about 20,000 customers, and across the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, more than 100,000 customers without power. So definitely it's an issue here in New England as Isaias continues to push off. Of course, I just checked the radar, and it certainly is pretty far away. It's getting up there into Canada now, but still definitely a storm that we're dealing with because of how much wind we're dealing with. Just earlier this afternoon, I tracked, Alex, a 40-mile-per-hour gust with the good old anemometer here. So definitely be very careful. When it's windy like this, honestly, Alex, probably the best thing you can do is stay inside because you know what? You don't want a tree coming down on your head, and you don't want that thing hitting you either. That's some infrastructure banging around. You don't want that.
Yeah, you know, in the meantime, I really could go for some donuts, but I guess we'll just wait till tomorrow. Let's be safe. Let's get our donuts safely, right, Justin?
Alex, everything is COVID closed, or I would have been in there.
Oh, bummer. All right, we got much more Weather Underground coming up.
We've always put safety first. And we always will. For people. For the future. And there has never been a summer when it's mattered more. Wherever you go, summer safely. Get 0% APR financing for up to 5 years on select models and exclusive lease offers.
With Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh, it's not just a sandwich. Far from it. It's a reason to come together. It's a taste of something good. A taste we could all use right now. So let's make the most of it and make every sandwich count with Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
The fighting spirit is one we all share. It's why Amanda Nunes never backed down from being the only woman in her MMA training gym or letting stereotypes get in her way, inside the octagon or out. Modelo, the official beer of UFC.
I know people love the dish remote. It's great. So why build in the Google Assistant? I mean, who really needs a TV remote that can turn the thermostat up,
change temperature to 72,
the lights down,
dim the lights,
and still access their DVR?
play Rio?
Actually, some people could absolutely use a remote like that. The new Dish Voice Remote. Dish, tuned in to you.
This is Ava. These are Ava's shoulders. They square off and bear it all. But now Ava's shoulders are stronger than ever. This is what Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield does for Ava. And with plans that fit your life and budget, you can count on us when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of blue.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At Safelite, we're committed to taking care of you and your car. We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safelite.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carryout, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Welcome back. You've got to see these images. This, Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. Look at that water just flooding the streets here, parking lots. It is just remarkable how many places have seen high water as a result of Tropical Storm Isaias today. Look at this. And there's lots of creeks and streams here, and a lot of them flow right next to roadways, and so they can fill up really quickly with some storm runoff. Not to mention, when you have rainfall rates that can exceed, an inch or two an hour, it won't take long before those creeks and streams come out of their banks. But really wild stuff for us in Upper Darby, Pennsylvania, and this kind of scene is being repeated over and over again across the Northeast. I've got good news. Isaias is on its way out. We've still got a couple of hours to go here. And for those of you that are dealing with it right now, it's not all that pretty. And be ready for high winds that could knock out power. Be prepared for excessive rainfall rates that might cause some flooding for you. Still a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It really has held together today, remarkably, considering all the interaction with land. Now, it is starting to weaken quite a bit here. It doesn't have the concentric convection around it, thunderstorms around it, but heavy rain now across northern New York and Vermont, and a squall line here racing its way through New Hampshire and Maine this evening. The entire system moving 40 miles an hour. Still dealing with some flooding around Albany tonight, so Albany, Schenectady, and Saratoga counties all under flash flood warnings tonight. We've had anywhere from 2 to 5 inches of rain in this area, so our warning goes for about another 20 minutes here. The heaviest of rain and thunderstorm action is right in here from Berlin down toward Portland here, coming over maybe Sebago Lake there, and then some heavy rain in around Burlington. Again, in these instances, be prepared for some localized flooding. Be prepared for some brief power outages. Alex?
Flooding has been the name of the game for parts of the country today, including sections of the mid-Atlantic, Maryland all the way into Pennsylvania, and now New York getting in on quite a mess because of all the heavy rain that we've seen. Take a look at this rainfall footprint from Isaias. This is 48-hour estimated rainfall, and you can see that corridor from parts of, say, Maryland and Delaware up into Pennsylvania and even southern sections of New York, 5 to 8 plus inches. There have been spots that have seen over 8 inches of rain. So flooding, of course, unfortunately, the story here for parts of Maryland, for parts of northern Delaware, and then southeastern Pennsylvania, where we've seen a lot of those small creeks and those streams just rise rapidly, overflow their banks, and move out into some of those surrounding communities. Capital District, we've seen some 3 to 5 inch totals around Albany, so flash flood warnings are in effect right now. But look at all those reports, about 70 just within that box. Flooding reports today in the Northeast. Mike.
Thank you very much for that, Alex. Well, meteorologist Felicia Combs joins us live from hard-hit Oak Island, North Carolina, where it was not a pleasant night for so many people that chose to ride it out, Felicia.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. And the thing about Oak Island is a lot of the homes here are used for vacation rentals. It's a big tourist attraction, beautiful beach here. So some of the people who rode out Isaias last night have never been in a hurricane. I want to bring in Tracy Snowberger. We've been talking to her. She's here with her entire family. Tracy, just tell us a little bit about riding the storm out last night. Bring us to the storm with you, how it felt.
So yesterday in the afternoon, the waves were, getting a little rough and tense, and our family was out in the surf, and we, just kind of watched, and we didn't really anticipate that it was going to become that like huge. I mean, it just, the storm really took us by surprise. Probably by 8 o'clock, we realized, oh my goodness, the waves were really hitting hard. And at one point, we had several out on the deck, and we were like, okay, we got to pull it in, and we secured everything. But then what happened was with the surf, once we lost our deck, it just went like over into the cars. And
would you say you just were surrounded by water?
Yes, and we didn't realize how deep the water really was because you're just looking down and you just see surf and you're like, oh, it'll be okay. But then in the morning we were like, oh my goodness. I mean, we had to dig out 3 cars, and then our other family car is done. So we're having it towed this afternoon or tomorrow.
Yeah, I know you said the car was filled with water. Tell me how it felt. Did it feel like the house was shaking? Because the winds got pretty intense here too.
Absolutely. The windows, well, actually, we believe the surf picked up the car and moved it into the part of the bottom portion of the house, because we did feel like a shift, and we were all like, whoa. But we didn't realize it was our car. And then most of the windows in the front were starting to bulge.
Oh,
and
crazy.
so we pushed, heavy furniture up against them. And then, of course, they were all leaking. So they had a lot of water issues, and they've already had people out looking at everything to make sure that, they don't need to rip carpet out or anything. So it seems to be drying up. But
all right, Tracy, I'm going to wrap you up really quickly because we're headed to break. But we've got more stories from Oak Island coming to you a little bit later in Woo TV, so stick around.
The Lab, brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a side of ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Jack was one of 6 million pets in animal shelters in need of a home. He found it in a boy with special needs who also needed him. As part of our love promise, Subaru and our retailers host adoption events and have donated $28 million to support local animal shelters. We're proud to have helped over 230,000 pets so far, changing the lives of dogs like Jack and the families who adopt them. Subaru, more than a car company.
Stouffer's mac and cheese is made with 100% real cheese.
So creamy.
So cheesy.
It's too bad you're a dog. This is really creamy. You'd love it.
Stouffer's, the taste you love at a price you'll love.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
At Safe Flight, we're committed to taking care of you and your car. We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safe Flight.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
What do we want for dinner?
Burgers! I want a sugar cookie! I want a bucket of chicken! I want...
It's the easiest because it's the cheesiest. Kraft, for the win-win.
Still fresh.
Unstoppable.
In-wash scent booster.
Downy Unstoppables.
Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired?
Why does it feel like I'm still dreaming when I wake up? What could be causing this?
Hey, Luke, wake up. You fell asleep again.
Why do I always fall asleep on the bus after school? Why am I so tired?
It turns out we're more than tired. We have symptoms of narcolepsy, like the uncontrollable urge to sleep during the day, sudden muscle weakness during laughter or emotions.
Dreamlike hallucinations, or feeling paralyzed when falling asleep or waking up.
or waking up frequently during the night.
If you or your child has any of these symptoms, it's time to do something about it. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Learn more at morethantired.com. Take the narcolepsy symptom screener now and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Visit morethantired.com today. Don't wait any longer to take action.
Almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up. We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A tropical storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 81 degrees under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 73. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 90. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Wednesday night, clear to partly cloudy, low 71. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The Weather Channel brings you to Worcester, Massachusetts here on Weather Underground, and you can see the flags whipping around. And Joel behind the lens here. Joel, let's show them these clouds too. My goodness, right past the Telegram and Gazette building there, you can see just how fast the clouds are moving as Isaias continues to move north and away from New England. Absolutely incredible to watch Mother Nature in action. And to see that is really a remarkable sight. But I'll tell you what, because of that wind, it's whipping those clouds through, because of the wind that for most of the time is whipping those flags through, except when I need it to be happening to show you, what I can tell you is another example of how much trouble the wind is causing in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Just in the last, half hour since last we talked about this, the number of power outages has gone up by 72,000 customers. So right now the entire Commonwealth is at 172,000 customers are without power. Here in Worcester County, we're at 52,253. To give you some perspective, an hour and a half ago, and I told you that power outage number, it was less than 9,000. In an hour and a half, it's gone here in Worcester County from less than 9,000 to 52,000. And the numbers continue to rise every single time I check. So make sure you're using extreme caution when you head out tonight. There are tree limbs coming down all over the place, tree limbs on cars, tree limbs on power lines. You don't want to be under a tree limb. That ends really, really badly for all people involved, Mike Bettis. Not a good thing. It's actually quite dangerous to be out right now. I know the rain has stopped, but the winds have not, and the winds can be deadly. Mike, into you.
Cannot stress that enough. Really good point there. Just be home tonight. Listen, we've been home for months. One more day is not gonna hurt you, right? But one more day could kill you. So just be careful. Just be careful. Stay home. Listen, great stuff from Justin. Thank you, Justin, for the report. And let's talk about some of the really visually stunning things we've seen with Isaias. This giant cone tornado. Look at this. This is Stratford, New Jersey. Look at that thing. I'm stunned by it. Why? Well, because typically when we have a landfalling hurricane, you get short-lived, small tornadoes that spin down, they last for seconds or a few minutes, and then they lift and they're gone. That is a full-fledged tornado like you would see out in the plains. That is nasty. No question about it. Numerous tornadoes reported, though, across several states because of especially the outer bands that are associated with the hurricane. That's usually where we see some of the strongest convective weather, if you will. All right, so here was Isaias yesterday. 7 o'clock in the evening, you saw these bands start to form here, these outer bands. Those are the ones that generally produce the tornadoes in a what we would typically call a right front quadrant hit. So that would be, making landfall. In this instance, because of the approach of the coast, it generally be this part of the storm, though. And then watch these bands come through. You see multiple bands that start to form. Those are the ones producing the severe weather. And as it comes on through, there's another band right in there. That's what's producing the tornado. Not right in here. It's actually on the periphery of the hurricane itself. Look at this. Look at all these tornadoes that were reported. 96 tornado warnings across 10 different states, and we still have a threat tonight, although I think that threat is starting to diminish now, and a good chunk of this is, I think, in the clear. I'm just going to circle that. I think all this area right in here, I no longer think there's a tornado threat there, but it could be up in the Portland area, a Torcon of 3 for you. So low chance of a tornado, but not a 0 chance of a tornado. The watches, gone now. They were issued by the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma until 9. It's been canceled. That's the ban right there. No longer producing severe weather, and extends up through, say, Cumberland County and Portland. Portsmouth, we're better. Concord, Manchester, we're all much better shape than we were, even just say half an hour ago or so. So just, heads up on what's coming your way here, because I'm going to move this radar a little bit farther to the north here, by the way, just so you get a good idea of what's going on for us here in the Lewiston and Portland areas. Look at that line. Again, you're still going to get some pretty gusty winds with that. I wouldn't be surprised to see 50 or even 60-mile-per-hour gusts that come along with that. And that's going to edge its way up towards, say, Augusta and Waterville here soon. Portland, you're going to be on the, wow, you've kind of escaped in Portland. I'm just shocked that none of the really heavy stuff hit you there in Portland. But be ready for what these are going to produce for you here. And keep in mind, boy, we've got so much forest here that we're going to knock down some trees and likely knock down some power lines as well. And then we'll show you what's going up and around the Burlington area and Saranac Lake. Heavy rain still here. There could be isolated flash flooding that occurs, but I-87 has been a big problem highway for us, I-89 and 91 as well. But through the remainder of the evening, this will be what we contend with. Gusts that are likely to be 30 to 40 miles an hour with the heavy rain. But everything is exiting, by the way, pretty quickly here as I back this out for you. You see where the center is down in here, and it's moving 40 miles an hour. So you give it a couple hours, and it's up into Canada. Alex?
All right, well, coming up next hour on our coverage, we'll continue to break down the radar. Where are the significant effects still yet to come? Dangerous flooding, even tornadoes across the Northeast. We're going to tell you the chances as we finish off our evening and eventually say goodbye to Isaias.